Chapter 1050, That Crappy Dad of Yours. Chapter 1050, That Crappy Dad of Yours. The news continued to spread. It was such a shocking event that in both the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty, it reached the point where everyone had heard about it. It only took a few days for the entire world to be affected. Among those who heard of it were the scattered refugees from the Heavenspan realm. In response, eyes went wide, and gasps could be heard. And for the first time, hope blazed within their hearts. By Xiaochun. In one huge city in a prefecture in the Saint Emperor dynasty was an old man in an ordinary-looking robe. He was eating in a restaurant, listening to people talking about a Vile Emperor dynasty celestial being kidnapped. Although he didn't react visibly, inside, he was bursting with excitement. He looked down to prevent his eyes from shining too brightly, and raised a jug of alcohol to his lips to keep himself from laughing out loud. It was the right thing to pay special attention to him all those years ago. "I'm waiting for you here in the Saint Emperor dynasty, by Xiaochun." That old man was none other than the Grand Heaven Master from Arch-Emperor City. Both because of his demigod cultivation base and his profound ability to scheme and plot, he had managed to keep his identity secret and was completely safe. From the Saint Emperor dynasty, he had been keeping his eye on both of the imperial dynasties that ruled the world. There were others throughout the Saint Emperor dynasty who, much like the Grand Heaven Master, heard about what had occurred. For example, in another of the immortal domains, in a small county, was Xiaochun. Nowadays, he spent much of his time bowing and scraping. By relying on his skills in spirit enhancement, he had managed to build up a small accumulation of spirit stones in his bag of holding. After all, he wasn't the Grand Heaven Master, and couldn't keep his identity a secret. Therefore, he had chosen to simply take advantage of the so-called benevolence of the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty to somehow earn a living. But now, the news he was hearing had him far more excited than the spirit stones he had saved up. My lord really knows how to live. If he hides, but when he makes a scene, he does something monumental. All of a sudden, Xiaochun couldn't wait to build a solid foundation for himself, and then eventually earn his own glory here in the Eternal Lands. Nobody here can perform spirit enhancements. I'm going to become a person of virtue and prestige in this place. I'm going to become a grandmaster that nobody will ever dare to offend. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward with a bit more confidence, as though his new dream gave him the courage to stand a bit straighter. In another prefecture quite a distance away from Xiaochun was a luxurious courtyard residence. There stood Master God Diviner, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked up into the sky, a dispirited expression on his face. "Why am I always down on my luck?" he thought. "I can't believe that it was like this in the wildlands, and here too. I wish I could be like you, by Xiaochun, and go around kidnapping celestials. I don't want this life of luxury." Even as he sighed regretfully, a flirtatious voice drifted out from the room behind him. "What are you doing out there, honey?" Master God Diviner sighed. Although he looked frustrated, he was actually feeling quite pleased with himself as he turned and entered the room. The Heavenspan cultivators who had been teleported into the Saint Emperor dynasty had it better off than those who ended up in the Vile Emperor dynasty. In one of the immortal domains controlled by the latter, in a certain mountainous valley, Patriarch Spiritstream and Xiaochun were recovering from a recent battle. They were both weak and wounded, but their eyes shone with excitement. "That's him for sure," Xiaochun said, looking particularly stirred up. "That's my Xiaochun. Kidnapped celestial ghost mother from the Vile Emperor dynasty." Patriarch Spiritstream began to laugh uproariously, and at long last, his eyes flickered with hope. "You head to the Saint Emperor dynasty, Xiaochun," Patriarch Spiritstream said. "I'll take care of things here." However, even as he finished speaking, he began coughing, and blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. Xiaochun shook his head. Looking anxiously at Patriarch Spiritstream, he said, "Xiaochun can take care of himself. He's doing this to give people hope. We need to hurry up and find as many people as we can. With Big Fatty Zhang to help me, I'll be fine," Patriarch Spiritstream said, his eyes shining with determination. "The Vile Emperor dynasty people are definitely going to be worked up into a frenzy because of Xiaochun. Now is the perfect time to strike. I'm the patriarch of the river-defying sect. Even here in the Eternal Lands, that hasn't changed. Our home is gone, but our sect still lives on. It's my job to find all of our scattered disciples and bring them together." Somewhere else in the Vile Emperor dynasty, in a wilderness area, a bedraggled Song Ke was fighting a desperate battle with a local cultivator. After getting the upper hand, he broke the man's neck, and then sagged in place, gasping for breath. Wiping some blood off his chin, he looked around at the corpses piled up around him, his murderous aura seething. When he thought about the news he had just learned from the group that now lay dead at his feet, he smiled. Of course, deep within that smile was a bit of a stubborn obstinance. Wherever Bai Xiaochun goes, he always gets famous. The Bloodstream sect, the River-defying sect, the Starry Sky Polarity sect, the Wildlands, and now here in the Eternal Lands. Even in the Vile Emperor dynasty. Well, I still have a chance to catch up. I can make my own place in this world. Song Ke actually liked how things worked in the Vile Emperor dynasty. He enjoyed the fighting and the struggling, and liked how everything usually boiled down to a live-or-die battle. Other than people from the Heavenspan realm. I'll kill anybody I see. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to move on, but before he did, he turned to look in a different direction. Off in the distance was a person he knew, the daughter of the giant Ghost King and also by Xiaochun's Taoist partner, Mistress Red Dust. Just like him, she had chosen the path of slaughter and struggle. As a deva, she had made even more of a scene than him, and had killed even more enemies. Sooner or later, I'll be a deva too. Adjusting his black robe, he turned and sped off into the night. In the direction he had just looked, some distance away, was a temple to the Eternal Mother, located high in the wild mountains. Mistress Red Dust sat there cross-legged, drinking a medicinal liquid that looked almost like blood. A handful of Vile Emperor dynasty cultivators surrounded her, kowtowing in fear. When the cultivators from the nearby city come, I could simply escape, and leave you all dead behind me. Or I could protect you. You know which choice to make. I'm running low on life force elixir. Go get me some more immediately. If you can't find any, bring me life force from your apprentices. She spoke in a voice as cold as the coldest winter wind, causing the cultivators in her presence to shiver. After voicing their assent to her demands, they hurried away, eyes bloodshot. Their only hopes to stay alive rested in their ability to please this she-devil. The Vile Emperor dynasty was huge, and evil sects such as theirs existed everywhere. To have one wiped out wouldn't cause too many waves. She's more of a villain than us. Her methods left even cultivators such as these nearly weeping. After they left, Mistress Red Dust took a deep breath and then looked down at her belly. When she did, all of her coldness vanished, to be replaced by warmth and hope. I don't know where the hell that crappy dad of yours is now, but don't worry, Mother will take good care of you. Out over the Eternal Sea, Bai Xiaochun sat on the bone lizard battleship. Suddenly, he sneezed. Is someone else cursing me now? Sighing, he looked over at Gongsun Wanner. Wait, are you saying that Big Fatty Zhang is in Vile Emperor City, and that people are calling him Grandmaster Zhang? That's right, Gongsun Wanner said with a smile. There's a lot of detailed information in Ghost Mother's memories about Big Fatty Zhang. After arriving in Vile Emperor City and revealing his skills in spirit enhancement, he caused a huge stir. Even the Vile Emperor was shaken. Back then, the Archsovereign's body hadn't shattered, and therefore, Big Fatty Zhang quickly became extremely important. Supposedly, he actually performed a spirit enhancement on Vile Emperor City itself. After the Archsovereign's body shattered, the people of Heavenspan emerged into an abyss of suffering. But by that time, Big Fatty Zhang had already established himself and acquired a significant standing. Oh, don't worry about Ho Xiaomei. Ghost Mother did indeed take her as an apprentice. For some reason, she showed particular talent when it came to the Tao of Ghosts. In fact, Ghost Mother began to groom her to accept the legacy of her unique Taoist magic. She really took a liking to her, so she definitely won't use her to threaten you. However, you won't be able to see her anytime soon. She's currently practicing secluded cultivation in Ghost Mother's Immortal's Cave in Vile Emperor City. She's preparing to break through to the Deva realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051 Will. Chapter 1051 Will. Bai Xiaochun was stunned to hear that Big Fatty Zhang had actually done so well in the Vile Emperor dynasty. As for the giant Ghost King, although he had never heard of Big Fatty Zhang before, he was also taken aback. This Big Fatty Zhang sounds like a brilliant character. He single-handedly made a place for himself in the Vile Emperor dynasty. I guess people with good names are just destined for greatness. In the giant Ghost King's opinion, the fact that Big Fatty Zhang had the character big in his name went to prove how much of a manly fellow he was. It was much better than the character small. He couldn't help but sigh with regret at not having met him back in the Wildlands. 1. At this point, the giant Ghost King suddenly seemed to think of something, and excitedly said, hey, Celestial Gongsun, does Big Fatty Zhang have a Taoist partner? Bai Xiaochun was not very happy, and immediately cast a glare in the giant Ghost King's direction. He knew how much the giant Ghost King liked to play matchmaker. After all, he'd pushed his own daughter on him. Now he was asking about Big Fatty Zhang, leading to an obvious question: did he have another illegitimate daughter out there somewhere? When the giant Ghost King noticed Bai Xiaochun staring at him, he chuckled guiltily. The truth was that he had no illegitimate daughters. However, he had become quite used to being connected to powerful people through female relatives. Just now, he had been considering trying to adopt a new daughter, and then somehow get her together with Big Fatty Zhang as a Taoist partner. That would give him a new son-in-law, and if that son-in-law could go on to subjugate the world, and if his daughter could subjugate her husband, then that would put the giant ghost king in a position unparalleled under heaven. Bai Xiaochun could guess much of what the giant ghost king was thinking, and was of the opinion that it was a complete disgrace. At the same time, he felt bad for Big Fatty Zhang. Gongsun Wanner had only provided a brief description of where he ended up, but it was easy to imagine the difficulties and dangers he had faced along the way. After all, Big Fatty Zhang had started out in a strange world, away from his friends and family, with only a nascent soul cultivation base. Step by step, he had established himself and earned a place in the Vile Emperor dynasty, all because of his spirit enhancement abilities. It was something that not every spirit enhancer could do. As for Hou Xiaomei, Bai Xiaochun could finally rest at ease. Although he didn't quite consider himself friends with Gongsun Wanner, they were at least allies. And it didn't seem like she was hiding anything from him. Therefore, he actually felt happy with how things had turned out for Hou Xiaomei. In the Eternal Lands, where danger abounded, Hou Xiaomei had managed to stay safe the entire time. And considering her talents, whether it was Ghostmother or Gongsun Wanner, both would have good reason to take care of her in the future. Feeling a bit better about things, Bai Xiaochun looked at the clouds whizzing by, and thought back to his other friends and family from the Heavenspan realm. Wanner, you're a celestial, so, can you tell me what's involved in becoming like you? Although Bai Xiaochun was currently a quasi-celestial, his situation was not ideal. He had reached the great circle of the Undying Codex, but not the Live Forever Codex. And his cultivation base was still in the demigod realm. Even he wasn't quite sure of where he stood in terms of cultivation ranking. He did know that when he reached the great circle of the full Undying Live Forever technique, he could rise to the level of a celestial. But in terms of the exact process, he wasn't very clear. Being in the early celestial realm, Gongsun Wanner obviously knew a lot more about the situation than Bai Xiaochun. The giant ghost king's ears also perked up. Considering how long he had been a demigod, he knew a bit more about the subject than Bai Xiaochun, but was still very interested in learning more. Gongsun Wanner laughed softly and began to toy with a stray lock of her hair. That simple action made her seem even more beautiful than ever, perhaps even flirtatious. Her captivating eyes and long black hair would make anyone who looked at her itch with desire. The licentious giant ghost king's eyes were already shining brightly. Even Bai Xiaochun's heart was beating a bit faster. But then he thought about Gongsun Wanner's past, and he reminded himself that he had to be vigilant. She was a demoness, and he was in a much different position than he had been in the past. Then again, he couldn't let himself be intimidated just because she was a beautiful woman. Opening his eyes wide, he looked at her solemnly. Then, after a moment of thought, he quickly sized up her body. When Gongsun Wanner realized that two sets of eyes were checking her out, she smiled charmingly. Looking a bit flushed, she then said, "Don't look at me like that, sweetie. If you want to see more, why don't we go into the cabin, and I'll let you have a closer look." "What do you say?" The giant ghost king shivered and swallowed hard, whereas Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he subconsciously inched backward a bit. "It's a good thing I've got a lot of self-control," he thought. "This Gongsun Wanner is more of a vixen than Song Junwan or Mistress Red Dust, but thankfully, I'm immune to this type of stuff. And I have a big sword." Casting a contemptuous glance at the giant ghost king, he cleared his throat, smacked his bag of holding, and produced the great sword of the north in a blue flash of light. With that, he jumped up and made a few practice swings before looking back at Gongsun Wanner in what he hoped was a very intimidating fashion. "What were you just saying? You wanted me to have a closer look at something?" The giant ghost king wasn't quite sure whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, couldn't help but admire Bai Xiaochun. To pull out the great sword of the north in such an intimate moment could not have been an easy thing to do. A mix of fear and bitterness could be seen in Gongsun Wanner's eyes as she looked at the sword. "The cultivation system in the Eternal Lands is the same as in the Heavenspan realm," she said quietly. "After nascent soul is the Deva realm, then demigod, and finally celestial. What's different is the source of power. In the Eternal Lands, the source of all power is will. Devas overtake the will of the heavens, and use the power of heaven and earth. That process is what awakens willpower within them. As for demigods, their will surpasses that of the heavens. They don't borrow it, they take it. That further awakens their willpower, and allows a will root to form. As for celestials, after breaking out of the demigod realm and entering the Mahayana realm, they will take their will root and use it to form a Tao seed. During the course of cultivation, the Tao seed will eventually grow roots and sprout, merging with the body. In the final breakthrough, it will blossom, which creates Tao will. When that happens, you break out of the celestial realm. If anyone accomplished that, they would become the third Archean realm emperor in the world. Unfortunately, that is extremely difficult. Right now, we only have 2 emperors, both of whom have Dao will, and are Archean realm experts. Both by Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King were completely shaken by what they had just heard. Willpower. Will root. Dao seed. Dao will. By Xiaochun murmured. All things in the world have willpower, Gongsun Wan'er continued. It's a foundation that can come in infinite forms. Heaven, earth, the world, all living things that exist. All plants and all types of vegetation. The world is like a mountain, with those on the top easily crushing everyone beneath them. As for those on the bottom, they have to struggle relentlessly to climb higher. First, turn willpower into a root, and bury it in the spiritual sea. Eventually, it becomes a Dao seed, which gives birth to Dao will. There is no limitation to the divine abilities in Taoist magics that celestials wield, the reason being that anything in creation can be used as the basis for their magic. That is because of the Dao seed. Only when the Dao seed appears is a person a truly mighty celestial, a person who surpasses all heaven and earth. When it comes to the willpower which exists as a fundamental part of all living things, from ancient times until now, there have been different understandings and explanations. Most people believe that willpower is similar to faith. For example, when Ghost Mother used her Taoist magic, she drew upon the power of the faith of all the people in the Vile Emperor dynasty. Faith is also a fundamental reason why the imperial dynasties stand to begin with. Although I don't fully understand how the Archean realm works, I do know that the more lands an Archean controls, and the more people live in those lands, the stronger that Archean can be. Also, Dao seeds are more important to celestials than their divine soul. It is the foundation of everything. Anyone who has a Dao seed, but dies, can be resurrected by an Archean realm expert. Both by Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King were visibly moved by her words. Resurrected? The giant Ghost King asked. 1. Don't forget that in by Xiaochun's name, the character Xiao means small. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052 Ill Intentions. Chapter 1052 Ill Intentions. Resurrected. Gongsun Wan'er repeated. That is why Archeans are emperors. Years ago, the Saint Emperor dynasty was almost completely crushed. However, once the Saint Emperor made his breakthrough, the Vile Emperor had no choice but to back down. No one really knows how powerful Archeans really are. The 2 emperors have never fought each other directly. The only thing we know for sure is that they are strong enough to resurrect celestials. Gongsun Wan'er looked at Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King, aware of how shocking her words must be to people who had never heard any of this information before. And she was right. Bai Xiaochun was panting, and the giant Ghost King felt like he was being struck with waves of shock. Only now were they coming to understand how truly powerful the 2 imperial dynasties were. What they had seen so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Any demigod cultivator who breaks through and becomes a celestial must form a Dao seed and then deliver part of it to the Dao palace of the imperial dynasty they serve. Then, if that celestial dies, the Archean emperor can use the Dao seed to perform the resurrection. Gongsun Wan'er paused for a moment to give Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King a moment to digest everything she had said up to this point. Then she continued, discounting the emperors, who normally do not take action, the celestials have the greatest battle prowess in the eternal lands. Of course, resurrecting a celestial does not come without a price. Not only is it very draining to the Archean, but the resurrected celestial will forever be weaker than before. Because of that, celestials will do anything in their power to avoid perishing. At this point, Gongsun Wan'er stopped talking for a moment to think. There were more things to say that she could hold back, but they weren't exactly secrets. And once Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King got to the Saint Emperor dynasty, they would eventually learn of them. Therefore, there was little reason for her to not tell them. As for my true self, even if you or the Saint Emperor killed her, she would still come back to life. However, in order to keep the status quo, and to maintain the goodwill of the other celestials in the dynasty, the Vile Emperor will almost certainly work out a deal to get her back. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining by this point. Not only had he learned much more about how to become a celestial, but he now also knew much more about the shocking nature of the 2 emperors. However, after hearing the talk about resurrection, he had another suspicion that was even stronger than before. Is Taoist Heavenspan dead or not? Back when the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed, Taoist Heavenspan's body exploded, and something that looked like a seed had flown out. He was only a quasi-celestial. He couldn't have formed a Dao seed, could he? He also thought about how, after arriving in the eternal immortal domains, he was able to use the great sword of the north without any limitations, and yet, the sword had no true master. Eventually, he put such thoughts to the side and looked back at Gongsun Wanner. He didn't care too much about whether or not she was given back to the vile emperor. He needed her to use as his blood tribute. He had long since guessed that there were reasons he hadn't understood that prompted her to give herself up to him. "What's after the Archean realm?" he asked. "After the Archean realm?" Gongsun Wanner smiled, her eyes shining with what appeared to be anticipation. "After the Archean realm is the sovereign realm. Up to now, there have only ever been 3 sovereigns in our lands. They all existed at the same time, and were the forefathers of all humanity. Presumably, you already know about them. After all, the myths and legends that we all talk about in the eternal lands are true." Sighing, she looked up into the sky. The giant ghost king silently did the same, peering up at the huge face in 2 enormous hands, but every time the giant ghost king and Xiaochun looked up at the strange sky overhead, their hearts and minds trembled. "Not even I am sure about how to break out of the Archean realm and into the sovereign realm. Only the 2 emperors have any clue about that." With that, she shifted her gaze to the eternal sea. Down below, a mist could be seen on the surface of the sea, and beneath it, an enormous shape. That shape was the landmass that existed in the very middle of the eternal sea. Perhaps island was the best word to describe it. It was a holy location in the eternal lands, the place from which all people had originated. In the past, 3 enormous statues had existed there. After dying, the sovereigns became huge statues. Xiaochun looked over to where one of those statues had recently stood. The only thing visible there now was a huge footprint. Back when the Arch-Sovereign had been standing, Xiaochun had lived inside his body, which was the Heavenspan realm. No one spoke as the Bone Lizard battleship shot through the mists. Eventually, they were past the island and speeding along over the waves of the eternal sea. At that point, Xiaochun murmured a single word. "Sovereign." The rest of the trip was made in silence. The giant ghost king was thinking about the wildlands, Xiaochun reminisced about the river-defying sect, and Gongsun Wanner was filled with endless sighs. After all, she was the focus of the current situation, and the closer she got to the Saint Emperor dynasty, the more worried she got, although she didn't let it show. Eventually, they were closing in on the immortal domain belonging to the Saint Emperor dynasty. At that point, Xiaochun rose to his feet. "We're almost there. Gongsun Wanner, please don't take offense." Gongsun Wanner frowned slightly and nodded. She had known all along that she would be sealed eventually, not to harm her, but to send the right message, and also to make sure that she was eventually traded back to the vile emperor. Smiling at Xiaochun flirtatiously, she said, "Be gentle, sweetie, don't make it hurt." Xiaochun's heart trembled in response, and the giant ghost king began to pant. Looking at her, Xiaochun muttered a few words under his breath, then quickly performed an incantation gesture to send an invisible sealing mark into Gongsun Wanner. After being restricted, her energy faded slightly, and she sat down, ashen-faced and gasping for breath. And yet, her pitiful state only made her look more attractive. Not daring to lay eyes on her, Xiaochun kept his eyes focused on the distant immortal domain. As the landmass grew larger and larger, he shivered inwardly, and then narrowed his eyes. He had just sensed a powerful aura up ahead, something explosive and dangerous, like an unsheathed sword. In response to it, the sky vibrated, and a screaming wind kicked up, causing the waves on the eternal sea to rise to incredible heights. At the same time, a beam of sword chi shot out from the immortal domain. It was fully 30,000 meters across, and powerful enough to crush anything in its path. As it closed in, the bone lizard shivered, and its eyes began to shine brightly. The air around the battleship was instantly sealed, causing intense pressure to weigh down that seemed capable of reducing anything and everything beneath it to a bloody paste. A serious expression appeared on the giant ghost king's face, and blood began to ooze out of his mouth. Gongsun Wanner's expression flickered, and Xiaochun looked out, his heart pounding. A moment later, the sword chi resolved into the shape of a handsome, middle-aged man in a white robe, with long white hair, but it was with ice-cold eyes that he studied the battleship in front of him. That gaze was as explosive as heavenly lightning. In response to his presence, the sky shuddered, and the eternal sea went still. As for the bone lizard, it didn't dare to keep flying, and immediately came to a halt. "Gu Tianjun," Gongsun Wanner said. She no longer looked cute and charming. Instead, her eyes shone with mysterious light, but at the same time, terror. The white-robed, white-haired Gu Tianjun looked at Gongsun Wanner, and then at Xiaochun. Voice utterly calm, he said, "Delivery accepted. Now, please leave." Rage immediately rose up in the giant ghost king's heart, and Xiaochun's eyes flickered with cold light. The pressure weighing down on them, and the words which had just been spoken crossed the bottom line for the both of them. Gu Tianjun had come, with ill intentions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053, please, come in. Chapter 1053, please, come in. Gu Tianjun had always looked down on people from the Heavenspan realm. Back before the body of the Arch-Sovereign collapsed, he had somewhat looked forward to the arrival of the Arch-Emperor dynasty. But after the collapse, as more people from the Heavenspan realm became part of the Saint Emperor dynasty, things changed. As time progressed, he learned more and more about what had gone on in the Heavenspan realm. Endless chaos and disorder. And they never even raised someone to the Mahayana realm. Considering how late they are, they're doomed to be little more than servants. Completely useless. Gu Tianjun was the type of person who looked up to those who were more powerful than him, but at the same time, wanted to defeat them and take their place. That was something about him that not even the Saint Emperor could find fault with. After all, when it came to bloodlines, Gu Tianjun was also a direct descendant of the original Saint Emperor. As for people who were weaker than him, he viewed them like bugs. And there were plenty of bugs in the Saint Emperor dynasty. As for people from the Heavenspan realm, he placed them beneath the bugs. A lot of people talked about their abilities with spirit enhancement, and although that was of slight interest to Gu Tianjun, he still viewed it as a mere skill, like pill concocting or equipment forging. With such skills, the people of Heavenspan still only qualified to serve the other two great powers in the lands. They were doomed to be slaves. As far as the people he was dealing with right now, they were just two Heavenspan people who didn't even count as bugs. Due to some lucky break, they had managed to kidnap a celestial, but that did nothing to reduce the disdain that Gu Tianjun felt for them. They just want help from the Saint Emperor dynasty. After a few breaths worth of time, Gu Tianjun began to get impatient at the fact that his words were still hanging in the air. Taking a step forward, he completely ignored by Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King, used his shocking sword chi to rip apart the defensive shield protecting the Bone Lizard battleship, and then landed on the deck in front of Gongsun Wanner. One reason for the ease with which he passed through the defenses was the fact that Gongsun Wanner had already been sealed. "Hello, Ghost Mother," he said, smiling. In contrast to the two Heavenspan cultivators, he was very interested in Ghost Mother. Years ago, he had severed her arm, and this was his first time seeing her again since then. Although she was currently in a very weak state, since she was a celestial, he viewed her as being slightly above the other bugs in the world. Bai Xiaochun stood there staring coldly and quietly at Gu Tianjun. As for the giant Ghost King, considering how long he had lived, he could easily discern from the coldness being shown how this person looked down upon them. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had no intention of letting them into Saint Emperor's city to hand Ghost Mother over. From the look of things, the supposed blood tribute was turning out to be nothing more than a joke. Struggling to control himself, he stepped forward, clasped hands, and bowed. "Greetings, exalted celestial. We plan to personally escort Ghost Mother into." "Shut up," Gu Tianjun said, waving his hand dismissively. "You want a reward, right? Well, go back to where you came from and wait. Your reward will come eventually." With that, he reached out to grab Gongsun Wanner. However, before he could, Bai Xiaochun suddenly started laughing coldly. Inside, he was very nervous. After all, he could sense that Gu Tianjun was on a different level than Ghost Mother. He was actually much stronger. But even if he were stronger, Bai Xiaochun would not tolerate him intruding and condescending in this way. And there was no way he would simply let Gongsun Wanner be taken away. He didn't waste any time speaking. Blue light flashed as the great sword of the north appeared, unleashing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure. Then, he blurred into motion, slashing the sword at Gu Tianjun. Gu Tianjun's expression flickered as he turned his head to see what was happening. When he saw the great sword of the north, his pupils constricted, and he swung his hand from Gongsun Wanner toward the sword as if to grab it. When the sword made contact with Gu Tianjun's hand, a huge boom erupted out, along with a massive shockwave. Before Gu Tianjun knew what was happening, he staggered backward and off of the battleship. Bai Xiaochun felt all of his chi and blood vibrating inside of him from the power of the sword. Any other demigod, and even an ordinary quasi-celestial, would have been seriously injured by it. But Bai Xiaochun had his undying live forever technique, and could essentially recover from any injury in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he stood there on the battleship, staring up with a cold, grim expression at Gu Tianjun. "What incredible gall!" Gu Tianjun said, eyes narrowing. Although he was shocked by Bai Xiaochun's powers of regeneration, he also couldn't help but look greedily at the huge sword he held. As of this moment, the giant Ghost King's heart was in his throat. Off to the side, mixed emotions could be seen in Gongsun Wanner's eyes. Although Bai Xiaochun seemed to be standing there bravely, she knew that he was secretly nervous. But at the same time, she also realized that he had changed. After all, she knew him better than the giant Ghost King. In the past, whenever he faced an enemy more powerful than himself, he would try to resolve any tensions. But now, he simply drew his sword and attacked. Is he really going to take a stand? She thought. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun seemed as lofty as a mountain as he stood there in front of her. Bai Xiaochun held his tongue for a brief moment. He knew that this was a very critical moment, and that he only had one chance to succeed. Therefore, he drew on everything he had learned in the wildlands to quell his nervousness. Gall? He said loudly. Your name is Gu Tianjun, right? Well, let me tell you, you're right. I do have gall. If I had no gall, how could I have left a swath of blood and death behind me as I left the vile Emperor dynasty? If I had no gall, how could I possibly have kidnapped a celestial and several demigods? If I had no gall, I would have just let you steal what is mine. So, yes. I have gall. However, you also have quite a bit of gall yourself. As he spoke, his voice grew louder and louder until his words echoed like heavenly thunder. Gu Tianjuan's expression flickered from the incisiveness of Bai Xiaochun's words. The truth was, there was nothing he could say to refute what had just been said. Eyes glittering with coldness, he prepared to say something, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun spoke in an even louder voice than before. I brought this vile Emperor dynasty celestial here, and you blocked my path. Why? Because you lack integrity, Gu Tianjun. Let me ask you a question. Do you serve the Saint Emperor? Or the vile Emperor? Gu Tianjuan's eyes grew even colder, and yet before he could say anything, Bai Xiaochun continued in thunderous fashion. I favor the Saint Emperor dynasty, and came here to offer formal greetings. Not empty-handed, but with a gift. But you blocked my path at the front door, Gu Tianjun. And there is one word for that. Rude. Let me ask you another question. What logical basis do you have for your actions? With that, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward. I fought and killed my way here from the vile Emperor dynasty, and now you want to steal my spoils of war? There is one word for that. Immoral. So now I'll ask you a third question, Gu Tianjun. What right do you have to steal my gift? Bai Xiaochun took another step forward, taking him off of the battleship and up into the air, where he pointed out with the greatsword of the north. I am the arch-ancestor of the Heavenspan realm. Therefore, in the eternal lands, there are only two people who rank as high as me. The vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor. How dare you try to boss me around, Gu Tianjun? There is one word for that. Disrespectful. Therefore, I will now ask you a fourth question. Considering that you are a rude, immoral, and disrespectful creature, and also lack integrity, where the hell did you get that gall of yours? As his words echoed out, blue light from the greatsword of the north shone out to fill the area. All of the demigods who had accompanied Gu Tianjun from the immortal domain were shaken, and even Gu Tianjun himself felt as if he had been stabbed to the heart by the words which had just been spoken. You. Never could Gu Tianjun have possibly imagined that this Heavenspan cultivator would have such a sharp tongue. There was literally nothing he could possibly say by way of retort. At this point, anything he said would come across as sounding like a flimsy excuse. If he were in some remote location where no one was watching, he could simply shrug off what had just been said. But he was here, with many celestials paying attention. Furthermore, he had to consider the reputation of the Saint Emperor dynasty as a whole. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's tirade forced him into a passive position, and caused his face to flush red with embarrassment and anger. And the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. As for the giant Ghost King and Gongsun Wanner, they were both staring at Bai Xiaochun, astonished at how domineering he was. Ignoring Gu Tianjun, Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve and looked in the direction of Saint Emperor City. Sweeping his sword in grand fashion, he called out in a voice that boomed like the loudest thunder. Saint Emperor, is this how you treat visitors who come to see you in good faith? The truth was that he was more nervous than could possibly be expressed in words. In fact, he had already decided that, if necessary, he would unseal Gongsun Wanner and try to flee on the battleship. However, years of practice at this sort of thing ensured that not even a scrap of such feelings showed on his face. Instead, he looked confident and arrogant to the extreme. A moment passed, and his anxiety mounted. His heart was pounding, and his scalp was tingling. Even as he prepared to turn and run, a warm, somber voice echoed out into heaven and earth. Forgive my negligence, fellow Daoist Bai. Please, come in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054, Saint Emperor City. Chapter 1054, Saint Emperor City. The voice echoed about in a way that made it impossible to determine where exactly it came from. It almost seemed to surpass the flow of time itself. Those who heard it felt a connection to the voice, as though it contained a strange power that instantly calmed them down. The giant ghost king shivered, and Gongsun Wanner's breathing began to steady. As for the demigods who had come from the nearby immortal domain, their eyes shone with reverence as they turned in the direction of Saint Emperor City, clasped hands, and bowed. Gu Tianjuan's expression flickered, and he closed his eyes momentarily. When they opened, there was no trace of killing intent or rage. The only thing that remained was frosty coldness. "Come with me, fellow Taoist Bai," he said coolly. Bai Xiaochun shivered inwardly at the strange qualities of the Saint Emperor's voice. At the same time, the sliver of willpower which had awoken when facing Ghost Mother's celestial Taoist magic stirred yet again. The Saint Emperor is so powerful, he thought. However, he didn't let any emotion show on his face. Smiling broadly, he clasped hands and gave a slight bow in the direction of Saint Emperor City. Then he returned to the battleship, and stood silently on the prow. Gu Tianjun cast a cold glance at Bai Xiaochun, but didn't say anything. A moment later, he turned into a beam of swordlight that shot back towards Saint Emperor City. As for the demigods who had come with him, they also looked over at Bai Xiaochun, but this time, their expressions looked very different from before. "This guy seems different from the other people of Heavenspan that I've seen." That was what most of the demigods were thinking. Eventually, they looked away, and followed Gu Tianjun to formally escort the newcomers into the Saint Emperor dynasty. The battleship followed along, leaving the eternal sea and heading through the buffeting winds toward Saint Emperor City. Everyone felt a lot of pressure, and no one spoke. 2 hours later, the effects of the Saint Emperor's voice began to fade from the giant ghost king, whereupon a look of astonishment appeared deep in his eyes. "From distant Saint Emperor City, he said a single sentence that put me in a daze for that long?" The giant ghost king was shaken, and his fear of the Archean emperors suddenly grew far deeper. "It's because this is your first time dealing with an Archean," Gongsun Wanner said, smiling faintly. "And you actually benefited from being a Heavenspan cultivator. Someone from the Saint Emperor dynasty would find their willpower affected for days, during which time they would feel fanatical devotion. Gongsun Wanner currently had her cultivation base sealed, but that didn't affect her overall level. She had her Dao seed, and was also from the Vile Emperor dynasty, and therefore recovered much more quickly, although not as quickly as Bai Xiaochun. If it ever happens to you again, you won't be as severely affected, at least not unless the Archean intentionally makes it worse." After finishing with her explanation, Gongsun Wanner looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who still stood there at the prow of the ship. Curiosity flickered in her eyes. She was truly interested in Bai Xiaochun's uniqueness. "I wonder if what he said is true," she thought. "Does he really rank as high as the two emperors? Or does he cultivate some technique that gives him the power to stand up to them?" As Gongsun Wanner pondered the matter, the giant ghost king regained more of his senses, and also looked over at Bai Xiaochun. All of a sudden, he realized that, maybe Bai Xiaochun really could become the hope of the Heavenspan realm. Bai Xiaochun could sense that the two of them were looking at him. Although his expression remained placid, inwardly he was feeling very pleased with himself. That calmness, and the way he remained steady under pressure earlier, was becoming something of a habit. But then he considered that the emperors of the two dynasties were both experts in the Archean realm, and his nervousness mounted. "This won't do," he thought. "If I start getting nervous every time I think about them, how am I supposed to stay in a good mood?" All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. "Hold on. These two dynasties have funny names if you think about it. Vile Emperor Dynasty? Instead of Vile, how about Smile? Yeah, the Smile Emperor. And instead of Saint Emperor Dynasty, how about Paint? Ha! The Paint Emperor. 1. All of a sudden, he felt much more at ease. He also couldn't help but turn to Gongsun Wanner and ask, "Wanner, does everyone from the Smile Emperor dynasty like to smile?" "What?" Gongsun Wanner replied, stunned. Then her eyes hardened into a glare, and any feeling of wonderment from before vanished. After all, never in her life had she ever heard anyone say Smile Emperor before. Gongsun Wanner's glare caused Bai Xiaochun to feel slightly awkward, so he quickly looked away and went back to trying to seem grand and proud. Down below, mountains and rivers stretched out in all directions. The immortal domain they had come to also contained the capital city of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Therefore, after a few days of travel, they crossed a wide plain and, as evening fell, caught sight of an enormous mountain off in the distance. It rose up dramatically into the sky, and had a very distinct outline. It was definitely the largest mountain Bai Xiaochun had ever seen before in his life, and took up more than half of the prefecture. In fact, it was roughly half the size of the entire Heavenspan realm. A mortal who tried to climb this mountain wouldn't be able to reach the top in an entire lifetime. It was no exaggeration to say that it connected the earth to the heavens. At the very top of the mountain, there was no peak, only a massive heavenly pond. Although the pond looked small when compared to the mountain as a whole, it was still huge. Dense mist roiled out from the pond, connecting it to the surrounding clouds and making the entire place seem like a paradise for immortals. Lotus leaves floated on the surface of the water, each one seemingly as large as an island. In fact, upon closer inspection, all of the lotus leaves actually had spectacularly luxurious buildings on them. There were thousands of such lotus leaves, all of them floating around something even more shocking, which lay at the very middle of the pond. It was a gargantuan lotus flower. It was beautiful to the extreme, and emanated a shockingly pleasing aroma. Built onto the petals of the flower were buildings of the most flawless white jade imaginable. This was the imperial palace. The lotus flower was the palace, the lotus leaves were the city. This was none other than the capital of the Saint Emperor dynasty, a place known as Saint Emperor City. This mountain, this pond, and this city surpassed anything Bai Xiaochun could ever have imagined. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one to be shaken. When the giant ghost king caught sight of the heavenly pond, his jaw dropped. It was unlike anything that had ever existed in the heavenspan realm. Gongsun Wanner was the only one to have little reaction. She had heard of the wonders of Saint Emperor City before, although in her heart, the capital city of the vile Emperor dynasty was far grander. Gu Tianjun didn't react to Bai Xiaochun's shock, but the demigods were clearly very proud of their capital city, which was the most holy location in the land. As the battleship got closer to the pond, Bai Xiaochun noticed numerous dragonfish swimming in the water. Occasionally, they would leap out of the water, and when the evening sun landed on their golden scales, it was a dazzling sight. This city amongst the clouds actually surpassed any celestial paradise. Soon, the cultivators who lived in Saint Emperor City noticed the bone lizard battleship sailing through the air above them. Within the imperial palace were all of the officials of the imperial court, whom the Saint Emperor had summoned. When they looked up, some gazes were those of curiosity, while others were hostile. Most were arrogant to the extreme, as if they were the rulers of a massive country looking at common farmers from a tiny nation. Even as Bai Xiaochun and his allies prepared to enter Saint Emperor City itself, a piercing voice echoed out from the imperial palace. The Saint Emperor has summoned Heavenspan Realm cultivators Bai Xiaochun and Giant Ghost for an audience. 1. In this passage I'm trying to keep the spirit of the Chinese, instead of translate it directly. It's a little bit of rhyming wordplay that sounds silly and funny. If you translated it all directly, it wouldn't make much sense in English. In the Chinese, the word for vile emperor rhymes almost perfectly with the word for crab roe, or at least, the orangish-yellow soft meat inside of a crab, which is considered somewhat of a delicacy. Then, he picks a word that has a close pronunciation to Saint Emperor, and also has the character saint as part of the component of one of the characters, but which means razor clams. All in all, it's pretty funny in Chinese, but doesn't come across in direct translation. Incidentally, Madame Deathblade absolutely loves that orange crab stuff. It's one of her favorite things to eat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055, A Grand Spectacle. Chapter 1055, A Grand Spectacle. The Giant Ghost King's actual name was not Giant Ghost. Clearly, in the Saint Emperor dynasty, it wouldn't be appropriate to speak the king part of his title aloud. Actually, few people knew the Giant Ghost King's real name, even in the Wildlands. As such, he had known all along that something like this would happen. My surname is Zhou, fools. He muttered under his breath. After the imperial decree was issued, Gu Tianjun turned back to look at Bai Xiaochun. For the first time since their initial meeting, he spoke, his voice as cool as ever. The battleship can't go in, fellow Daoist Bai. Please, follow me. Bai Xiaochun looked at Saint Emperor City, and especially the imperial palace on the lotus flower, and could sense that thousands of streams of divine sense were currently locked onto his position. Taking a deep breath, he straightened out his robe, then waved his hand to send Gongsun Wanner into his bag of holding. Followed by the Giant Ghost King, he proceeded onward toward the imperial palace. Chuckling coldly, Gu Tianjun led the way, and soon the three of them were right outside the imperial palace. As they neared, an astonishing pressure erupted from inside, an aggressive blast that prevented Bai Xiaochun and the Giant Ghost King from entering. It was not a deadly attack, but it was terrifying enough to make Bai Xiaochun feel like he was being crushed. At the same time, he realized that within the aura was something that reminded him of the frigid matriarch. It was a spirit automaton. A world treasure, he thought, stopping in place. There was also a majestic divine sense that swept over him, confirming both his identity and the Giant Ghost King's. A moment later, the divine sense vanished. The intense pressure only lasted for a moment, but it caused the giant ghost king to begin to sweat profusely, and even gasp for breath. Then he and Bai Xiaochun entered the main gate of the imperial palace to find themselves at the bottom of a staircase so steep and tall it seemed like a mountain. There were roughly 10,000 stairs, and at the top of them all was the enormous palace hall. A huge crowd was gathered, their backs to the staircase. A narrow path led straight through them to a location that Bai Xiaochun could not currently see. However, the aura he could sense surpassed any sort of god, as if that person were the lord of all living things. The Saint Emperor, wait, no. The Paint Emperor. Muttering to himself in this way dispelled much of his nervousness. Having calmed himself down, he began to climb the stairs. As for the giant ghost king, his cultivation base was not as high as Bai Xiaochun's, nor did he have Bai Xiaochun's tricks to calm his heart. However, he was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the wildlands, so despite the pressure, and despite how much he was sweating, he took a few breaths and managed to calm down a bit. As he followed Bai Xiaochun up the stairs, the palace hall was slowly revealed in full, including the huge amount of people who were gathered there. When the two of them stepped off of the last step and into the hall, they found themselves in what was essentially a huge square. At the far end were 9 columns decorated with extremely lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes. In the middle of the 9 columns was a gigantic green cauldron. Green smoke curled up from the cauldron, rising into the sky to join the clouds. There were thousands of people making up the group that filled either side of the hall, all of whom stood motionless, looking respectfully toward the front of the hall. In front of the crowd were 2 stooped old men, their hands tucked into opposite sleeves, their heads bowed respectfully as they looked at the person at the very front of the entire hall. He did not wear imperial robes, but instead, what seemed to be an ordinary green garment. He sat on a throne, reading an ancient scroll. He was middle-aged and handsome, seemingly genial, as though his smile could cause the spring wind to blow gently through the air. In fact, he seemed so friendly that anyone who looked at him would willingly sacrifice their life for him. Complete silence reigned. Apparently, until this man spoke, no one else in the hall would dare to do so. Not even Gu Tianjun said anything. He simply clasped hands in formal greeting, then stood off to the side, his head bowed. No one spoke or even moved, and no one looked at Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king. Everyone was waiting for the green-robed man to look up. Well, he certainly knows how to show off. Bai Xiaochun thought, his heart pounding. However, he reminded himself that he couldn't give in to fear. In fact, this Saint Emperor seemed to be going too far in his attempt to be dazzling. Thankfully, he didn't keep everyone waiting for too long. Once he sensed Bai Xiaochun's presence, his gaze shifted away from the ancient scroll. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, he smiled radiantly. It was like the blooming of 100 flowers, like the most refreshing of breezes. The imperial palace seemed to brighten, and the clouds up above danced in delight. The lotus flower that made up the palace seemed to stretch upward, causing an even more wonderful aroma to spread out. Out in the heavenly pond, the dragonfish swam back and forth in joy. I've heard quite a bit about you, fellow Taoist Bai. His words seemed to thrum with warmth and friendliness, and his eyes shone with a sincerity that made it seem impossible to doubt him. Bai Xiaochun held his breath as he was reminded of the first time he had laid eyes on the Arch-Emperor back in the wildlands. Taking a few steps forward, he clasped hands and bowed deeply, then spoke in a loud voice. Bai Xiaochun from the Heavenspan realm is here to offer greetings, Saint Emperor. I would also like to offer sincere thanks for your magnanimity. You have my gratitude for keeping the people of Heavenspan safe in your territory, and helping them adapt to life in the eternal lands. Being unable to pay you back for this favor, fellow Taoist giant ghost and I took a trip to the Vile Emperor dynasty. Originally, we planned to apprehend the Vile Emperor himself and deliver him to you. Sadly, I am too unfamiliar with the eternal immortal domains, and got a bit lost. Therefore, I took a random celestial to offer you as a gift. I know the gift isn't very impressive, but I hope you'll deign to accept it, Saint Emperor. During his speech, Bai Xiaochun made sure to add appropriate sighing where necessary, and in the end, plastered a look of deep regret on his face. In response to Bai Xiaochun's words, the Saint Emperor's smile stiffened a bit. Despite being a mighty emperor, even he was a bit taken aback by what he had just heard. If he reacted that way, then there was little need to mention how the rest of the officials responded. Many of them couldn't help but look over at Bai Xiaochun with strange expressions on their faces. Some seemed contemptuous, and others, leery. They had seen shameless people before, and in fact, being sanctimonious was a key feature of the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty. But the way Bai Xiaochun unblinkingly bragged about himself in outrageous fashion was something none of them had ever seen before. He went to capture the Vile Emperor? But he didn't know the way, and couldn't find him? How utterly shameless. I can handle a bit of bragging, but this is too much. The giant ghost king blinked a few times. He had been nervous a moment ago, but when he looked over and saw Bai Xiaochun standing there with a wistful expression on his face, that anxiety melted away. Looking around, he suddenly felt like he wasn't in the Eternal Lands, but rather, back in the Wildlands. I bet that it won't be long before everyone in the Eternal Immortal Domains realizes how shameless he is, and how good he is at causing disasters. When Bai Xiaochun caught the reaction of the crowd, and noticed how stiff the Saint Emperor's smile had become, he felt very pleased with himself. He had been in a completely passive position before, but as of this moment, he had the upper hand. And that meant he had a big bargaining chip in this interchange. Just as he was trying to decide exactly how to word his next statement, a familiar voice could be heard from the group of cultivators on the left side of the hall. This is the Saint Emperor's palace, Bai Xiaochun. Don't even think about trying to run your mouth here. All of a sudden, someone stepped out from the crowd and clasped hands in formal greeting to the Saint Emperor. Your Majesty the Saint Emperor, I can list 300 crimes that this Bai Xiaochun has committed. But the worst of them is that of deceiving the sovereign. Your Majesty, please punish this Bai Xiaochun for his crimes. Lu Yong. Bai Xiaochun blurted, his jaw dropping. He hadn't been looking very closely at the crowd earlier, and therefore hadn't noticed that standing right there was Heavenly Marquis Lu from the Wildlands, the very same one who had once listed out 100 crimes. 1. Heavenly Marquis Lu didn't even look at Bai Xiaochun. He simply stood there, heart pounding with excitement. Back when the people of Heavenspan were teleported into the Eternal Lands, he got lucky, and ended up right in Saint Emperor City. He was also one of the first to offer his services to the dynasty. He revealed much valuable information to the Saint Emperor, and was thus given an official position within the bureaucracy. Although it wasn't a very high position, he was still happy with it. And now here he was, facing the very same Bai Xiaochun who had forced him to flee to the Great Wall in fear. Now, he finally had a chance to finish what he had started in the Wildlands, and get his revenge. Even if a millennium passes, he thought, it is never too late for a gentleman to seek revenge. You slipped through my grasp in the Wildlands, Bai Xiaochun, but you won't do the same here. I'll list out 1,000 crimes if I have to. 1. Lu Yong accused Bai Xiaochun of numerous crimes in Chapter 804. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056, A Duke. Chapter 1056, A Duke. Never in Bai Xiaochun's wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would run into this freakish Heavenly Marquis Lu again. After all, the man had left a deep impression on him back in their original encounter. Bai Xiaochun would never forget that list of 100 crimes. He could still visualize the man's impassioned speech to the Grand Heaven Master, and how, after the tables had been turned, he had ended up fleeing to the Great Wall. Much later, the Great Wall fell, and Bai Xiaochun had stopped thinking about the matter, only to have him show up here and proclaim he had a list of 300 crimes. Back when the Grand Heaven Master sent me away from Archemperor City, I was never able to track this guy down. What kind of luck does he have on his side? Fine, he survived the destruction of the Great Wall, and even the entire world. But how did he end up doing even better than Big Fatty Zhang, and becoming an important government official? And also, he's lost a lot of weight. His complexion is good, and he even looks younger. He looks even more dignified and imposing than he did in the past, handsomer even. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a bit jealous of this Heavenly Marquis Lu. Not only was the man very lucky, he was clearly living a great life here in Saint Emperor City. When Heavenly Marquis Lu noticed the expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, and saw all of the other important people in the palace hall looking at him with expressions of praise, his heart swelled with pride. Just as he was preparing to launch into all 300 of the crimes, Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve, causing Gongsun Wanner and the other demigods he had captured to suddenly appear in front of him. Saint Emperor, this is the gift I prepared for you. Aware that he couldn't outtalk the glib Heavenly Marquis Lu, he decided to simply jump straight ahead to the main point. As soon as Gongsun Wanner appeared, thousands of eyes came to focus on her, especially those in the front of the crowd, who were the other celestials of similar rank to Gu Tianjun. Even the Saint Emperor was so interested in Gongsun Wanner that he forgot all about Heavenly Marquis Lu. Seeing what had happened, Heavenly Marquis Lu rubbed his nose awkwardly and then melted back into the crowd. Fine, you've slipped through my fingers again, Bai Xiaochun. Well done. But sooner or later I'll list out all 1,000 of the crimes I have prepared. Gongsun Wanner looked around calmly at the crowd, and then gave a curtsying bow to the Saint Emperor. However, she didn't say anything. As a celestial from the Vile Emperor dynasty, she would show respect for other powerful and important people, but that was it. She was confident that she would not be harmed in the Saint Emperor dynasty. In contrast, looks of despair could be seen on the faces of the trembling demigods. The pressure from the Celestials and the Saint Emperor left them feeling like they might collapse. A moment passed, and then the Saint Emperor began to laugh loudly. He rose from his throne, a look of excitement on his face. After all, this was the most impressive gift anyone had offered to him in the history of the Saint Emperor dynasty, but he wouldn't kill Gongsun Wanner, but considering that she was a celestial, he would be able to trade her for significant land concessions. Considering that there were certain prefectures which were the source of much friction between the two dynasties, this was a great opportunity. Best of all, it wouldn't violate any of his agreements with the vile emperor. After all, this gift had been sent to him, not sought out. Even if the vile emperor wanted to seek revenge, he couldn't blame the Saint Emperor for any of it. Good. Great. Excellent. Laughing heartily, the Saint Emperor looked over at Xiaochun and the giant ghost king at the other end of the square. Giant Ghost, step forward to hear my decree. Eyes sparkling, the giant ghost king stepped forward, and then clasped hands to the Saint Emperor. Henceforth, Giant Ghost shall be the preceptor of Godsifter Prefecture, and shall be given control of the Jossflame of all the living beings there, but in the eternal immortal domains, a prefecture was roughly the same size as the entire Heavenspan realm. As the preceptor of a Godsifter Prefecture, the Giant Ghost King's words would be law. Such a reward was very fitting for someone of the Giant Ghost King's status, and he was very pleased with it. In fact, the main thing he had hoped to acquire in this venture was a proper location to begin harboring people from the Heavenspan realm. Clasping hands, the Giant Ghost King bowed excitedly. Thank you, Saint Emperor. When he rose from his bow, he somehow seemed different from before. As of this moment, he now had a foundation in the eternal lands. He was no longer a roving rogue cultivator, and would no longer be in a constant state of deadly crisis. It was exactly as he had discussed at the outset with Xiaochun. Xiaochun was also very excited. When he saw that the Giant Ghost King had been given an entire prefecture, he couldn't help but wonder what his own reward would be, considering the greater nature of his role in the events. With that, the Saint Emperor looked at Xiaochun, eyes flickering slightly as he said, Xiaochun, hear my decree. Xiaochun put an extremely respectful expression onto his face. He knew when to bow his head at the proper time, and this was one of them. It was no loss of face to do so when reaching one's goal. Xiaochun has performed a great service. He is someone of extremely high standing from the Heavenspan realm, a person of such renown and prestige that none can compare to him. Henceforth, Xiaochun shall be conferred with the title Duke Heavenspan. In the Saint Emperor dynasty, only celestials may claim the title of king. Under the kings are the dukes. Therefore, Duke Heavenspan shall be the leader of many people, second only to a king, but bequeath him with a blessed land within Saint Emperor City, a single dragonfish from the celestial pond, a ducal robe, and a 7-colored, jeweled belt. As the Saint Emperor's words echoed out, very serious expressions could be seen on the faces of the surrounding aristocracy. It was a very impressive reward. Not only was Xiaochun being named Duke Heavenspan, he was also being given a blessed land, as well as a dragonfish. The ducal robe was a magical item, and the 7-colored belt would ensure that he didn't feel any pressure from the spirit automaton that controlled the imperial palace. All of it seemed very impressive, and yet in the end, it was an empty reward. The truth was that Xiaochun really was in a very unique position. The Saint Emperor had seen fit to give the Giant Ghost King an entire prefecture, but that wasn't a possibility with Xiaochun. The Saint Emperor didn't want to give the people of Heavenspan an actual location to build a power base. His goal was to absorb the Heavenspan cultivators into the Saint Emperor dynasty. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to give Xiaochun, the arch-ancestor, any substantial level of power. He wanted Xiaochun to stay in Saint Emperor City and not cause any trouble. At best, he could be a figurehead. Later on, after all of the people of Heavenspan had been successfully absorbed into the Saint Emperor dynasty, Xiaochun's usefulness would end, and he could be disposed of if necessary. The truth was that, even if Xiaochun hadn't brought his blood tribute, his reward would have been the same. Although the Saint Emperor was pleased that Ghost Mother had been brought to him, inside he was really just sighing in regret. After all, everyone would be paying close attention to what happened as a result, including the officials in his own dynasty, as well as people from the vile Emperor dynasty. Considering the enormous value of the gift, the Saint Emperor had to offer some sort of reward. And that was why he had given a prefecture in preceptorship to the Giant Ghost King. Normally speaking, he would never have given the people of Heavenspan even the slightest chance to do things on their own. I'll just wait until the time is right and come up with an excuse to strip this giant ghost of his title. Although the Saint Emperor was chuckling coldly in his heart, his gaze when he looked at Xiaochun was one of deep warmth. This is your first time in Saint Emperor City, Duke Heavenspan. I'm sure it will take you a bit of time to settle in. You don't need to worry for a moment about the Heavenspan realm or your people. I'll take care of everything. Surely you're tired from all the travel, Duke Heavenspan, so please feel free to go take a rest. From now on, you can focus peacefully on your cultivation. I'm sure you'll achieve a breakthrough soon. Once you're a celestial, I'll be more than happy to give you the title of king." As the Saint Emperor spoke, cold gleams could be seen in the somber faces of the crowd. By this point, even Xiaochun could tell that the reward he was being given was mostly a sham. Of course, he and the giant ghost king had conferred with each other along the way, and had guessed that something like this might happen. And in the end, despite their faint hope, it turned out that the Saint Emperor's plans for them weren't too different than the vile emperor's. He just went about things differently. I bet that without the blood tribute, though, the giant ghost king would not have been given a prefecture. As of now, Xiaochun was absolutely convinced these two emperors were weasels from the same nest. One is vicious, the other is a hypocrite, he thought, smiling faintly. Although he was a bit disappointed, he wasn't too surprised. After all, there was one thing the Saint Emperor had said that was absolutely correct. "I'm definitely going to achieve a cultivation breakthrough soon." He clasped hands and bowed to the Saint Emperor, and was just about to say his farewells to the giant ghost king, when all of a sudden, Heavenly Marquis Lu shouted, "Your Majesty the Saint Emperor, you absolutely must not allow Xiaochun to remain within Saint Emperor's city. It will put us all in grave danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1057, Don't Say I Didn't Warn You. Chapter 1057, Don't Say I Didn't Warn You. From the tightness of Heavenly Marquis Lu's voice, he seemed extremely nervous. His words almost came out as a scream. In response, the thousands of court officials looked over at him with frowns on their faces. Xiaochun stopped in place and blinked a few times. As for the giant ghost king, his eyes shone with anticipation. So, the fellow finally speaks some truth. Actually, the giant ghost king hoped that Heavenly Marquis Lu would convince the Saint Emperor to change his mind. If Xiaochun were able to avoid being confined in Saint Emperor's city, it would be much more beneficial to their cause. For the first time, Xiaochun wasn't very annoyed by Heavenly Marquis Lu, and actually looked forward to what he was about to say. He was even secretly cheering him on. Although the Saint Emperor wasn't very pleased, he masked such feelings and turned his warm gaze onto Heavenly Marquis Lu. "My dear Minister Lu. What exactly do you mean?" Having received the nod of approval from the Saint Emperor, Heavenly Marquis Lu bowed excitedly, and then spoke out in a much louder voice. "Your Majesty, you have no idea the kinds of things this Xiaochun did in the Heavenspan realm. Sir, it didn't matter where he went, he would always cause a massive disaster, and wreak the cruelest of torments upon the people there. He toyed with the Spirit Stream sect, toyed with the Bloodstream sect, and toyed with the River-defying sect to no end. Later, he ended up in the Wildlands, where he shook down clans, stole wives, and accumulated a list of 100 major crimes. Afterward, he nearly destroyed the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Lightning sect." Voices of discontent could be heard everywhere. Men and gods alike were outraged. Heavenly Marquis Lu was clearly very worked up, and actually had a lot more to say. But by this point, the gathered officials had begun to laugh openly. Although they didn't believe Heavenly Marquis Lu to be lying, they most certainly assumed that he was exaggerating. Besides, although Xiaochun had a quasi-celestial cultivation base, he came from a very small world. In sharp contrast, Saint Emperor City was the capital city of an entire dynasty, but there were multiple celestials here, as well as the Saint Emperor himself. Even if Xiaochun were more powerful than he actually was, they didn't see how anything he could do would possibly cause any major problems. The Saint Emperor gave a hollow chuckle. He felt the same as everyone else. If you threw a monkey into a little garden with no other animals in it, then the monkey would definitely seem tough. But throw that same monkey into a lion's den, and the monkey would have a very different fate. Waving his hand to interrupt Heavenly Marquis Lu, he rose to his feet, indicating that court was adjourned. Both the giant ghost king and Xiaochun were very disappointed. To some extent, Xiaochun was also nervous. He knew that he had the strange ability to cause major disasters, even when he didn't want to. Therefore, he decided that the best thing to do would be to make sure he had some insurance. Rushing forward, he called out, "Your Majesty, wait a moment." The Saint Emperor stopped in place and turned to look at him, as did all of the other court officials. "Your Majesty," he said cautiously, "what Lu Yong just said is actually true. To be honest, I'm a bit worried that I might break some rules in the Saint Emperor dynasty. In fact, if I, Duke Heavenspan, accidentally violate some rules, what would the punishment be?" The Saint Emperor's eyes narrowed as he looked back and forth between Xiaochun and Heavenly Marquis Lu, trying to decide if they were working together. From the look of things, both of them were trying to come up with an excuse to get Xiaochun out of Saint Emperor City. As a duke who has performed meritorious service, as long as you don't betray the nation, you will not be punished for any action. Inside, the Saint Emperor was chuckling coldly. Considering how important Bai Xiaochun was in controlling the people of Heavenspan, there was no way he would simply let him leave. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with the answer he had just been given, but didn't let it show on his face. Frowning and sighing, he left with the giant Ghost King. As everyone departed, Heavenly Marquis Lu stood there, crestfallen. As far as he was concerned, the Saint Emperor had just led the wolf right into the henhouse. In the coming days, Saint Emperor City would likely descend into tragedy, at least until the drums and gongs were broken out, and the plague god Bai Xiaochun was driven away. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he sighed, bemoaning the state of the universe, and pitying the fate of mankind. Court was adjourned, and the Saint Emperor had bestowed the rewards. Before Bai Xiaochun left, the two old men who had been standing at the front of the hall approached him. One of them gave him a jade slip which was essentially a key to the blessed land he had been given. The other was a colorful belt which would ensure that he didn't feel any pressure from the spirit automaton of the world treasure that was the imperial palace. He was also given a ducal robe of the finest quality, a magical item with an impressive aura. Lastly, he was given a dragonfish. The dragonfish was fully 3 meters long, and was still alive. It had been bound up so that it couldn't move, and yet its sharp teeth and glaring eyes seemed particularly ferocious. Bai Xiaochun looked over the rewards and sighed. This Saint Emperor is so stingy. I guess the robe, Immortal's Cave, and belt are okay, but what did he give me a fish for? Shaking his head, he used the jade slip to go find his blessed land, taking the giant Ghost King with him. It was located on a lotus leaf that had plenty of buildings on it. His blessed land was right in the middle, in a relatively tranquil and quiet locale. Although it was called a blessed land, it was actually just a mansion residence. On the upside, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was strong in the area. There were beautiful ornamental rocks, and lovely buildings built in a very impressive and imposing style. Bai Xiaochun was happy with the residence. Although it was relatively empty and unfamiliar, he didn't mind, and therefore just sat down to meditate and familiarize himself with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. As for the giant Ghost King, he looked around briefly, and then left. The giant Ghost King and Bai Xiaochun were very different in some ways. For example, back in the town he had ended up in, Bai Xiaochun never got familiar with anybody. Some of it had to do with the depression he had been in, but some of it was his personality. In contrast, the giant Ghost King had made friends quickly. From that, it was possible to see how good the giant Ghost King was at expanding his network. In fact, he could put Su Baokai to shame. And that was exactly what he planned to do here. Even as he made preparations to go to Godsifter Prefecture, he made inquiries and gathered information. Before long, the moon hung high in the sky, and Bai Xiaochun awoke from his meditative trance. After looking up into the sky, and then glancing around at the unfamiliar buildings, he realized that he had truly taken his first major step in the eternal immortal domains. Sighing, he began to think of many familiar faces. Uncle Li, Bruiser, Patriarch Spirit Stream, Song Junwan, Mistress Red Dust, Master God Diviner, Su Baokai. In the end he sighed, thinking about one final name. Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun wasn't even sure if Du Lingfei was still alive. Back in the final moments, Taoist Heavenspan had claimed that she was. But then the world was destroyed. And the immortal domains were vast and filled with countless people. How could he possibly find her in such an environment? What I need to do now is work hard on my cultivation and break through to the celestial realm. In terms of cultivation, I need medicinal pills and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I guess I need to familiarize myself with what type of cultivation resources are available in the eternal immortal domains. As he settled his thoughts, his eyes began to shine with both anticipation and focus. As the night deepened, the giant Ghost King returned, looking very excited. The fish! That dragonfish! Surprised, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the dragonfish, which was off to the side, still flipping and flopping a bit. From the look in the giant Ghost King's eyes, it was like some sort of precious treasure. Xiaochun, that's no ordinary fish. The Saint Emperor really wasn't holding back at all. Heavenly dragonfish are native only to this heavenly pond. They drink heavenly pond water, and thus naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are also fed with all sorts of precious materials. They're considered the personal property of the Saint Emperor. Any cultivator of the celestial level or lower who eats a heavenly dragonfish will experience a major cultivation base boost. As much as from an immortal pill. Immortal pill. Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes shining. He had just been wondering about where to get the spiritual energy he needed to work on his cultivation. And thus, he and the giant Ghost King went about roasting the fish. As it turned a lovely golden brown color, a wonderful aroma filled the air. Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king salivated as they waited for it to finish cooking. And then, they began to eat. When he was finished, Bai Xiaochun licked his lips in complete satisfaction and said, "Delicious. Tastes just like spirit tail chicken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1058, You ate it? Chapter 1058, You ate it? Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that he missed spirit tail chickens, and yet, the fact that he had found something similar to them in the Eternal Lands was a wonderful thing. The giant ghost king smacked his lips, and then eyed a fish bone for a moment before tossing it into his mouth and crunching it to bits. He then prepared to speak, but before he could, he shivered, and a searing heat rose up inside of him that caused white mist to build up in the area. "An immortal fish!" he exclaimed. He quickly settled down cross-legged to begin doing breathing exercises. After the giant ghost king experienced such success, Bai Xiaochun waited for a long moment to see if something similar would happen with himself. However, no heat appeared inside of him. What's going on? It worked for the giant ghost king. Why not me? Then he looked around, and realized that there were a lot of bones around that they hadn't eaten. After randomly picking up a few, he crunched them up in his mouth and swallowed them, which was exactly when the warm current began to flow through him. Delighted, he closed his eyes. Soon, the warmth turned into something like a huge wave that pushed his Live Forever Codex further toward completion. Suppressing his excitement, he focused on the energy in his body. Time passed. Soon, roughly 6 hours had gone by since Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king began meditating. At that point, the giant ghost king opened his eyes, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. In that short 6 hours, the giant ghost king had made significant progress toward the late demigod realm. "It's too bad we only had one," he said. "If I could eat fish like that more often, I could reach the Great Circle in no time." At that point, Bai Xiaochun also opened his eyes, and they glittered with bright light. Although he hadn't made as much progress as the giant ghost king, that was because he was already further past him in general. Even still, the little bit of progress he had experienced was very exciting. If he wanted to break through to become a celestial, then he needed to reach the Great Circle of the Live Forever Codex. Unfortunately, he was still some distance away from that level. And unfortunately, the Live Forever Codex differed from the Undying Codex in that he had not actually personally cultivated it. It had been consecrated upon him. Although he had developed the divine abilities of the technique all the way to creating his Live Forever lamp, the truth was that he still didn't really understand how to actually cultivate the technique. After the Gravekeeper consecrated him, he came to the eternal immortal domains and achieved a bit of progress. But it was slow to the point of being almost nothing. At the moment, his Live Forever Codex had reached the point where it was holding him back. He was basically at a major bottleneck. Based on what he could tell, if he practiced ordinary cultivation with the spiritual energy in Saint Emperor City, then he couldn't achieve in 10 years or more what he had just achieved by eating half of a heavenly dragonfish. Considering that, it was almost impossible to calculate how long it would take him to break out of the demigod realm by ordinary cultivation alone. His original plan had been to acquire some special medicinal pills or something similar. But now, looking around at the handful of fish bones that were left over, he realized that a new path had just been opened up. One fish is worth at least 15 years of cultivation. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine as brightly as a mouse that hadn't eaten for several years. If I could get enough of those fish, breaking through this bottleneck would be super easy. I could become a celestial very soon. He was already getting very excited. For one thing, he would have much more longevity and life force after becoming a celestial, and for another, he would have his Tao seed, which meant he could be resurrected if he died. All of a sudden, he had the desire to reach the absolute pinnacle of this strange new world he was in. And it all came down to the heavenly dragonfish. I need fish. He immediately began to look around and grab up all fish bones he could see. However, the giant ghost king seemed to have come to the same conclusion as him, and lunged to interfere. "Hey, giant ghost king, the Saint Emperor gave me this fish as a reward. Don't you dare fight me over it." Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare. "Like hell. I'm your father-in-law, fool. Haven't you heard of filial piety?" At this point, Bai Xiaochun furiously resorted to a trump card. "This is one of my leftovers. I actually licked it already." "Oh yeah? Well, I licked all the other ones you already ate. We're related anyway, so it doesn't matter." Not willing to be outdone, the giant ghost king leaned forward and spat toward the fish bones on the ground. Perhaps it was because of some divine ability that he cultivated, but that one bit of spittle somehow managed to spread out and cover all of the bones. Bai Xiaochun stood there, stunned at the giant ghost king's despicable and yet devastating tactics. Although he had to admit that the man was definitely thicker-skinned and a much better schemer than himself, that didn't explain how he was able to spit out so much saliva in one shot. As he stood there hesitating, the giant ghost king waved his sleeve, collecting all of the fish bones up and depositing them into his bag of holding. With that, he smiled complacently. "You're too inexperienced to fight with me, kid." With that, he laughed heartily. Dumbfounded, Xiaochun sighed and was about to say something when both he and the giant ghost king realized that someone was approaching the blessed land. A moment later, they heard someone speaking outside. "Duke Heavenspan, it's Chinsu, here for a visit." This was the first official visit Xiaochun had received in Saint Emperor's City, and shockingly, the visitor was a celestial. Not only was Xiaochun curious to see who it was, he also didn't want to cause any offenses, so he hurried over, waving his hand to open the main gate. Revealed outside was an old man with gray hair. He wore a long, blue robe, and bore the demeanor of a transcendent being. Smiling faintly, he clasped hands in formal greeting. "I was wondering why the birds were singing so happily earlier," Xiaochun said. "It was because an honored guest was on his way. I never imagined it would be you, fellow Taoist Chen. Please, come in." Xiaochun's broad smile and clearly spoken words made him seem completely different than he had moments ago, struggling with the giant ghost king over fish bones. Chen Su laughed heartily at Xiaochun's pleasing words. Nodding, he stepped into the blessed land. The giant ghost king was also curious about this visitor. Neither he nor Xiaochun were cultivators of the Saint Emperor dynasty, and were considered foreigners. Although they both had official government positions, based on the information he had gathered earlier, he knew that most of the other government officials viewed them with a certain measure of contempt. And yet, almost overnight, someone had come to pay their respects. Furthermore, Chen Su was one of the 4 kings of the Saint Emperor dynasty, someone with a rank similar to Gu Tianjun. Shocked, the giant ghost king quickly clasped hands in a greeting of his own. Chen Su nodded at the giant ghost king, but then ignored him. After looking around the courtyard, he made some small talk with Xiaochun, until finally clearing his throat. "Fellow Taoist Bai, where is the heavenly dragonfish that His Majesty rewarded you with?" "Heavenly dragonfish?" Xiaochun had been curious about the nature of the visit, so when Chen Su brought up the heavenly dragonfish, he was a bit taken aback. "Yes, the heavenly dragonfish," Chen Su replied warmly. "If you'd be willing to part with it, fellow Taoist Bai, I'd love to take it in trade." Chen Su, despite being a celestial, actually had no heavenly dragonfish. After all, they were considered the personal property of the Saint Emperor, and were rarely given out as rewards. In fact, throughout all history, only a few hundred had ever been distributed. Each one was considered beyond priceless, and they were commonly referred to as national treasures, which was no exaggeration. In the Vile Emperor dynasty, people would pay astronomical prices to acquire even one. One of the main reasons for that was that their blood could be used as an immortal ingredient to concoct immortal pills. Chen Su was convinced that his proposal would not be rejected. Xiaochun was a newcomer to the Saint Emperor dynasty, and wouldn't want to offend a celestial over a fish. Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then said, Sorry, fellow Taoist Chen, you're a bit late. I ate it already." When Chen Su heard Xiaochun's response, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "Did you just say, you ate it?" Xiaochun blinked a few times and then nodded. "Yep. Ate it." As far as Chen Su was concerned, Xiaochun was obviously making up excuses. "Voice cold," he said, "come on, fellow Taoist Bai. Don't treat me like I'm 3 years old or something. If you don't wish to part with it, just say so directly. Heavenly dragonfish are national treasures, and precious beyond imagination. Nobody who acquired one would ever possibly eat it. The best thing to do is keep it in a pond and extract its blood occasionally." With that, he flicked his sleeve as if to leave. At this point, Xiaochun sighed and gave the giant ghost king a look. The giant ghost king, despite not really wanting to, produced some fish bones from his bag of holding. "See these fish bones, fellow Taoist Chun." When Chen Su looked back and saw the bones, his eyes went wide. When he opened his mouth to speak, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1059, Intolerable Bullying. Chapter 1059, Intolerable Bullying. The fish bones, and the aura of a heavenly dragonfish coming from them, caused Chen Su's heart to seize, and his mind to spin. As a celestial in the Saint Emperor dynasty, he had seen heavenly dragonfish given out as rewards before. Whenever it happened, the recipients would keep them in ponds and take good care of them. This was his first time hearing of someone doing something so shocking as eating a national treasure. In fact, he almost couldn't process it mentally. After staring blankly at the fish bones for a moment, he shook his head and sighed. What a reckless waste! Unsure of exactly how he felt, he slowly left the blessed land. After he was gone, Bai Xiaochun and the giant Ghost King looked at each other in shock. It's just a fish, right? The giant Ghost King said. These Saint Emperor Dynasty people are real weirdos. The truth was that he was actually feeling a bit guilty at having gathered incomplete information the night before. Clearing his throat, he looked up into the evening sky. Well, Xiaochun, it's actually a long way to Godsifter Prefecture. I really need to get going. Who knows when we'll meet again? He sighed. The two of them had accomplished a lot since their initial reunion in the Vile Emperor Dynasty, and as he thought back, he realized that there had been many twists and turns in their journey. The upside was that he now had a firm foundation and his own path to tread. Bai Xiaochun was feeling a bit emotional as well as he escorted the giant Ghost King all the way to the teleportation portal. After the giant Ghost King faded away, Bai Xiaochun sighed, and then turned to head back to his blessed land. With the giant Ghost King gone, I'm all alone now. I guess it's time to start working hard on my cultivation base breakthrough. A glint of determination could be seen in his eyes as he proceeded along. There were other pedestrians, mostly cultivators, although the occasional mortal could also be seen. And yet, even the mortals seemed to have arrogance baked into them all the way down to their bones. Everyone in the capital city seemed to have a very high impression of themselves, and the truth was that Bai Xiaochun didn't mind that. As he walked along, he looked around at the buildings, and thought about how Saint Emperor City rested on enormous lotus leaves. It all made him sigh. And to think that it's all built on top of a huge mountain and a heavenly pond. At one point, his path took him toward the very edge of the lotus leaf, where he took the opportunity to look over at the water below. Heavenly dragonfish swam there, and would occasionally leap up out of the water, their golden scales glistening in the sunlight and making them look particularly beautiful. Quite a few people were in the area. Although the locals were used to heavenly dragonfish, they were still such an amazing sight that people would come to scenic spots like this to look at them. And of course, passing visitors would always come to do the same thing. These are the national treasures of the Saint Emperor Dynasty, heavenly dragonfish. These heavenly dragonfish are the most beautiful spirit creatures I've ever seen in my entire life. If the Saint Emperor gave one to me as a gift, I would take care of it in my home forever. What an honor to my ancestors that would be. Many such expressions of praise could be heard. However, as Bai Xiaochun stood there in the crowd, he was thinking something very different. His mind was occupied with thoughts of how delicious the heavenly dragonfish were, and how beneficial they were to his cultivation base. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Considering the level of his cultivation base, it was easy for him to get a general idea of how many fish there were in the heavenly pond, and there were a lot. Even as he pondered if it might be possible to catch one, a visiting cultivator in the crowd turned to a friend and asked, considering that the heavenly dragonfish are precious national treasures, what would happen if one of them went missing? When Bai Xiaochun heard that, his eyes glittered. Missing? Laughter rippled through the crowd, causing the cultivator who had asked the question to flush in embarrassment. Standing nearby was an old man with a nascent soul cultivation base, a person who had clearly lived in Saint Emperor City for many years. Looking naturally pompous, he provided an answer. All of the heavenly dragonfish here are the personal property of His Majesty the Saint Emperor. They're all branded with his mark. Who would possibly dare to try to steal one? It would never happen, trust me. If someone did steal a fish, they would meet a horrific and grisly fate. In fact, forget stealing. It's forbidden to do anything that would even come close to harming a heavenly dragonfish. In response to the old man's explanation, the visiting cultivator nodded vigorously. As for Bai Xiaochun, he frowned, slightly frustrated by what he was hearing. When the old man realized that he was now the center of attention, he proudly continued, of course, His Majesty the Saint Emperor is generous and benevolent, and is not the type to become overly attached to his personal property. Furthermore, he pays close attention to matters regarding destiny. Therefore, he made a proclamation long ago stating that, in addition to acquiring heavenly dragonfish as a personal gift from him, anyone can take them as long as they do so by fishing. Fishing? Blurted one of the other nearby cultivators. That's right. Fishing. With a hook and line. Magic isn't allowed. Only ordinary fishing techniques. The old man cleared his throat before continuing. Dragonfish are intelligent, and if you are connected to one by destiny, it will allow you to hook it and even eat it. Stroking his beard, the old man pointed to another location at the edge of the lotus leaf, where it was just possible to see someone seated in meditation, but with a fishing pole in his hand. Look, over there. That's Preceptor Sea Deep. He's been fishing in that exact same spot for over 100 years. He hasn't changed fishing spots by even an inch. I guess it just goes to show that he isn't connected by destiny to any of the dragonfish. Most of the people in the crowd actually knew all of these things already, and were clearly very proud of them. Eventually, the visiting cultivator offered profound thanks, and the crowd dispersed. Bai Xiaochun remained behind, peering down at the heavenly dragonfish and occasionally looking at the demigod, who had been sitting there fishing for over 100 years. This Saint Emperor really is stuck up, he thought, rubbing his chin. Although the Saint Emperor's decree seemed like an expression of benevolence, the truth was that it was close to impossible to hook a dragonfish. One would probably be lucky to catch one after fishing for a few decades. After all, they were intelligent and were used to eating precious materials of heaven and earth, making them almost like immortal creatures. According to the Saint Emperor's decree, anyone who was connected by destiny to a fish could eat it, except that was not something that would happen for most ordinary cultivators. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more obvious it was. And likely, there were other powerful experts in the Saint Emperor dynasty who would realize that such matters of destiny made the prospect of catching a dragonfish basically impossible. Few people could have the raw determination of Preceptor See Deep. Bai Xiaochun was already starting to feel a bit let down. He really wanted to eat some heavenly dragonfish, but it seemed like getting his hands on one would be too difficult. After thinking about the matter for a while, he decided that it was possible he was thinking too deeply into the subject. Therefore, he went and bought some fishing gear and found a good place to try his hand at it. After several failures, he sighed and gave up. There's no way you can hook one of those fish. The fish in the water would simply pass by his line. Sometimes they would look up at him, and although he couldn't be sure, he was fairly convinced that they were mocking him. How dare some fish make fun of me? He thought angrily, glaring down into the water as fiercely as he could. However, he soon shivered in defeat. He usually won staring contests, but now, the mocking gazes of the heavenly dragonfish had him scowling on the verge of tears. Eventually he stomped away from the water's edge. Complete and utter bullying, he thought bitterly. However, he was out of options. Throwing his fishing pole down, he returned to his immortal's cave. A few days later, an emissary came from the Vile Emperor dynasty to discuss the matter of Ghost Mother with the Saint Emperor. In the end, 3 prefectures were ceded to the Saint Emperor dynasty to get her back. By the time Bai Xiaochun heard about it, the bone lizard battleship was flying off into the distance. He just barely made out Gongsun Wanner on deck, toward whom he clasped hands and bowed, wishing her well after she got back to the Vile Emperor dynasty. After all, the person returning to the Vile Emperor was both Ghost Mother and not Ghost Mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1060, Crazed Dragonfish. Chapter 1060, Crazed Dragonfish. Everyone in the Saint Emperor dynasty was both proud and elated with how Ghost Mother was traded away. After all, the Vile Emperor had given up 3 prefectures to seal the deal, prefectures which had belonged to the Saint Emperor dynasty to begin with, but had been lost over the years of minor conflict between the 2 dynasties. To cultivators who were not in the know, it might seem like a major victory in the overarching conflict between the dynasties. But the powerful and influential individuals in the Saint Emperor dynasty, and of course the Saint Emperor himself, knew that the 3 prefectures in question had been reduced to virtual wastelands over the course of the occupation. To the Vile Emperor dynasty, they were now of little value or interest. But to the Saint Emperor dynasty, anything was better than nothing. Furthermore, the Saint Emperor knew that if he pushed things too far, the Vile Emperor could very well just abandon Ghost Mother and refuse to offer any concessions at all. If that happened, then the onus would be cast on the Saint Emperor dynasty for being greedy, and would ensure that not even the Vile Emperor would take blame from his subordinates. After all factors were considered, an agreement was reached that appeased both sides, and prevented greater issues from arising. None of it had much to do with Bai Xiaochun. In fact, neither side mentioned him at all during the negotiations. Although he had played a critical role within the entire affair, it was in the interests of both parties to just pretend as if he hadn't. Bai Xiaochun didn't care about that. At the moment, he was sitting in his blessed land, scowling on the verge of tears, 1,000 thoughts running through his head as he contemplated the issue of the heavenly dragonfish. In an attempt to stop thinking about them, he took some time to make inquiries regarding pill concocting in Saint Emperor City. What he came to find was that the techniques used here were in the same vein as those in the Heavenspan realm. However, there were also some major differences that made the concocting process very difficult. They were also very expensive to produce. In terms of medicinal pills that were appropriate for demigods, not only were they rare, they were ridiculously overpriced. Another problem was that Bai Xiaochun didn't exactly have a huge savings built up. Worse, although he had some medicinal plants, he had no pill formulas, and creating new formulas from scratch was a very grueling and expensive process. Unless he could think of some ways to earn a lot of spirit stones, he would definitely go broke trying to rely on medicinal pills. The best way to save money would be to use heavenly dragonfish. It was with bloodshot eyes that he stared in the direction of the heavenly pond, which seemed the only viable path to further his cultivation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'm not gonna just give in. Considering those fish dared to despise me, I'm definitely going to teach them a lesson." Grabbing his fishing pole, he hurried over to the edge of the lotus leaf. Picking a different area than last time, he spent a few days fishing, but in the end, sighed and gave up again. The fish really were like immortal beings. No matter which fishing spot he picked, they would just swim right past his line, and would often gaze at him with contemptuous looks in their eyes. Several days passed in which Xiaochun was eyed disdainfully by thousands of individual fish. Eventually, his world began to grow dark. At the same time, people noticed what he was doing, and gossip began to spread. Duke Heavenspan is fishing? Well, he is a barbarian foreigner after all. Back when he was talking himself up at court, he really sounded like some amazing figure. But it turns out he's just a moron who doesn't understand the true meaning of the Saint Emperor's rule about the heavenly dragonfish. I'll tell you what, if that guy manages to catch a fish, I'll change my surname to match his. Seems the lotus leaves of Saint Emperor City have gained another obsessed fool like Preceptor C. Deep. Not a single kind word could be heard among the aristocracy. Everyone was making fun of Xiaochun. After all, they looked down on the people of Heavenspan to begin with, just like Gu Tianjun did. As far as they were concerned, the only thing the people of Heavenspan were good for was to be servants. At best, the Saint Emperor dynasty would pity them and take them in for charity's sake. The Saint Emperor eventually heard what was happening, and shook his head. "It doesn't matter," he said with a smile. "If Duke Heavenspan just spends his time fishing, that will save me a lot of effort down the road." The only person who reacted differently was Liu Yong. When he heard about the matter, he was initially shocked, but then he penned a formal request to the Saint Emperor, in which he begged him to prohibit Xiaochun from fishing. Sadly for him, the fact that he was from the Heavenspan realm ensured that everybody ignored him. The Saint Emperor merely looked at the written request and then tossed it to the side. Whether it was the fish in the pond, or the officials in the city, they all looked at Xiaochun with contempt. Eventually, it reached the point where he couldn't take it anymore. Fudge. Fine, screw this fishing business. As he glared at the scornful fish, a vicious smile suddenly played out on his face. After sending some divine sense out to make sure that no one was watching him, he produced a fantasy pill from his bag of holding and threw it into the heavenly pond. No one noticed, and the pill melted as soon as it hit the water. Within moments, it was absorbed by the nearby fish. Giving them a final look, Xiaochun snorted coldly and left. Over the course of the following days, he would frequently go to the edge of the lotus leaf and surreptitiously toss some fantasy pills into the water. In order to avoid attracting notice, he was careful to only throw 2 or 3 pills in each time, and occasionally just one. He knew that some things could only be accomplished over time, and required patience. And thus, more than half a month slipped by. Gradually, more and more of the heavenly dragonfish began to react to the fantasy pill. Eventually, it reached the point where all Xiaochun had to do was walk up to the water, and a large group of them would swim over in the hopes of getting some of the water affected by the fantasy pills. 2 things worked to his advantage. The first was that it was common for heavenly dragonfish to congregate near someone who was fishing, and cast contemptuous glances at them. The second was that Xiaochun made sure to find remote locations where he was less likely to attract any attention. To play things extra safe, he also pretended to be fishing as he went about his work. As the days went by and he watched the heavenly dragonfish gobble up his pills, his heart swelled with more pride than ever. Measly heavenly dragonfish. I'll show you how awesome Lord Bai is. Everybody who gets a taste of my fantasy pills gets addicted. I refuse to believe that you will be any exception. Xiaochun was feeling very proud and confident in his pills. He was absolutely sure that the fish in the pond were developing a dependency on fantasy pills. Eventually, he stopped throwing the pills in the pond, and waited for the heavenly dragonfish to begin showing signs of withdrawal. One day as he was strolling near the edge of the lotus leaf, he saw a crowd forming, and people crying out in alarm. Heavens! The heavenly dragonfish are so smart. Look, guys. That one knows how to go fishing. Xiaochun hurried over and saw one particular heavenly dragonfish with a long string of seaweed in its mouth, acting just like a cultivator holding a fishing pole. Excited, he realized that the crucial moment had arrived. Excitement surging, he pulled out his fishing rod, which he had already prepared for this very moment by coating the hook with the aura of a fantasy pill. Looking around, he realized that he was very close to Preceptor C. Deep, who was sitting there as motionless as usual. Hefting his fishing pole, he hurried over and sat down next to him, then prepared to cast his line. The first thing Preceptor Sea-Deep did was frown. He knew that Xiaochun was Duke Heavenspan, and yet, was as contemptuous of the people of Heavenspan as everyone else in the city. Clearly, he wasn't happy that Duke Heavenspan had come to his fishing spot to fish without first asking permission. Even worse was that Xiaochun's fishing rod looked completely ordinary in nature. Preceptor Sea-Deep's was made from soft jade, making it incredibly flexible. It was also filled with spiritual energy. To top everything off, the look of anticipation on Xiaochun's face was very annoying. As a demigod expert of the same age as Gu Tianjun, and someone who had even deigned to give advice to the younger Chen Su, Preceptor Sea-Deep was profoundly qualified in all respects. "Well met, Duke Heavenspan," he said, his eyelid twitching a bit. "Fishing requires patience, you know. As the ancient saying goes, luck brings achievements, fate brings failure. Understand that, and it will help you remain tranquil and even-tempered. Fix heaven and earth within your heart and mind. There are countless living beings within creation, all of which are intelligent in their own way. Remember, everything is connected. If a heavenly dragonfish has sown destiny with you, it will come to you. It's how life works. Many people think that I sit here to fish, but the truth is that I am contemplating life. With a temperament like yours, you probably shouldn't waste your time here." As he spoke, he seemed to thrum with an otherworldly aura. Xiaochun was taken aback by how mysterious the old man sounded, although he didn't understand anything that had just been said. However, the man looked pretty cool as a fisherman, and therefore, Xiaochun nodded a few times, and then cast his line out into the heavenly pond. Upon seeing that Xiaochun really was going to make an attempt at fishing, Preceptor Sea-Deep got even more annoyed, and the contempt in his eyes grew more intense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061, Come with me, Heavenly Dragonfish. Chapter 1061, Come with me, Heavenly Dragonfish. In the very instant in which Preceptor Sea-Deep's eyes flickered with derision, Xiaochun's fishing hook hit the water. Before it could even sink down, and even as the sound of the splashing water was still echoing out, a 3-meter-long heavenly dragonfish appeared and bit down on the hook. It clamped its jaws down very vicious fashion. Apparently worried that the hook might get away, it actually swallowed it down into its belly. Delighted, Xiaochun yanked back on his fishing pole, pulling the entire 3-meter-long fish out of the water. Water droplets sprayed around in all directions, and the fish's golden scales glistened dazzlingly. The entire scene was quite eye-catching. As the heavenly dragonfish flew through the air, Xiaochun reached out and grabbed it with ease. Eyebrows dancing up and down with joy, he quickly put the heavenly dragonfish into his bag of holding. It happened so quickly that some people who were watching wondered if they had been seeing things. Preceptor Sea-Deep's mind began to spin, and he almost didn't want to believe that what he had just seen was true. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the spot where the fish had flown out of the water, and then back at the excited Xiaochun. Xiaochun couldn't help but marvel at how much of a genius he was. The heavenly dragonfish had dared to glare at him with contempt, and with almost no effort, he had put them in their place. Even as he contemplated such things, he remembered that Preceptor Sea-Deep had been about to say something further. What were you just saying? Preceptor Sea-Deep's heart was already racing, and his mind was spinning so hard he could barely speak. After taking a few breaths to recover, Xiaochun's question registered. Rubbing his nose, he said, I guess you got pretty lucky, Duke Heavenspan. With that, he tossed his own line back out, hitting almost exactly the same spot Xiaochun had just hit. Considering how many heavenly dragonfish had gathered in the area, he couldn't help but look at the spot nervously, wondering if he would get any bites. Xiaochun was very pleased with Preceptor Sea-Deep's response. Clearing his throat, he cast his own line out again, but in a different direction. This time, his hook landed right in front of Preceptor Sea-Deep. The instant his hook hit the water, Preceptor Sea-Deep looked over at that spot, whereupon his eyes went wide. It was with seeming madness that the heavenly dragonfish rushed toward the hook. Waves began to roll out over the water as they struggled with all their might to get to the hook. It only took the blink of an eye for one of them to bite down on it. The excitement in its eyes was completely evident. Preceptor Sea-Deep felt like he was being struck by lightning. Nearly dropping his fishing pole, he jumped up and shouted, "Impossible!" Never before had he witnessed events as shocking as this. It was so unimaginable that he felt like he was about to collapse mentally. He had been fishing in this same spot for more than 100 years, and although he had seen people successfully hook a dragonfish before, it was usually a situation in which a particularly picky fish took the bait on purpose. It was more like the fish intentionally wanted to switch homes and owners. But what he was witnessing now had him feeling completely bowled over. This wasn't fishing, this was the fish fawning over by Xiaochun, seemingly worried they might not have the chance to bite down on the hook he cast. Completely dazed, Preceptor Sea Deep looked at the water, and then at Bai Xiaochun, and opened his mouth as if to speak. However, no words came out. Meanwhile, the people off in the distance who had been watching were all clearly shaken. Initially they were too stunned to say anything, but before long, cries of shock could be heard. I can't believe he actually caught a heavenly dragonfish. Heavens! He didn't just catch one. He actually caught two in a row. How lucky can this guy be? It's heaven-defying. It's not luck. He's connected by destiny to those dragonfish. Normally speaking, such a commotion would have scared all the dragonfish away. But right now, the exact opposite was happening, leading to even more shocked cries. Hey, look over there everyone! Heavens! Look at how many dragonfish there are! Why are they all coming over? Everyone looked over at what was a completely shocking scene. Waves rolled across the surface of the heavenly pond as one heavenly dragonfish after another rushed over from all directions. At a single glance, it appeared as if there were several thousand of them, creating a spectacle that left everyone gasping. Preceptor Sea Deep looked on, gobsmacked at the sight of Bai Xiaochun tossing the second heavenly dragonfish into his bag of holding. Bai Xiaochun was also feeling a bit taken aback. Considering how crazy the heavenly dragonfish were acting, it seemed like his fantasy pills were actually working much better than he had imagined they would. It was probably made worse by the fact that, after days of feeding the fish fantasy pills on a daily basis, he had suddenly stopped for several days. When the withdrawal symptoms hit, the fish felt like they were completely starving. Therefore, even the scrap of the fantasy pill aura on the hook was enough to drive them crazy. This is big, he thought nervously. Thankfully, his fantasy pills were colorless and odorless, and would not leave traces behind that could be detected. Besides, medicinal pills from the Heavenspan realm were different than those in the eternal immortal domains. Their structure was different on a fundamental level. Most importantly, he couldn't ignore all of these fishes that were clearly connected to him by destiny. Considering that they apparently wanted to leap right into the fire and be devoured by him, he gritted his teeth and cast his line a third time. Everyone looked on nervously. Preceptor Sea Deep even stopped breathing. This time, the result was even more dramatic than the first two times. In fact, it was so climactic that it instantly led to a huge commotion among the crowd, and caused Preceptor Sea Deep to stagger backward as if he had been struck by lightning from the heavens. This time, the fishhook never even reached the water. Dozens of dragonfish leaped up into the air to try to get it. Water splashed out everywhere as the fish writhed and fought to try to be the first to reach the hook. More and more dragonfish began to erupt from the water, causing the crowd to cry out in shock. Eventually one of them succeeded. It was with great excitement and pride that the fish bit the hook and allowed Bai Xiaochun to reel it in. It was only with great effort that Bai Xiaochun managed to get the hook out of its mouth before putting it into his bag of holding. In fact, the only reason he succeeded in getting the hook at all was because, in the struggle, the aura of the fantasy pill had been rubbed off it. The crowd, of course, couldn't keep quiet. Is this even fishing? I've never seen anyone connected by destiny to so many heavenly dragonfish. Something strange is going on here. Something very strange. After hearing what people were saying, Bai Xiaochun started to feel a bit guilty. He also felt bad by how profoundly shocked Preceptor Sea Deep seemed. After putting away his third heavenly dragonfish, he decided that now was a good time to stop fishing. They were actually fighting over the hook? Preceptor Sea Deep muttered to himself, staring at Bai Xiaochun in dumbfounded shock. Then he thought back to his own hook, which not a single fish had ever even nibbled at. All of a sudden, he realized that his over 100 years of fishing experience seemed like nothing compared to Bai Xiaochun's skills. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was about to leave, he suddenly lunged to block his path. As Bai Xiaochun looked at him warily, the man's gaze slowly came to rest on Bai Xiaochun's fishing pole. Fellow Taoist Bai, is that fishing pole for sale? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062, Something Big. Chapter 1062, Something Big. Bai Xiaochun was initially confused. However, after seeing the crazed Preceptor Sea Deep's bloodshot eyes shift to look at his fishing pole, he realized the truth. The man had clearly come to the conclusion that there was something special about his gear that enabled him to hook so many heavenly dragonfish. Well, I guess it makes sense, he thought. This awesome demigod fisherman has been fishing here for more than 100 years, and obviously has really sharp eyes. From the way Preceptor Sea Deep was breathing, it seemed he was having a hard time keeping himself under control. Name your price, fellow Taoist Bai, he said. I want that gear of yours. If he had been dealing with anyone else, he would probably have just tried to forcefully take the fishing rod. But Bai Xiaochun was Duke Heavenspan. He had both a high position in the government and also a high cultivation base. Even more potentially threatening was the fact that he was the leader of the Heavenspan realm. Therefore, using force on him wasn't an option. He could only try to work out a deal. When the crowd heard what was being said, they suddenly looked at the fishing pole and started to wonder if there was something suspicious about it. Soon, many eyes began to burn with passion over the thought of what it might be able to do. Preceptor C-Deep was the type of person most people would avoid offending, and yet, there were still a few cultivators in the crowd who pulled out jade slips to send messages to important people. Fellow Taoist Bai, since you're new to Saint Emperor City, I wouldn't be surprised if you're a bit short on funds. How about this? I'll pay you 1 million spirit stones for that fishing pole. What do you say? With that, he stood there nervously, worried that others might try to jump in and outbid him. Bai Xiaochun said, hesitating. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell the fishing pole, but rather, he knew that it wouldn't work at this point. Whoever he sold it to would be completely screwed over. As a good person, he wasn't comfortable with the idea of conning people in such a way. Preceptor C-Deep, he said, even if I sold you the fishing pole, it wouldn't work, but... Preceptor C-Deep was really starting to get anxious, and prepared to say something else, but Bai Xiaochun cut him off with the wave of a hand. Slinging the fishing pole over his shoulder and tucking his other hand behind his back, he sighed loftily and said, Preceptor C-Deep, fishing requires patience, you know. As the ancient saying goes, luck brings achievements, fate brings failure. Understand that, and it will help you remain tranquil and even-tempered. Fix heaven and earth within your heart and mind. There are countless living beings within creation, all of which are intelligent in their own way. Remember, everything is connected. If a heavenly dragonfish has sown destiny with you, it will come to you. It's how life works. You saw me fishing just now, but the truth is that I was contemplating life. With a temperament like yours, you probably shouldn't waste your time here, but... Preceptor C-Deep's expression darkened as he heard the very words he had spoken to Bai Xiaochun parroted back to him. Although the detestation he felt toward Bai Xiaochun only continued to grow, he simply wasn't willing to be refused. I'll add in 3 God barrier pills, he said through gritted teeth. He was absolutely determined to get the fishing pole. Even if he could only use it to catch 1 or 2 heavenly dragonfish, it would be worth it. Starting to feel frustrated, Bai Xiaochun said, Preceptor C-Deep, I really can't sell it. It won't work for you. Why are you making things hard for me? Eyes completely bloodshot, Preceptor C-Deep said, hogwash. I want it even if it won't work. Look, I'll add in 10 immortal ruins pills. Deal? Think this through clearly. I'm a very important person in the Saint Emperor dynasty. When Shinsu sees me, he calls me master. It was an obvious threat that C-Deep normally wouldn't resort to. However, he was feeling very nervous at the moment. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he glared back at him. All right, old man, he said coldly. If I sell you this fishing pole and it doesn't work, then don't blame me. Everybody here can bear witness to what I just told you. At this point, Preceptor C-Deep hesitated for a moment, but then got too nervous and said, no problem. It was a huge amount of spirit stones and medicinal pills. To most demigods, it would be a ridiculous amount of wealth, but Preceptor C-Deep was very rich, so he could afford it. With that, he pulled out his bag of holding and handed over what he owed. Bai Xiaochun inspected it, then gave Preceptor C-Deep a deep look before handing him the fishing pole. Then he swished his sleeve and walked off toward his blessed land. After he left, Preceptor C-Deep carried the fishing pole over to the very spot where Bai Xiaochun had been standing earlier. Instead of casting his line, though, he simply studied the area for a bit, then turned and left. Everyone watched as he walked away, anxious to know the truth about the fishing pole. However, they clearly wouldn't get an answer now, and so the crowd departed. Preceptor C-Deep took a long walk through the city until he found a spot where he had a bit of privacy. There, he performed a few tests. Unfortunately, every time he cast out the line, the heavenly dragonfish would just swim past the hook. Eventually, he pulled in the line, his face completely expressionless, but his eyes flickering. Does he think I'm an idiot or something? That money was nothing. Maybe the fishing pole doesn't work anymore, but there's definitely something suspicious about it. It might not be obvious right away, but I'll figure out what it is eventually. With that, he studied the fishing pole a bit more closely. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on the hook, which he pulled closer to his face. He even sniffed it. Looks normal, but there's definitely something unusual about it. Well, in the end, a lot of people saw this thing hook 3 heavenly dragonfish, and never saw it fail. If I play my cards right, I can probably sell it to someone and make some of my money back. Before long, news began to spread in Saint Emperor City about the events of the day. Many of the court officials were shocked, especially when they heard about how Preceptor C. Deep ended up buying the fishing pole. That in itself led many people to come up with their own ideas about what had gone on. Even the Saint Emperor heard the news. Considering that the heavenly dragonfish all belonged to him, he knew more about them than anyone. Although the matter of being connected by destiny was ostensibly true, there was no way someone would be able to catch 3 fish in a row that way. Curious, the Saint Emperor sent his Archean realm divine sense into the heavenly pond to check on all the dragonfish. However, he didn't detect anything unusual. He eventually sent down orders to have the fishing pole brought from Preceptor C. Deep for him to inspect. But the fishing pole didn't bear any unusual clues either. Although the Saint Emperor was still a bit suspicious, he decided that 3 heavenly dragonfish weren't worth making a big fuss about. Besides, he was reaching a critical juncture in a certain Taoist magic that he was cultivating. Not wanting to be distracted any further, he entered a private chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. The night passed uneventfully. Xiaochun was very nervous the entire time, but by the time the light of dawn came, his eyes began to shine. Nothing happened. Laughing heartily, he licked his lips and got to work. 1 fish he roasted, the other he stewed, and the third he sliced up and ate in a hot pot. By the time he finished his breathing exercises, it was evening. Opening his eyes, he excitedly grabbed another random fishing pole and found a good place to do some more fishing. In one fell swoop, he hooked more than 20. The people in the area were as stunned as wooden chickens. On the 3rd day, after confirming that no one had come to cause problems for him, he gritted his teeth and hooked more than 100 fish in one shot. The court officials were stunned, but as for the Saint Emperor, he was still in secluded meditation, and had no idea what was happening. On the 4th and 5th days, Xiaochun's courage grew. Soon, he was catching hundreds of fish every day. Heavens! Something big is happening. Xiaochun has already caught thousands of fish. There are only 20,000 or so left in the heavenly pond. He's undermining the foundation of Saint Emperor City. The pond is going to run out of fish soon. By this point, news of Xiaochun's fishing was sweeping through the whole Saint Emperor dynasty. All of the important officials were in a huge uproar. Even the Celestials were shaken. And yet, Xiaochun's status was sensitive, and none of them could come up with any clues about what was happening. All they could do was brace themselves for the moment that the Saint Emperor came out of secluded meditation. Meanwhile, the crestfallen heavenly Marquis Lu could only sigh and murmur, "Don't say I didn't warn you." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063, Your Fish, Your Majesty. Chapter 1063, Your Fish, Your Majesty. The matter of the heavenly dragonfish was the talk of Saint Emperor City. Not only were a lot of people grinning maliciously in their hearts, many even began to denounce Xiaochun publicly. Deep in the imperial palace was a cistern surrounded by a forest of ornamental rocks, where the spiritual energy was stronger than anywhere else in the Saint Emperor dynasty. There were many restrictive spells in the area, as well as precious treasures. Close examination would reveal that the cistern was actually connected to the entire mountain upon which Saint Emperor City and the heavenly pond was built. Anyone who even got close to this place would be physically and mentally shaken. It was one of the most well-protected places in all of the Eternal Lands. Even if the vile emperor came, he would be unable to get close without being affected by the restrictive spells. Of course, there was little need to mention celestials such as Gu Tianjun. Unless the circumstances were absolutely dire, they would never even think of disturbing the Saint Emperor's secluded meditation. After all, cultivators would only seal their divine sense and go into absolute seclusion when a very critical cultivation step had been reached. Although someone with a cultivation base as high as the Saint Emperor's would not likely experience a dangerous energy deviation if he were to be interrupted, distractions could lead to mistakes or failures. But at this point, they felt that they had no choice. Gu Tianjun, Chen Su, and a middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe were all present, and currently in the middle of exchanging awkward glances. These were all of the Celestials in the Saint Emperor dynasty, with the exception of the fourth, who was currently stationed in the second immortal domain. Gritting his teeth, Chen Su spoke in a loud voice laced with lamentation. If things keep going this way, by the time the Saint Emperor comes out of seclusion, his heavenly dragonfish will be extinct. The scholar was inwardly despising Chen Su for his showy display of grief. However, his eyes shone with cold light as he loudly said, "That damned Xiaochun. Maybe we should just arrest him and come up with some random crimes to charge him with." Gu Tianjun snorted coldly. Eyes flashing with killing intent, he said, "In my opinion, there's no need to disturb the Saint Emperor. I'll just go cut down that traitor Xiaochun myself." He hadn't liked Xiaochun from the beginning, and was just itching to do something to him. It was only Chen Su and this other middle-aged cultivator who had prevented him from doing so. In the opinions of Chen Su and the scholar, they were the Saint Emperor dynasty, not the Vile Emperor dynasty. In the Saint Emperor dynasty, it was important to follow the rules, and so far, Bai Xiaochun had not violated any. Plus, he had a special status. Despite being celestials, they couldn't simply make a move against him. Most importantly, they knew that Bai Xiaochun had a world treasure. Although all three felt confident in being able to handle him, the result of such a battle would not be determined quickly. If they joined forces, the consequences could be severe, and if the heavenly dragonfish were affected as a result, that would be even worse. Gu Tianjun had been listening to such lines of reasoning for days now, much to his annoyance. For one thing, he knew that the other two had other reasons for preventing him from taking action. And all of it made him even more anxious to do something about Bai Xiaochun. Another factor was that all three of the Celestials knew that if these heavenly dragonfish belonged to them, and Bai Xiaochun did something like this, they absolutely would not let the matter slide. They would already have done something. Unfortunately, the heavenly dragonfish belonged to the Saint Emperor, not them. And there was one final aspect, the most important of all. Bai Xiaochun had been fishing every day for half a month, and despite the fact that all of the aristocracy was grumbling angrily about it, none of them did anything to stop him. And that was because he never ate alone. Every day, he would send some heavenly dragonfish to certain officials of the court. That included Chen Su, the scholar celestial, and even Gu Tianjun, to whom he had sent several. Of course, all of them would have loved to get even more fish than they had. But they were clever schemers one and all, and did not hold back from expressing outrage over what was happening. Now they had come here to warn the Saint Emperor about what was happening, which would also ensure that they weren't blamed for holding back. Moments ago, they had made sure to speak especially loudly about their complaints, bolstering their voices with their cultivation bases in the hopes that they would be heard by the Saint Emperor within his secluded meditation facilities. Moments later, powerful fluctuations erupted from within the cistern, fluctuations that began to shake Saint Emperor City as a whole. Around that time, Bai Xiaochun was in his blessed land, in the middle of eating a roast fish. Suddenly, he shivered, and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. A few days ago, that wily fox Chen Su hinted that the Saint Emperor was in secluded meditation. Seems the Saint Emperor is about to come out. Bai Xiaochun was a bit nervous, but reminded himself that he had given away about 30% of the heavenly dragonfish he had caught in the past half a month or so. The law fails when too many people are guilty. Besides, I kidnapped a celestial for him. I doubt he'll care much about a few fish. Rubbing his nose, he cleared his throat and ravenously devoured the rest of the fish he had roasted. In the depths of the imperial palace, the cistern opened, and the Saint Emperor slowly emerged, his green garments rustling in the wind. The three celestials who had gathered quickly bowed in greeting. An unsightly expression could be seen on the Saint Emperor's face. Considering how loudly the celestials had spoken moments before, bolstering their voices with their cultivation base, it was impossible for him to have not heard what they were talking about. After sending his divine sense out into the city to check the situation, he knew exactly what was going on. The entire thing had him feeling very shaken. After all, nearly 20% of the fish in the heavenly pond were gone, leaving him feeling stabbed to the heart. My fish, he murmured angrily, doing his best to control his breathing as he glared at the three celestials. Naturally, he knew exactly what they were up to. They were trying to both benefit from Bai Xiaochun, and at the same time, make sure they weren't implicated. Then he considered how many fish Bai Xiaochun had gifted to other members of the aristocracy. Although he hadn't given fish to everyone, he had made sure to include all of the most important people. Face twitching, he realized that anything he did now would be as ineffective as punching a pillow. Not only was Bai Xiaochun's status particularly unique, but he had given away fish to too many people. The Saint Emperor could already feel a big headache coming on. In terms of punishing Bai Xiaochun, he obviously couldn't execute him. And locking him up didn't seem like a viable option either. He could levy a fine, but at the moment, Bai Xiaochun had almost no wealth. Clearly, he didn't have anything to fear in that department. In terms of his special status, the Saint Emperor had come to the conclusion that the best thing would be to just send him away from the capital city. Well played, Bai Xiaochun. You're forcing me to let you go. A moment later, the Saint Emperor waved his right hand toward the heavenly pond, causing a frigid chi to erupt out from the imperial city. In the blink of an eye, cracking sounds filled the air as the heavenly pond began to ice over. After 10 breaths of time passed, the surface of the lake was solid ice. It was now completely sealed, making it impossible for anyone with a cultivation base lower than the Saint Emperor's to do any fishing. Let's see how you fish now. He growled to himself. Swishing his sleeve, he ignored the three celestials and went back into the cistern to continue his session of secluded meditation. The Celestials eyed each other, cleared their throats, and then left. Soon, news was spreading everywhere about the pond having been sealed. Bai Xiaochun got word from the court officials that he had become friendly with. Although there was a bit of a commotion, it wasn't a huge deal. In fact, despite not being very happy with how it had been handled, many people breathed sighs of relief that this particular crisis had now been resolved. So stingy. Bai Xiaochun grumbled. He's a mighty saint emperor. There are more than 20,000 heavenly dragonfish left in that pond. I only got about 3,000 so far. I'd say 10,000 would be a good limit. I invested a lot of fantasy pills into this venture. Despite all of the heavenly dragonfish he had eaten so far, he was still quite a distance away from a cultivation-based breakthrough. It was a real pity. However, the sight of the heavenly pond covered in ice caused him to hesitate. Weird. Something about it seems off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064, You're gonna regret this. Chapter 1064, You're gonna regret this. Bai Xiaochun was already famous for kidnapping Ghost Mother, as well as for his status as the arch-ancestor of the Heavenspan realm. But now, he was even more famous, thanks to the heavenly dragonfish. It was almost overnight that the name of Duke Heavenspan Bai Xiaochun rocked all of Saint Emperor City. Did you hear? Duke Heavenspan caught over 3,000 heavenly dragonfish, but in the end, His Majesty the Saint Emperor didn't punish him at all. Not only did he not punish him, the venerable Saint Emperor actually sealed up the entire heavenly pond. He actually forced the Saint Emperor to seal the heavenly pond. This Bai Xiaochun is totally unfathomable. I bet if you gave him another half a month, he would catch so many heavenly dragonfish they'd go extinct. All sorts of talk spread within the city, and once again, Bai Xiaochun felt what it was like to be the center of attention. The number of eyes that locked onto him when he went out was now many times greater than before. Wherever he went, people would point at him and whisper to each other. Seems I really am just too outstanding. Not even the cultivators in the eternal immortal domains can restrain their emotions when looking at me. He cleared his throat as he reveled in the sensation. To him, it didn't feel strange at all. After all, he had experienced situations like this many times before. However, even as he was sighing in contentment, the Wildlander Heavenly Marquis Lu decided to take this opportunity to pen a long speech to deliver to the Saint Emperor, in which he thoroughly excoriated Bai Xiaochun. The next time court was in session, Heavenly Marquis Lu walked out in front of all of the court officials, and clasped hands formally to the Saint Emperor. Then he delivered his speech, barely stopping to take a breath as he spoke. I, your servant, will explain the means by which Bai Xiaochun stole the heavenly dragonfish. Based on your servant's extensive analysis, as well as my understanding of Bai Xiaochun, plus a significant expenditure on my part to purchase an actual heavenly dragonfish to study, I finally understand what happened. Your Majesty, Bai Xiaochun definitely used some type of medicinal pill. I don't know much about the medicine concocting techniques of the Heavenspan realm, but I do know that they are different from those in the Saint Emperor dynasty. Therefore, I am convinced that he used some special medicine to wreak calamity on the venerated heavenly dragonfish, and steal them away. The heavenly dragonfish are innocent victims, and also national treasures. They are unfamiliar with the wickedness that lurks in the human heart. Thus, they were cruelly slaughtered, in the most egregious and unprecedented miscarriage of justice to have ever been perpetrated since the founding of the dynasty. Men and gods alike are angered, and thus, I wish to demand redress for the grievances of the heavenly dragonfish. Your Majesty, I implore you to throw Bai Xiaochun into the heavenly pond and let the fishes eat him. Bai Xiaochun gasped in response to his words. Court was held once a month, and this was his first time attending. He had been nervous at first, worried that someone would bring up the heavenly dragonfish. As the court session went on, it seemed like no one planned to. The Saint Emperor was as warm as ever, and had seemingly calmed down. But then, in completely unexpected fashion, Heavenly Marquis Lu had suddenly jumped out with his accusations. It was really infuriating. All right, old Lu, he murmured inwardly. I see how it is. Back when I was handing out heavenly dragonfish, I gave some extra to you, for the sake of the Heavenspan realm. And now you want to feed me to the fishes? Oh, you just wait and see what I've got coming for you. Chuckling coldly in his heart, he began to come up with a plan for how to teach Heavenly Marquis Lu a lesson. Back in the Wildlands, he'd ended up running away to the Great Wall, but now, he had nowhere to escape to. Many strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the officials in the square. They looked at Heavenly Marquis Lu, and then at Bai Xiaochun, and nobody spoke. Quite a few people were frowning coldly at Heavenly Marquis Lu. It wasn't that people had suddenly switched to siding with Bai Xiaochun. Normally speaking, they would have loved to hit him when he was down. However, they had all accepted gifts of heavenly dragonfish from him. Although they regretted doing that, what was done was done. Even the Saint Emperor didn't want to bring the matter up again, and was a bit frustrated that this Lu fellow was so foolish as to bring the matter up in court. A frown appeared on the Saint Emperor's face. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the ringleader of the heavenly dragonfish disaster, but almost all of the other important people in the aristocracy had joined in. It was a big headache no matter what way he looked at it. Furthermore, in the past, he would never have even thought to eat a heavenly dragonfish. As they were national treasures, he only gave them out as gifts. But now, as far as what Heavenly Marquis Lu had just pointed out, it was nothing the Saint Emperor didn't already know. After the main event played out, he did a deeper investigation of the heavenly pond, and found evidence pointing to that very conclusion. However, by that point, it didn't matter. Besides, Bai Xiaochun had been very careful, and only the most trace and vague evidence had been left behind. If the Saint Emperor had truly wanted to pursue the matter, he could have. But after considering everything, he decided not to. He did have a bottom line, though. If he unsealed the pond later, and Bai Xiaochun went back to fishing, then he would be courting death. Stifling his annoyance, the Saint Emperor coolly said, "Do you have any evidence, my dear subject?" "Just do an investigation, Your Majesty." Heavenly Marquis Lu replied excitedly. "You'll definitely find evidence." "Very well. You're dismissed. I'll arrange for an investigation." With that, the Saint Emperor rose to his feet, indicating that court was adjourned. As the crowds dispersed, many a cold glance was cast in Heavenly Marquis Lu's direction. Heavenly Marquis Lu could sense that something was off, and suddenly shivered as he realized the implications of what the Saint Emperor had said. "You people just don't get it," he cried in his heart. "You're gonna regret this. Bai Xiaochun is a natural-born disaster." Heavenly Marquis Lu was filled with grief and indignation, whereas Bai Xiaochun was actually furious. Snorting coldly, he cast a burning glare at Heavenly Marquis Lu, more determined than ever to teach him a lesson. It was currently late autumn. After leaving court and heading back toward his blessed land, Bai Xiaochun continued to ponder how to deal with Heavenly Marquis Lu, and at the same time, considered what to do about the frozen surface of the heavenly pond. Eventually, he sighed. "Well, considering that the heavenly dragonfish were starting to lose effectiveness anyway, I guess it's fine if I don't fish for them." Shaking his head, he continued on his way to his blessed land. However, at one point along the way, he happened to look over at the thick layer of ice on top of the heavenly pond, and could just barely make out what appeared to be a heavenly dragonfish banging its head against the ice as if to break it. Unfortunately, the magical technique which had been used to seal the pond was far too powerful, making the ice impossible to break. However, what Bai Xiaochun was seeing caused sweat to break out on his forehead. "I knew I forgot something," he thought, his eyes widening and his heart starting to race. He had just now realized that there was something he had overlooked. The fish were already addicted to fantasy pills. Back when I was fishing for half a month, I would still occasionally toss some fantasy pills into the water to curb their craving. But now that the pond is sealed, the fish have absolutely no fantasy pills. They've basically gone off the pills cold turkey. More sweat began to drip down his face. Well, it's not like the fish will actually go crazy, right? Heart pounding, he considered going to warn the Saint Emperor. However, that seemed like it would just be asking for trouble. Well, he probably won't blame me for this, right? He's the one who sealed the heavenly pond. Muttering to himself in this fashion, he hurried back to his blessed land. For the following few days, he stewed in anxiety. Even the slightest rustling leaf would startle him. For some reason, he was convinced that the heavenly dragonfish were going to go completely crazy at any moment. I should think of a way to get more fantasy pills to them. Even as he sighed and pondered the issue, all of Saint Emperor City trembled. Everything shook, from the lotus leaves to the buildings on them. Even the imperial palace and the lotus flower trembled. Instantly, cultivators everywhere rushed out into the open to see what was going on. What just happened? Is the enemy attacking? The court officials were all shaken. Chen Su and the other celestials sent their divine sense out to see what was happening. Divine sense also poured out from the imperial palace to sweep all heaven and earth. That's heavenly dragonfish. They're going crazy. They're eating the lotus leaves. Because the fish couldn't get through the layer of ice, they had begun to chew at the lotus leaves, the very base of the city. When Bai Xiaochun realized what was happening, his jaw dropped, and he nearly began to weep. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1065, Parole Captain. Chapter 1065, Parole Captain. All of the heavenly dragonfish in the pond were going violently crazy. Although the heavenly pond had been sealed with ice by the Saint Emperor, that only affected the surface of the water. Because of the magical technique used, the fish couldn't break the seal. However, there were thousands of lotus leaves in the pond as well. It wasn't possible to seal the leaves. If the heavenly pond was the foundation of Saint Emperor City, then the thousands of lotus leaves were the ground upon which the city was actually built. Countless buildings rose up from those leaves, and the flower in the middle of them all housed the imperial palace. Because the lotus leaves weren't sealed, when the heavenly dragonfish's withdrawal symptoms reached a certain point, they changed targets. Specifically, they began to ravenously attack the roots that sank down into the water. It got so bad so quickly that some of the leaves began to tilt to the side. Soon, holes were bitten in the edges of some of the lotus leaves as countless heavenly dragonfish attacked them. From the look of things, Saint Emperor City was about to be hit by a huge catastrophe. Most shocking of all was that a significant amount of the heavenly dragonfish weren't attacking the lotus leaves, but rather, the root of the lotus flower upon which the imperial palace was built. The crazed fish laid into it with such force that it began to visibly tilt to one side. Massive waves of shock were battering all cultivators present. Soon, an enraged voice erupted from the imperial palace. By Xiaochun. All creation shook under the force of that voice. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun sat in his blessed land, scowling on the verge of tears, and also extremely alarmed. This isn't my fault. I just ate some fish. And I'm not the one who sealed the heavenly pond. That much was true. The events which had occurred after he ate his fish had been beyond his control. He was even trying his best he could to come up with a solution to the situation. I performed a great service for the dynasty. All I did was eat some fish. The Saint Emperor was the one who sealed the pond. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to fix things. By this time, all of Saint Emperor City was astir. The Saint Emperor appeared up in midair, his cheek twitching as he surveyed the city. Although he had no evidence which could prove that Bai Xiaochun was responsible for what was happening, it seemed obvious that it must have something to do with his fishing activities. He really felt like killing someone, but had to suppress that desire. And right now, he had to worry about the safety of the city, not spend time thinking about Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, he extended his right hand and shoved it down toward the heavenly pond. The boundless power of his Archean cultivation base erupted out, covering everything in sight. As it did, the frigid chi began to rush toward him from all corners of the eternal lands. The sky went dim and filled with rumbling sounds as, in the blink of an eye, the frigid chi gathered in the area around the Saint Emperor. Then, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the frigid chi to pour into the heavenly pond. Cracking sounds rang out as the ice began to spread from the surface down into the depths of the pond. All of the violent heavenly dragonfish were rapidly sealed in place as the entire pond transformed into ice. And things weren't over yet. Grim-faced, the Saint Emperor performed another incantation gesture, then waved his right index finger, transforming his Archean cultivation base power into a holy energy. At that point, the Saint Emperor started to glow so brightly that he looked like a sun. Dazzling sunlight shone out in all directions, and yet, it didn't contain any heat, only the most pure and holy of energies. Holy purity filled all of Saint Emperor City, entering the frozen heavenly pond and then reaching out to touch the thousands upon thousands of sealed heavenly dragonfish. All hidden ailments and all violent tendencies within them, even scars from the fighting that had gone on between the dragonfish before Bai Xiaochun's arrival, suddenly vanished. In the shortest moment, the dragonfish were cleansed and purified. Bai Xiaochun could sense what was happening, and he gasped in shock. As of this moment, he came to an even better understanding of how powerful Archeans were. Everything happened very suddenly. The Saint Emperor waved his hand, and the heavenly dragonfish calmed down. It only took a few breaths of time. After the dragonfish were purified, the ice melted, and soon, the fish began to swim about lazily just like they had in the past, without any trace of violence or madness in them. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, as did all the other cultivators in Saint Emperor City, the Saint Emperor included. However, the magic he had just used did nothing to repair the damaged lotus leaves, or the lotus flower, which was still tilted at an angle. As such, anger still burned among the populace of the city. The Saint Emperor was so furious he had a hard time keeping himself under control and not smacking Bai Xiaochun to death. Unfortunately, appointing Bai Xiaochun as Duke Heavenspan not only gave hope to the Heavenspan cultivators within the eternally mortal domains, but it had also raised a banner of recruitment within the Saint Emperor dynasty. The Saint Emperor was already getting reports that Heavenspan cultivators were flocking to offer their services to his dynasty. Because of that, he definitely could not kill Bai Xiaochun. One of these days, your usefulness will come to an end, and then we'll settle accounts. Gnashing his teeth, he took a moment to decide on what punishment to dole out because of what had happened. After a moment, he snorted coldly and issued a dermic decree. Duke Heavenspan's salary shall hereby be reduced by a full rank for the next 10,000 years. Furthermore, he will henceforth be assigned to collect and dispose of the excrement of the heavenly dragonfish. The powers of his colored belt will be limited, and he will personally repair all of the lotus leaves in Saint Emperor City. After he finished speaking, even the Saint Emperor realized that this punishment wasn't very severe. And then he thought about everything Lu Yong had said, and realized that he had indeed been forewarned about everything. Appoint Lu Yong as the parole captain. With that, he swished his sleeve and returned, grim-faced, to the imperial palace. The entire city was angry with Bai Xiaochun, who currently sat sullenly in his blessed land. As for Heavenly Marquis Lu, he couldn't have been more excited at his promotion. Clearly, the Saint Emperor now knew how troublesome Bai Xiaochun could be, and had assigned Heavenly Marquis Lu to watch over him. Fear not, Your Majesty. Your servant will watch Bai Xiaochun like a hawk. And I will also make sure to create an official record of every single crime he has committed. As everyone seethed with anger, Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. I nearly cracked the foundation of Saint Emperor City, and this is how I get punished? He blinked a few times, thinking about how obvious it was that the Saint Emperor really wanted to kill him. Thankfully, he still had a measure of safety. Over the course of the following days, the scowling Bai Xiaochun had no choice other than to clean the excrement of the heavenly dragonfish, and simultaneously ignore all the people pointing and staring at him. Of course, there was an upside. While he was working hard, he had a chance to hear a lot of the gossip about the Eternal Lands as a whole. For one thing, he was able to confirm that Gongsun Wan'er had not been lying to him about nature of cultivation levels. After the Celestial Realm was the Archean Realm, and beyond that, the Sovereign Realm. He also got a message from the Giant Ghost King, confirming yet again that the people of the Saint Emperor Dynasty and Vile Emperor Dynasty were unable to perform spirit enhancements, while the people of Heavenspan were. That was one of the reasons why both dynasties were eager to absorb the newcomers. The Giant Ghost King also had some complaints. It turned out that Godsifter Prefecture was completely impoverished and sparsely populated. However, because of the public nature of how Bai Xiaochun had kidnapped Ghostmother, many Heavenspan cultivators had taken the initiative to go there. Unfortunately, Godsifter Prefecture was located in the second immortal domain, and the Celestial who ruled there stepped in to scatter many of the newly arrived Heavenspan cultivators into other random prefectures. The Giant Ghost King was worried that if things went on like this, they would eventually be assimilated into the Saint Emperor Dynasty. Eventually, there would be no more so-called Heavenspan cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was not very happy about the news. Perhaps it would be good for individual Heavenspan cultivators, most of whom simply wanted to settle down and live peacefully. However, Bai Xiaochun wanted to at least give them a choice in the matter. Either assimilate into the Saint Emperor Dynasty, or chose to remember their true home. The Saint Emperor Dynasty was not giving them an option, but Bai Xiaochun hoped to do just that. And he would respect whatever they chose. The only way I can do that is to get stronger. Having reached this point in his train of thought, his eyes began to glitter. Eating thousands of heavenly dragonfish had eventually reduced their effectiveness. However, the process had come with great benefits. His Live Forever Codex was now only a hair away from the Great Circle, but once he reached the Great Circle, he could make his attempt to leave the demigod realm and become a celestial by stepping into the Mahayana realm. I need more spirit plants that can be used to concoct immortal pills. Taking a deep breath, he looked around at Saint Emperor City and tried to think of what he could use to increase his cultivation base. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, Lotus Banquets. Chapter 1066, Lotus Banquets. However, even after much consideration, he couldn't think of anything that would help him speed up his cultivation progress. And the heavenly dragonfish weren't really an option anymore. I guess I'll have to concoct some pills, he murmured under his breath. Although the techniques in the Eternal Lands differed from those in the Heavenspan realm, and were very costly, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of any other options. Most importantly, he had a lot of medicinal plants in his bag of holding. I also have some fish jerky left over. He had actually caught too many fish to eat at once, and had therefore dried some of it out to save for later. I bet people would pay a pretty penny for jerky like this. Although concocting some pills seemed like an exciting prospect, he also hesitated. After all, throughout all the years, it had become obvious that strange things happened whenever he concocted pills. And if anything disastrous happened in Saint Emperor City so soon after the heavenly dragonfish incident, it would likely be very bad for him. Another half a month went by in which Bai Xiaochun went about his cleanup work. The dragonfish were completely back to normal, and he could only grit his teeth as he watched the days go by. Eventually, he made his decision. He bought the equipment he needed to concoct medicine, and then spent several days making all the necessary preparations. Only then did he murmur, "I'll just be really careful. Everything should be fine." Perhaps it was because his skill in medicine concocting had improved, or perhaps it was because he was being overly cautious. Either way, even after concocting several batches of pills, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Xiaochun was elated, but at the same time, had learned his lesson from all the times in the past in which he probably assumed that he had succeeded. Therefore, he continued to be very careful. Although it made things take more time, it also ensured that things went very smoothly. Time continued to go by. Xiaochun would attend court every month, but most of the time, he just stood there bored, or even just closed his eyes and ignored what was going on. His only other main activity was concocting pills. A few more months passed. His cultivation did not progress as quickly as it had when he was eating heavenly dragonfish, but it grew more stable, and did experience some progress. From what he could tell, it would only take a few more years for him to reach the great circle of the demigod realm. In the months that passed, the court officials and the Saint Emperor noticed that he was keeping a low profile. There were no nasty incidents, and therefore, they began to breathe sighs of relief inwardly. On the outside, they were as sanctimonious as ever with both their smiles and words alike. To the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty, it didn't matter how much of a low profile Xiaochun kept, he was still a foreigner. Xiaochun simply pretended to not understand their condescending way of speaking. He spent his days concocting pills and working on his cultivation. Eventually, Saint Emperor City entered a period of protracted peace and quiet. The only person who wasn't happy was Heavenly Marquis Lu. He had been sharpening his proverbial swords as he waited for Xiaochun to cause a problem, but even after all the time that had passed, nothing happened. All the peace and quiet was making Heavenly Marquis Lu very nervous. He must have hatched some big plot. Convinced of this, he began to watch Xiaochun even more closely. And thus the days passed. Autumn became winter, and cold settled onto the lands of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Eventually, lotus seed pods began to appear on the surface of the water. When the cultivators of Saint Emperor City noticed this, they got very excited, and word quickly began to spread. The lotus seed pods are out. Don't tell me we're going to be blessed with a series of grand lotus banquets. The last time the lotus seed pods appeared was half a 60-year cycle ago. I heard that anyone lucky enough to eat some lotus seeds will have significant cultivation base advancement. It must be because His Majesty the Saint Emperor used that special divine ability on the heavenly pond earlier in the year. That's why the lotus seed pods have appeared earlier than usual. As word spread, crowds would gather at the edge of the lotus leaves to look at the lotus seed pods, of which there were dozens. Along with the pods came a fragrant aroma which filled Saint Emperor City, and would stimulate the cultivation base of anyone who inhaled it. There was such a buzz in the city that Xiaochun heard about what was happening even though he hadn't left his residence. And before long, he was able to smell the unusual aroma. Lotus seed pods. Curious, he went out and started to ask around. What he discovered caused his eyes to light up. I was too focused on the heavenly dragonfish before. How could I have forgotten that the heavenly pond also has these other precious materials in it? He simply couldn't suppress the look of joy that appeared on his face. The reason Saint Emperor City had been built on this heavenly pond to begin with was because of the consummate immortal lotus which existed in it. It was the only lotus like it within all the eternal lands, and was the envy of the vile emperor himself. It was considered a precious treasure belonging to the entire city. Its roots spread far and wide, and although it only had one flower, it had many leaves. Furthermore, every 100 years or so, it would send lotus seed pods to the surface of the water. The seeds in those pods were nothing like ordinary lotus seeds, and in fact, once they were harvested, were almost like immortal pills. Such seeds were considered precious treasures within the Saint Emperor dynasty, and of course, the Saint Emperor had set strict rules regarding how they could be harvested. In fact, only he himself was qualified to do so. Furthermore, he would only harvest 1,000 seeds in total. Usually, from the time the first lotus seed pod appeared until the last, and all of the 1,000 seeds were harvested, only a few weeks would pass. Another custom was that, when the lotus pods appeared, and the seeds were harvested, the Saint Emperor would throw a series of banquets. All of the court officials would attend, and would sip on immortal alcohol while the Saint Emperor graced them with a performance of arcane magic. Then, he would reward certain individuals with lotus seeds. Of the total of 1,000 seeds, only about 300 or so would be given to individual members of the court. Another 200 would be given as rewards to people who had performed great services for the dynasty. An additional 200 would be sent out and sold at auction. The remaining 300 would remain in the imperial palace to be used as ingredients for concocting pills. A few dozen lotus pods had already reached the surface of the water, and therefore, everyone was already talking about the possibility of a series of lotus banquets. People throughout the two immortal domains controlled by the Saint Emperor dynasty were getting excited, and the major clans began to make preparations to send representatives to the capital city. Lotus seeds that are similar to immortal pills? Xiaochun couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about what he had learned. As Duke Heavenspan, I should receive one of them as a gift, right? His anticipation grew as a few more days passed. Then, the sound of tolling bells echoed out from the imperial palace. The lotus banquets that the court had been waiting for were about to begin. Trying to keep his excitement in check, Xiaochun arranged his garments and headed toward the palace. Upon arriving, he saw that the huge square was filled with thousands of banquet tables, upon which was spread a variety of delectable alcohols and immortal fruit, which numerous palace handmaidens drifted about to serve. Quite a few important cultivators were already present, seated at various tables and engaging in small talk. Qiansu was there, as was Gu Tianjun and the other celestials. When Gu Tianjun caught sight of Xiaochun, he simply looked the other way. As for Qiansu, he didn't really like him very much, but still plastered a warm smile onto his face. Most of the other important cultivators reacted similarly. The disdain that flickered deep in their eyes was something that most people wouldn't notice. But considering the level of Xiaochun's cultivation base, and his familiarity with the nature of people, he could see it clearly. Well, if it isn't Duke Heavenspan. He's usually late when he comes to attend court, but now he's early. Duke Heavenspan comes from a very small world. Presumably, he's never even seen immortal lotuses before. Considering his rank, though, the Saint Emperor will probably give him a seed as a gift. Now that you mention it, I bet Duke Heavenspan is the first person from the Heavenspan realm to have ever eaten one of these immortal lotus seeds. Few ordinary people could be as lucky as him. He'd better make sure to eat it slowly and savor the flavor. Xiaochun heard all of the talk about him, but merely cleared his throat and pretended he hadn't noticed. Laughing heartily, he found a spot near the front of the square, where he sat down in the crowd. Clearing his throat, he said unblinkingly, "Now that I think about it, I really miss how, back in the Heavenspan realm, I would constantly munch on 100,000-year-old lotus seeds. I would usually spit them out though. I mostly just put them in my mouth for the flavor. The aftertaste would last for a whole day, and was truly unforgettable. I'd assumed I would never enjoy that again. Who would have thought I would run into some immortal lotus seeds here? It's too bad there aren't any spirit tail chickens here. You know, there was one kind of immortal fowl back where I come from that evolved directly from the natural laws of heaven and earth. We called them heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing spirit-tail chickens. We would usually roast them with 10,000-year-old snow lotus seeds, and then add in a few 500,000-year-old immortal peppers. Ah, now that is a flavor that will go with you through reincarnation. Sadly, I was only important enough to eat a few thousand of them." With that he sighed, the gleam of reminiscence flickering strongly in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067, Good Stuff. Chapter 1067, Good Stuff. Silence prevailed for a long moment as everyone nearby looked over at Xiaochun, strange expressions on their faces. Bragging was nothing uncommon, but not this level of fakery. Furthermore, he said it with such a completely straight face that it seemed very convincing. Then people started thinking back to how he had bragged that the vile emperor essentially got lucky to not be kidnapped by him. At this point, Qiansu cleared his throat and changed the conversation topic, striking up a conversation about cultivation with Gu Tianjun. The others present looked away, and began to chat and laugh amongst themselves again. No one brought up the lotus seeds again, apparently not wanting to give Xiaochun a chance to brag. His boasting left them with goosebumps. A 100,000-year-old snow lotus. I guess it got lucky to not be picked for that long, but heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing spirit-tail chickens. Bragging is fine, but does he really need to take it so seriously? That name is certainly fancy enough. If that were true, then I bet if they had heavenly dragonfish, they would call them Starry Sky Invincible Immortal Realm Paragon Unmatchable Heavenly Dragonfish. The worst was the 500,000-year-old immortal peppers. Damn it! I've never heard of anything that's 500,000 years old. Cursing silently, everyone ignored Xiaochun, which left him feeling quite pleased. Looking proudly over the crowd, he snorted in his heart. Although he didn't feel himself to be an accomplished braggart, if he was pushed far enough, he could unleash boasts the likes of which the Eternal Lands could likely not withstand. More excited cultivators began to arrive, including Preceptor C-Deep. Although Preceptor C-Deep hated Xiaochun with a passion, he smiled and offered a polite greeting. Other people who Xiaochun had given heavenly dragonfish also came up to chat a bit. They all despised him with a prejudice that their smiles could not hide. However, considering how much time Bai Xiaochun had spent in Saint Emperor City so far, he was used to it. In fact, if they ever changed their ways, he would find it odd. Since he was used to their way of interacting, he plastered a smile onto his own face and chatted amiably, taking every chance he was given to brag and boast. Soon, the seats were mostly full, and more bells tolled. Everyone went quiet as the Saint Emperor entered, smiling warmly as the crowd rose to their feet and bowed in greeting. After taking his place at the seat of honor, he looked around at the crowd and even gave Bai Xiaochun a nod. "Sit, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the Lotus Banquet, in which I will bestow immortal lotus seeds upon many of you." "Thank you, Your Majesty," everyone said in unison, and then Saturday. Bai Xiaochun followed along, then looked around in anticipation as he waited for the Saint Emperor to start doling out the rewards. He didn't have to wait long. Smiling, the Saint Emperor waved his hand, causing a powerful wind to kick up as a huge, illusory hand appeared up in the sky. It radiated a holy glow that caused shock to fill Bai Xiaochun's heart. As everyone looked on, the huge hand began to descend toward the heavenly pond. As it swept over the lotus pods that floated on the surface, they opened, allowing golden lotus seeds to fly out of them. The pods which had been harvested remained intact after the seeds were taken out of them, and slowly sank back down into the heavenly pond. The largest of the seeds were fist-sized, and the smallest were more like a walnut, or even smaller. In total, only a few dozen appeared within the palace in front of the Saint Emperor. The dozens of lotus seeds shone with golden light, and filled the entire hall with their fragrant aroma. At the same time, a thin mist appeared, making the imperial palace seem exactly like a celestial paradise. The aroma lifted the spirits of everyone present, and as for Bai Xiaochun, it caused his cultivation base to vibrate in anticipation. Celestial Chensu, Celestial Gu, Celestial Sima. You three are the protectors of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Without you, the dynasty would not exist. As I once said, it is important to share with those around us in creation, measly immortal lotus seeds included. The three celestials all rose to their feet and clasped hands formally, then accepted the large collection of lotus seeds that flew their way. The heavenly kings defend the dynasty, assisted by the various dukes under their command. As I have sworn, the blessings of heaven will most certainly be shared with you as well. The Saint Emperor waved his hand, sending another group of immortal lotus seeds out. Those who received them all bowed deeply in thanks. Of the first group of lotus seeds, only 5 remained, most of them smaller than a walnut. Clearly, these seeds were not fully ripe. As Bai Xiaochun saw the lotus seeds disappearing without a single one going to him, he started to get anxious. Feeling a bit jealous, he held his head high and his chest out, hoping to attract the attention of the Saint Emperor. "Hey, I'm a duke too," he thought. Apparently, his actions worked. The Saint Emperor's eyes flickered, and after looking over at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, he hesitated, then waved his right hand. The other dukes and marquises who have performed services for the Saint Emperor dynasty will not be left out. The 5 remaining lotus seeds flew out, with one of them heading toward Bai Xiaochun. He reached out excitedly and grabbed it, but afterward, frowned slightly. It was impossible to tell if it was a coincidence or not, but it seemed like his lotus seed was the smallest and least ripe. The truth was that because of the heavenly dragonfish incident, the Saint Emperor didn't have a good impression of Bai Xiaochun at all. However, because of his title, and the loyalty the Heavenspan cultivators showed toward him, the Saint Emperor had to at least make a show of treating him well. On this first day, 49 immortal lotus seeds have been bestowed upon my dear subjects. There is no need to be anxious. All those who have performed services for the Saint Emperor dynasty will eventually be rewarded. The Saint Emperor didn't actually need to be present for the entire banquet. After offering a few more words of encouragement, he turned and left. After his departure, the buzz of conversation grew loud. Those who had received lotus seeds were of course congratulated by the cultivators around them, and before long, the sound of laughter filled the air. People crowded around Bai Xiaochun as well, and when they saw how small his lotus seed was, they mocked him in their hearts. On the surface, though, they offered perfunctory congratulations. Bai Xiaochun was feeling a bit depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. After those around him finished with their congratulations, he looked around and noticed how some people were already consuming the lotus seeds they had been given. Therefore, he looked down at his and, seeing no reason not to, popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a pleasant aroma filled him, accompanied by a scorching heat. All of the energy passageways in his body thrummed for a full 10 breaths of time. After that, the heat vanished. And yet, he could sense that his cultivation base had risen with volcanic speed during that short time. Although he wasn't quite yet in the late demigod realm, the progress he had just made surpassed anything from the heavenly dragonfish. So incredible! He thought, shocked. He had known that the lotus seeds were extraordinarily effective, but could never have guessed that they would provide all those benefits in only 10 breaths of time. Furthermore, the seeds contained no impurities whatsoever, and also conformed automatically to whatever techniques were used by the cultivator who consumed them. They were like consummate medicinal pills that didn't contain even the slightest toxic element. 10 more, or maybe even 5. With that many, I could reach the late demigod realm. His heart pounded and burned at how effective the lotus seeds were, and he couldn't stop pondering how to get more. Eventually, the banquet ended, and he went back home, where he sat down to think. The Saint Emperor definitely won't give me any more. There are plenty to be had in the heavenly pond. But getting my hands on them would cause a huge scene. If only I could harvest them secretly. Frowning anxiously, he looked out at all the lotus pods on the heavenly pond, filled with seeds that he couldn't eat. I ate thousands of fish. I refuse to believe that these lotus seeds will stump me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Keep Your Voice Down. Chapter 1068, Keep Your Voice Down. Bai Xiaochun felt like his ears were itching in frustration. He was determined to wolf down as many lotus seeds as he could, and yet, despite pondering the issue for an entire night, had nothing to show for it. He had no interest in attending the second lotus banquet. Instead, he strolled along the edge of the lotus leaf, looking at the seed pods that floated on the lake's surface, as well as those which were further down in the water, and had yet to rise. This Saint Emperor dynasty is way too rich, he muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot. I can't believe they just keep dragonfish and lotus seeds sitting around in this heavenly pond of theirs. You can see them, but you can't eat them. If he were capable of beating the 3 celestials in a fight, and the Saint Emperor too, he would just have dived into the water and started grabbing seeds. His desire only grew stronger as time passed. After the destruction of the Heavenspan realm, and his arrival in the Eternal Lands, he had come to realize more than ever that getting stronger was the only way to achieve his goals. It was going to take a lot to achieve a cultivation-based breakthrough in these unfamiliar Eternal Lands. It would have been one thing if he had a lot of time on his hands, but right now, time was not something he had the luxury of wasting. A few days passed in which his anxiety fermented, and the lotus banquets continued. All of his energy was focused on trying to figure out how to get more lotus seeds, to the point where he spent every day walking along the edges of the lotus leaves. A lot of people noticed this behavior of his. But most people were wrapped up in thoughts about the lotus banquets. Besides, lotus seeds were not dragonfish, and everyone assumed it would be impossible for him to secretly harvest some. Furthermore, the Saint Emperor was no longer in secluded meditation. He was there every day, presiding over the lotus banquets. Because of that, the court officials who could guess what Bai Xiaochun was thinking didn't really give it much weight. We have rules in the Saint Emperor dynasty. Nobody, no matter how important they are, would ever think of taking an immortal lotus seed without permission. Anyone who did, would be breaking a very important rule. Many a cold laugh echoed within the hearts of the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Of course, they all knew that Bai Xiaochun was important to the Saint Emperor. But even if he were more important than he already was, there were certain lines that could not be crossed. Bai Xiaochun had escaped any real punishment in the heavenly dragonfish incident, both because of his usefulness to the Saint Emperor dynasty, and also because of the fact that he had been very careful. Because of that, the Saint Emperor dynasty chose to simply let the matter slide. But the lotus seeds were inanimate objects that could not fly into Bai Xiaochun's hands of their own accord. The only way for him to get them would be to outright steal them. And if he did that, he would be doomed, no questions asked. Because of all of these things, most of the aristocracy didn't put too much thought into the matter. With the exception of Heavenly Marquis Lu. He had noticed Bai Xiaochun's odd behavior in recent days, and it immediately put him on guard. Filled with excitement, he began to surveil Bai Xiaochun even more closely than usual. Back when he had first been appointed parole captain, he had been very enthusiastic about monitoring Bai Xiaochun. But after a few months went by in which Bai Xiaochun behaved well, Heavenly Marquis Lu had begun to get nervous that nothing more would happen. You're as crafty as a rat, Bai Xiaochun. But you won't be able to evade my discerning eyes. When it came to monitoring Bai Xiaochun, Heavenly Marquis Lu couldn't see what happened inside of his blessed land, but as soon as he went out into the open, he could watch him secretly from the shadows. Another 3 days passed. The officials proudly continued to attend the lotus banquets, and Heavenly Marquis Lu maintained full vigilance. Bai Xiaochun eventually became aware that Heavenly Marquis Lu was shadowing him. But around the same time, he came up with a plan that he was fairly certain would succeed. This is the only way I can do it, he thought. From that point on, he didn't go to the heavenly pond to look at the lotus pods anymore. He remained in his blessed land, where Heavenly Marquis Lu couldn't see him. There, he performed an incantation gesture to seal the area, and then settled down cross-legged to meditate. Outside, Heavenly Marquis Lu found a good spot nearby to stake out by Xiaochun's blessed land, where he remained, eyes glued to the Immortal's cave for several days in a row. He was so excited about what was to come that he didn't even get tired. He was absolutely sure that whatever evil plan by Xiaochun had come up with was about to be carried out. All I have to do is catch him in the act, and it will count as a huge service to the dynasty. The mere thought got him more excited, and he poured all of his energy into making sure that Bai Xiaochun didn't get a chance to harm even a single lotus seed. I don't care what your plan is. I know you're after the lotus seeds. And with me watching you so closely, you'll never be able to get them without being spotted. Eventually, Heavenly Marquis Lu was getting antsy with excitement, whereas Bai Xiaochun was still sitting there meditating. For several hours, he didn't even move, until finally, night fell. At that point, he surreptitiously sent some divine sense into his bag of holding. "Get out here, little turtle," he said. However, there was no response. After the destruction of the Heavenspan realm, Bai Xiaochun hadn't seen the turtle, but was absolutely convinced that he was in his bag of holding. The end of the world would definitely not hurt him. Impatient, Bai Xiaochun yet again called out with his divine sense. "Enough with the act. Get the hell out here." He snorted coldly, and yet, there was still no reaction. "Not gonna come out, huh? Fine. Fine, let's settle accounts." Another long moment passed. "You're really not there?" he said, surprised. Shaking his head, he sighed. "Well, that's too bad. I guess he won't have a chance at this treasure." Perhaps it was the word treasure itself, which was too enticing. As soon as he spoke it, he got a reaction from inside his bag of holding. "Treasure? What treasure?" The little turtle's voice was faint in his mind, as though he had been sleeping, and just woken up. However, it only took a moment for it to get back to normal. "Alright, little Xiaochun, you tell Lord Turtle what treasure you found immediately." At this point, the little turtle's head popped out of Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. Before Bai Xiaochun could even respond, he sniffed the air, and his eyes lit up. "Aha! Lord Turtle has detected the aroma of treasure. Damn it! I didn't realize that all that blood I lost made me a lot less sensitive to treasure." Eyes widening with excitement, the little turtle prepared to burst into motion. Before he could, Bai Xiaochun grabbed him and shoved him back into the bag of holding. "Keep your voice down," he said urgently via divine sense. "We're being watched." In response, a spark of killing intent appeared in the little turtle's eyes. Who is watching the mighty Lord Turtle? Who dares to try to steal Lord Turtle's treasure? Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and said, "It's this guy named Lu Yong. He's staking us out right now. He's the one who wants to steal our treasure. How dare he? Lord Turtle will beat him to death." The little turtle hated nothing in life more than people who stole treasure from him. "Hold on, we can worry about that later. Little turtle, look at how many lotus seed pods are in that heavenly pond out there. There are too many to count, and each one is like an immortal pill. You sneak out there and keep yourself hidden. We split things 30/70ths. I get the 70. After all, I'm the one who came across this treasure. Plus, I'll help cover for you." This was Bai Xiaochun's plan. Since the lotus seeds were inanimate objects that lacked any intelligence whatsoever, all he had to do was figure out a way to get them. However, because of who he was, and how many people were suspicious of him and watching him, he would get the stealthy little turtle to do his work for him. It was the perfect plan. The most difficult part was coming to an agreement on the split. He and the turtle haggled for a bit, and eventually agreed to split everything 50/50ths. Then, the little turtle blurred into motion, vanishing from the bag of holding and leaving the blessed land. Despite how closely Heavenly Marquis Lu was keeping watch, he didn't even notice the turtle speed past him. Some distance away, the little turtle looked back proudly at Heavenly Marquis Lu there in his hiding place. Then he suddenly began to burrow down into the ground. Before long, he was in front of one of the underwater seed pods, which he sniffed it a bit before opening his mouth and taking a big bite. After chewing it up, his eyes glittered. So, little Xiaochun wasn't lying. Crispy and delicious. Licking his lips, he ate the entire seed pod. After that, he realized he needed to be more careful, and began to go around carefully extracting seeds without damaging the pods. Before long, he was back in the blessed land, where he proudly threw 8 lotus seeds over to Bai Xiaochun. "Eat up," he said. Then he burped. Clearly, he had stuffed himself before coming back. The lotus seeds were very small, about the size of a fingernail. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on them, his eyes lit up. Grabbing them, he stuffed them into his mouth. Although they weren't as strong as the one he had been gifted earlier, when they melted into his mouth, they gave birth to a huge blast of heat that roared through him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, The Turtle Spoils. Chapter 1069, The Turtle Spoils. The night went by peacefully. Soon dawn was approaching, and Heavenly Marquis Lu remained outside of Bai Xiaochun's blessed land, unmoving and even unblinking. Although he was exhausted, he also couldn't suppress his exuberance. When the sky was bright, Bai Xiaochun swaggered out of his blessed land, causing Heavenly Marquis Lu to stir in excitement. However, he quickly realized that there was something strange about Bai Xiaochun. Ha! He murmured to himself. Bai Xiaochun seemed in extremely high spirits compared to normal. He didn't go to the edge of the lotus leaf like he had in the past, but instead hummed a little tune as he headed toward the imperial palace. Something's wrong. Heavenly Marquis Lu thought as he began to follow stealthily. Bai Xiaochun strolled happily to the imperial palace, where a lotus banquet was going on. Although not every government official went to a banquet every day, the banquets were still lively and exciting. Like usual, snide and derisive comments could be heard when Bai Xiaochun came, but he ignored them like usual. Laughing heartily, he sat down to enjoy the delicious alcohol and wonderful immortal fruits. The Saint Emperor didn't attend every single banquet. But through his archean powers, he would always ensure that lotus seeds were distributed. Bai Xiaochun was in a wonderful mood. Heavenly Marquis Lu shadowed him the entire day, convinced that something fishy was going on. However, he couldn't pin down what exactly it was, and eventually had to settle down again outside of Bai Xiaochun's blessed land to keep watch overnight. It was an act. He thought. He's doing all of this just to get the people used to seeing him. 5 more days flew by, and the same thing happened every time. It was nearing the end of the period of lotus banquets, and Bai Xiaochun was enjoying himself to the full. During the day, he would go to the imperial palace, and in the evenings, the little turtle would get some lotus seeds for the two of them to share. Although the seeds were all fairly small, they were numerous. In the few short days which had passed, Bai Xiaochun had already gotten his hands on over 1,000 of them. The sheer number involved outweighed how weak they were, and pushed Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base all the way into the great circle of the demigod realm. However, he made sure to keep the aura of his breakthrough suppressed. Now, he was one step closer to being a celestial. In fact, he was sure that it would likely only take a few years to form his Tao seed and achieve his breakthrough. Bai Xiaochun was aware that the little turtle had benefited even more than he had, although he wasn't sure by how much. The turtle's face glowed, and his shell looked smoother and shinier than ever. Considering how treacherous the little turtle was, Bai Xiaochun could only speculate that, if he had handed over 1,000 seeds, he had most likely eaten thousands himself. The more he thought about that fact, the more worried he got. Not that he felt bad for the Saint Emperor, but rather, was worried that their lotus seed stealing activities might be discovered. Be careful down there, and don't eat so many. Quit while you're ahead. The little turtle always agreed to comply with such repeated exhortations. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel any better about the situation, but it was too late to go back now. The worst came when, a few days before the lotus banquets were to end, the little turtle didn't return. Bai Xiaochun was instantly on guard. Don't tell me he got caught? Considering what Bai Xiaochun knew about the little turtle, he didn't have any confidence that he could keep a secret. Surprisingly, though, the Saint Emperor never came knocking. A few days later, the banquets came to an end, and the turtle still was not back. Bai Xiaochun was extremely nervous at this point. Ironically, there was one person who was even more nervous than Bai Xiaochun, and that was Heavenly Marquis Lu, who was still on watch outside of his blessed land. Damn it! What's going on here? Why has Bai Xiaochun been so calm and quiet? My intuition can't be wrong. He definitely has a secret master plan. As the two of them sat there anxiously, the last formalities to end the banquets occurred. Bells rang out from the imperial palace, drawing all of the officials for a final meeting in the palace hall. It would be the last distribution of lotus seeds by the Saint Emperor, and would also involve a ceremonial expression of thanks by the citizens. As people gathered, Bai Xiaochun was much quieter than everyone around him. He was in quite a perturbed state of mind, and was constantly glancing around at the expressions of the people around him, hoping to notice if anyone was looking at him strangely. Eventually, the Saint Emperor strode out and took his place in front of everyone. After looking around briefly, he smiled warmly. My dear subjects, I have already distributed 800 lotus seeds. Now, we will give all cultivators under the heavens a chance to acquire one of the final 200, by distributing them to the open market. It is my wish that our Saint Emperor dynasty will be just like lotus seeds that slowly grow into mature, beautiful lotuses that exist for all eternity. In response, the gathered officials all clasped hands formally and joined their voices to respond. May the Saint Emperor dynasty exist for all eternity. Despite how nervous he was, Xiaochun joined in with them. The Saint Emperor's smile grew even warmer when he heard the voices of the hosts of officials. Then he waved his hand, unleashing the power of his Archean cultivation base. Instantly, a holy aura swept out, causing an enormous hand to appear high above. The water in the heavenly pond rippled, and numerous lotus pods floated up to the surface. The hand descended, sweeping over the pond to harvest the lotus seeds. However, this time, when the hand swept over the pods, no seeds came out. The pods opened to reveal empty holes where the seeds should have been. The huge hand suddenly stopped moving. The Saint Emperor was stunned, as were all of the court officials. Eyes went wide, and numerous streams of divine sense suddenly sprang out to check the situation. Qinsu, Gu Tianjun, and the scholarly celestial were all flabbergasted. Xiaochun's heart was already pounding as he sent his divine sense out. When he saw all of the numerous empty seed pods, he immediately plastered a look of shock onto his face. The Saint Emperor's expression slowly sank into something very grim. Waving his hand again, he caused more of the seed pods to rise to the surface and open up. Yet again, almost no seeds could be seen, only empty holes. The court officials all gasped, and a moment later, devolved into a hubbub. This. Where are the lotus seeds? How could this be happening? Why are there no lotus seeds? All of a sudden, Xiaochun's voice rang out in extremely loud and exaggerated fashion. Heavens! How could this be happening? Don't tell me the heavenly dragonfish ate them all. Amid the cacophony of shocked exclamations, the Saint Emperor's expression turned even grimmer. Then, he performed an incantation gesture and waved his finger at the heavenly pond, sending a shocking stream of divine sense into the water. The sky went dim, and a huge wind kicked up as the water seethed and all of the lotus pods in its depths rose to the surface. Whether they were mature or not didn't matter. All of them rose up and then opened, over 10,000 in total. When the crowd saw the result, they were stunned. Everyone was shaken to the core as they saw that every single seed pod, without exception, was almost completely empty. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But the Saint Emperor, the three celestials, all of the demigods, and even the devas saw that on one of the lotus pods was Little Turtle, munching away at a fist-sized lotus seed. When Xiaochun saw the little turtle, his eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound even harder. He had assumed the little turtle had secretly eaten a few thousand seeds. Never could he have imagined that he would have eaten this many. Damn it! What kind of turtle is that? How dare he secretly eat the Saint Emperor dynasty's immortal lotus seeds? Look at how many of the pods are empty. He must have eaten tens of thousands of seeds. Damn it, I'm gonna turn him into turtle soup. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1070, by Xiaochun made me do it. Chapter 1070, by Xiaochun made me do it. The anger and the shouting of the crowd couldn't have been more apparent, and the Saint Emperor's expression continued to turn grimmer. Suddenly, he reached out with his right hand. The little turtle was incredibly fast, and usually was able to vanish without a trace, but in this case, he was no match for the Saint Emperor. Even as the little turtle prepared to teleport away, a magical ceiling settled down in the area surrounding him. He struggled, but to no avail. A moment passed, and then a powerful force grabbed onto him and sent him flying into the imperial palace in a beam of light, right into the outstretched hand of the Saint Emperor. The turtle was clearly frightened, and fought back with all four of his legs, but it did no good. As soon as he realized he had been captured by such a terrifying figure, he shrieked, "I was forced to do it. It was Xiaochun. Xiaochun made me do it. He's the ringleader in this whole thing. You people have no idea. He's a walking disaster. He forced me to steal the lotus seeds. I'm completely innocent. I'm the victim." When the cultivators in the infuriated crowd heard the little turtle's words, they slowly turned to look at Xiaochun. To have so many people staring at him caused Xiaochun to break out into a cold sweat. Although he knew that the little turtle was a scoundrel who wasn't exactly the trustworthy type, he had never imagined that it would immediately sell him out. What was worse was that the little turtle had personally taken what was likely tens of thousands of lotus seeds, and had only given 1,000 to Xiaochun. Inwardly, Xiaochun was cursing up a storm, but on the outside, he simply looked startled. Then he leaped to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at the little turtle. "Who are you? And how do you know my name? Your Majesty, this is a conspiracy. Somebody is definitely framing me. From the rage that seemed to echo in his voice, he was clearly furious at being unjustly accused. If it weren't for the matter of the heavenly dragonfish, the surrounding cultivators would likely have been convinced. But now, it seemed obvious that this little turtle was working together with Bai Xiaochun. The turtle was accusing Bai Xiaochun, whereas Bai Xiaochun was accusing the turtle. Obviously, they were the seed thieves, and now, they had been caught red-handed. Worse was that the Saint Emperor had just been about to harvest 200 lotus seeds to be sold at auction to the general populace. The Saint Emperor himself wouldn't benefit from the resulting auctions, but many of the officials present would have. There were numerous factors that played into the lotus seed auctions, factors which ensured that everyone involved profited. But now, there would obviously not be any auction. With 70% of the lotus seeds gone, the Saint Emperor obviously wouldn't be doing any more harvesting. The lotus pods had been so heavily damaged that it would be a long time before there were any more lotus banquets. That realization caused fury to boil up in the hearts of the Celestials, whose clans would definitely be affected negatively by this development. Important clans like theirs had huge operating expenses, and now, they would be losing out on a very important source of income. How brazen and reckless of you, Bai Xiaochun! How dare you steal the immortal lotus seeds? Saint Emperor, I would like to submit an official request to the court that Bai Xiaochun be executed. Your Majesty, I second the motion. This Bai Xiaochun must be punished immediately. The imperial palace instantly became like a hornet's nest, with raw killing intent surging in all directions. If it weren't for the fact that they were actually in the imperial palace, many of the cultivators present would have already started fighting Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was sweating hard, and gasped numerous times in response to what people were saying. Scalp tingling in fear, he was just about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly noticed that the little turtle had just winked at him in odd fashion. Then, the turtle cleared his throat and spoke in a high-pitched voice that cut through the crowd. My noble ladies and gentlemen, everything I did was on the orders of Bai Xiaochun. He is my master, and I have no choice but to follow his commands. Bai Xiaochun was glaring furiously at the turtle, but inside, he was actually a bit curious. After all the years of dealing with the little turtle, he had come to know him well, and could tell that there was something very odd about the way he had winked a moment ago. And the fact that the turtle had immediately accused him in loud and public fashion seemed to indicate that he was planning something. The entire place was in complete chaos. Numerous cultivators were submitting requests to the Saint Emperor, the little turtle was yelling at the top of his lungs, Bai Xiaochun was shouting, it was a madhouse. At this point, Gu Tianjun suddenly spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Killing intent was visible in his eyes as he stared at Bai Xiaochun and said, Saint Emperor, this Bai Xiaochun absolutely must be put to death. He has committed a capital offense of truly shocking nature. And I'd wager that the giant ghost fellow is in on the conspiracy. He should be killed too. Heavenly Marquis Lu was there in the crowd, his eyes shining brightly. Ever since he had been put in charge of keeping an eye on Bai Xiaochun, he had been unable to find any incriminating evidence. No matter how hard he tried, not a single clue had ever turned up. But now that the little turtle had been discovered, everything made sense. Heavenly Marquis Lu couldn't help but get excited at the sight of Bai Xiaochun being cursed by everyone in the crowd. Ah, what a familiar scene! He thought, trembling in excitement. It's just like what happened in the Grand Heaven Master's Hall in Archemperor City. That was also the first time I lost to Bai Xiaochun. The heavens do have eyes. The same thing that happened back then is happening today, but this time, I definitely won't lose. With that, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Striding out into the open, he ignored the rest of the crowd to glare at the turtle for a moment. Then he clasped hands and bowed deeply to the Saint Emperor. As of this moment, Heavenly Marquis Lu felt like he was one with all creation. Raising his voice loudly, he said, Your Majesty, I have summarized 500 crimes that this Bai Xiaochun has committed, and would like to take the opportunity today to list them out publicly. First is the crime of. However, before he could even speak out the first crime, the Saint Emperor, who stood there in front of the crowd holding the little turtle, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. His crisp, clear laughter filled all of Saint Emperor City, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. Heavenly Marquis Lu was interrupted, and the fury of the gathered officials was suddenly suppressed. Good. Great. Excellent. The Saint Emperor then laughed some more, his face a mask of joy and excitement as he eyed the little turtle. Considering that he was an Archean, it was unusual to see him acting in such emotional fashion. Everyone was shocked, and had no idea what was going on, except for the three Celestials. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the little turtle, and a moment later, looks of astonishment could be seen on their faces. The Eternal Turtle, the Saint Emperor said, his voice quavering a bit. The Eternal Turtle. It's the Eternal Turtle. The legendary, one-of-a-kind, completely unique companion spirit of the Eternal Flower. To have the Eternal Turtle in Saint Emperor City is a good omen. It shows that the Saint Emperor dynasty is the true and orthodox force in the Eternal Lands, something that will stand the test of time and endure forever. But Bai Xiaochun was stunned. Back when the Gravekeeper had extracted blood from the little turtle to help Bai Xiaochun, he remembered hearing something about an eternal turtle, but he had been mostly unconscious, and had never pursued the matter. Eventually, the Saint Emperor flicked his sleeve and issued a proclamation. Let the Eternal Turtle be named the Saint Turtle of the Saint Emperor dynasty. This turtle is now the symbol of our nation, and represents me wherever he goes. For offering this turtle as a gift, Bai Xiaochun will be given a 7-colored belt and 10 immortal pills. Gasps could be heard from the gathered cultivators as they looked over at the little turtle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1071, There are still lotus roots. Chapter 1071, There are still lotus roots. No one could ever have predicted that the little turtle who had secretly eaten such a vast number of lotus seeds would be appointed as the Saint Turtle of the Saint Emperor dynasty. Although it seemed completely preposterous, it certainly resolved the issue of the lotus seeds. The rewards given to Bai Xiaochun ensured that the matter was already a thing of the past. Everyone was effectively silenced as the Saint Emperor departed the scene happily. However, unlike past incidents, the officials did nothing to cover up their frustration and anger at Bai Xiaochun as they glared at him. After all, the Saint Emperor hadn't really lost out on anything in this incident. Only they had. Bai Xiaochun was just as stunned by this turn of events as everyone else. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the little turtle must have planned on this from the beginning. He knew that the Saint Emperor would recognize him immediately if he ever saw him in person. That was why the little turtle had dared to so brazenly eat the lotus seeds, and was also why he had so openly declared his relationship with Bai Xiaochun. There were still a few things he wasn't completely sure about, but in the end, now that the incident was concluded, they didn't really matter. Clearing his throat, he looked around at the court officials, stuck his chest out and stood up taller and straighter, and finally, swaggered out of the palace. The cultivators' eyes glittered with cold light as they watched him go. At this point, many of them were coming to realize the reality of the situation. Early on, they might have been able to come up with ways to have Bai Xiaochun punished, but now, that had changed. The little turtle had been appointed the Saint Turtle, which meant that Bai Xiaochun was even more important than before. As of now, there was no one in Saint Emperor City who could do a single thing to him. Although the Saint Emperor still had his misgivings, the way events had played out spoke volumes. The truth was that if the little turtle's identity hadn't been revealed, the Saint Emperor would have crushed Bai Xiaochun the moment he saw the empty seed pods. For the Saint Emperor, enough was enough. Never before had any cultivator dared to do the things Bai Xiaochun had done in Saint Emperor City. But the little turtle was too important. That was especially true considering that the Eternal Turtle was rumored to be able to give cultivators better control of willpower. To the Saint Emperor, that was beyond crucial, and could give him the edge he needed to break out of the Archean realm. The mere thought of that caused his heart to race with joy. The little turtle had worded things in a very clever way. Although some people might not have picked up on it initially, the Saint Emperor had understood the implications immediately. The Eternal Turtle belonged to Bai Xiaochun. Once the Eternal Turtle bonded a master, it couldn't be changed. Not even killing Bai Xiaochun would do anything, and would in fact enrage the turtle. The only way to get the Eternal Turtle to willingly stay in Saint Emperor City was to get Bai Xiaochun's approval. The Saint Emperor knew that everyone had value in some way. Whether they were celestials or demigods, it was the same. Bai Xiaochun was valuable because of his status in the Heavenspan realm. In fact, in some ways he was even more important than a celestial. When you added in the matter of the Eternal Turtle, it made him so important that the Saint Emperor even feared him to a degree. Although the rest of the officials in Saint Emperor City didn't quite understand all of that, they could guess at it. This damned bastard ate tons of heavenly dragonfish, and then a bunch of lotus seeds, and in the end, everything worked out fine for him, but he really is a walking disaster. He defiled the heavenly dragonfish, and then nearly wiped out all of the lotus seeds. And yet his co-conspirator ended up being named the Saint Turtle. He should never have been allowed to stay in Saint Emperor City. Filled with various negative thoughts, the crowd dispersed, until Bai Xiaochun was the only one standing there. As for Heavenly Marquis Lu, he was already slipping into a major depression. He had just been preparing to list out the 500 crimes that Bai Xiaochun had committed when the Saint Emperor interrupted him with roaring laughter. He was more stunned now than he had ever been in his entire life. Just like back in the Wildlands, he thought, shivering. Another half a month went by. News of the Lotus Seed incident spread throughout Saint Emperor City. Furthermore, the fact that there would be no lotus seed auctions had major repercussions in both of the two immortal domains controlled by the Saint Emperor dynasty. What was even more shocking, though, was the news about the Saint Turtle, which caused a stir even in the Vile Emperor dynasty. As for Xiaochun, he was uncharacteristically quiet, spending the entire month consuming lotus seeds and immortal pills to advance his cultivation base. Although he didn't achieve a breakthrough to become a celestial, he was getting closer and closer to that point. By the time the lotus seeds and immortal pills stopped being effective, he was at the very peak of the Great Circle. Now, it was as if he were right up against a huge, seemingly insurmountable barrier. So close, he murmured sadly. At this point, he could tell that no amount of slow and steady progress would get him past that wall. He needed something amazing to help him break the barrier down in one shot. Meanwhile, much attention was paid to the little turtle. The half a month passed in somewhat of a whirlwind for him. Of course, the Saint Emperor didn't cause any problems for him. He only asked that the turtle accompany him for 3 or 4 hours a day during cultivation. Other than that, there were no limitations placed on him. The little turtle could go about freely in Saint Emperor City. In fact, he could have or do just about anything he wanted. He could even eat heavenly dragonfish if he felt like it. As far as the lotus seeds went, it all depended on the little turtle's mood. Eventually, he went to talk with Xiaochun about everything that had occurred earlier. When Xiaochun heard the whole story, he was a bit jealous, but didn't dare to say anything. Even worse, the little turtle's shell seemed to shine more brightly every time he came to visit, an indication of how well he was eating. And that wasn't even mentioning how the turtle seemed to be gaining a lot of weight. AI, there's really nothing I can do, little Xiaochun. You have no idea how rough life is. I've eaten so many immortal pills I can hardly stand them anymore. The Saint Emperor, and even that celestial named Chinsu, stuffs me with them. The worst of them is Gu Tianjun. Can you believe that he gave me an entire harem of female turtles? They're completely shameless. All they want to do is fight over who will be the first to lay a batch of eggs. It's so annoying. Despite the turtle's size, it was impossible for him to conceal how pleased he was with his wonderful life. Despite the fact that the little turtle kept providing Xiaochun with a supply of immortal pills and other such things, now that Xiaochun was in the Great Circle, none of them were enough to break through the barrier that held him back. Whatever item it was that could help him break through apparently didn't exist in the Eternal Lands. If it did, then the Saint Emperor dynasty wouldn't only have 4 celestials. After seeing how proud the little turtle was with himself, Xiaochun thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Hey little turtle, I know you can eat the dragonfish and the lotus seeds, but what about the lotus roots down at the bottom of the lake? Can you eat those too?" Lotus roots. The little turtle's eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. I bet they're more effective than anything else. Xiaochun was licking his lips just thinking about it. How about you go down and grab one? We can try it out together. The little turtle was already looking excited at the prospect. After all, it had only eaten the lotus seeds up to this point. Seeing this reaction, Xiaochun decided to strike while the iron was hot, and began to negotiate. 50-50? The little turtle said, glaring. No way. 90 out of 10. Xiaochun sighed. Listen, little turtle, we've known each other for years now. From the Bloodstream sect to the River-defying sect, then the Wildlands. And now here we are in the Eternal Lands. We have to rely on each other to survive. We're partners. You know, in some respects, we're basically family. You ate tens of thousands of lotus seeds, and I didn't say anything. Now I'm trying to achieve a cultivation base breakthrough. What's the point in you being so stingy? It was with bloodshot eyes that Xiaochun tried to appeal to the little turtle's emotions, even putting a look of pain into his own eyes as he spoke. This was the little turtle's first time seeing Xiaochun talk to him in this way, and he was clearly taken aback. Suddenly feeling a bit sorry, he sighed. Sounding hurt, he said, whatever. Look, 90 out of 10 it is. 90 for you, 10 for me. I won't sneak any extra before you make your breakthrough. With that, he turned and blurred into motion toward the heavenly pond. At that point, Xiaochun's eyes began to shine. Who would have thought that this was the way to deal with the little turtle, thought. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1072, The Lotus Flower Wilts. Chapter 1072, The Lotus Flower Wilts. Considering the speed the little turtle was capable of, and his current standing in the Saint Emperor dynasty, unless the Saint Emperor personally had divine sense locked onto him, it would be impossible for anyone to keep track of him. Nobody even noticed as he slipped into the heavenly pond and headed down toward the lotus roots. There were quite a few of them in the pond. They formed the foundation of the huge flower, as well as the numerous leaves up above. Most were embedded in the silt at the bottom of the pond, but many floated in various positions within the water. The little turtle didn't need to do any searching. It took almost no time at all for him to find a lotus root several meters long. Although it was hard to say exactly how he accomplished it, he easily dragged the root up and out of the water. It was evening, and not many people were out and about. Therefore, no one caught sight of him as he whizzed back to Xiaochun's blessed land. A whooshing sound could be heard as he appeared right in front of the cross-legged Xiaochun, his eyes shining with anticipation. I did it! As you know, when Lord Turtle takes the field, he never loses. A blur could be seen as the huge lotus root then appeared between the two of them. Almost immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air that lifted Xiaochun's spirits, as well as a strong spiritual energy that vastly surpassed anything from the heavenly dragonfish or the lotus seeds. Excited, Xiaochun quickly cleaned the root, then a crunch could be heard as he took a deep bite. It was sweet and sticky, and altogether delicious. Almost immediately, Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and a warm current began to flow through him. When the little turtle saw how excited Xiaochun was, he cleared his throat and said, whatever. Lord Turtle won't fight with you over this one. After all, he had secretly munched on some other roots while down in the water. Blurring into motion, he left the blessed land and headed back to the heavenly pond. Xiaochun was very happy to see the little turtle acting in this way, and quickly went about munching down more of the lotus root. Heat flowed through him as, in a relatively short time, he consumed the entire lotus root. The spiritual energy from the lotus root was first like a stream, and then a huge river, and then an ocean, raging through his energy passageways. Rumbling sounds echoed out that only he could hear, making it seem as though he were in a world of his own, a place filled with boundless spiritual energy. At this point, his cultivation base began to batter against that invisible barrier. That one lotus root was better than all of the lotus seeds and heavenly dragonfish put together. This is incredible. His face glowed a healthy red, and his eyes shone with the glow of anticipation. He very much wanted to get out of the demigod realm and into the celestial realm. After all the progress he had made, he finally seemed to be just on the verge of doing that. Closing his eyes, he rotated his cultivation base and focused his divine sense, controlling the flow of spiritual energy to batter at the barrier over and over again. Soon, he began to tremble physically as an illusory vortex sprang up around him. It was a very difficult thing to break the barrier that separated the demigod realm from the celestial realm. Even with the power of the lotus root, he was only able to strike at it unsuccessfully about 10 times. Time passed, and when the 10th attempt failed, blood oozed out of his mouth, and his eyes snapped open to reveal an unyielding defiance. Not a good enough of a foundation. Or is it unusually difficult because of the undying live forever technique? Closing his eyes, he thought back to how he had broken out of the nascent soul stage in the Deva realm, and slowly came to an understanding of what was happening. All of his previous breakthroughs had to do with the undying live forever technique. All of them had been like approaching a gate, which he then simply opened. But now both codices of his undying live forever technique were complete. He had reached the end, with no more divine abilities to unlock for either. And upon reaching the end of a road, there would be no more gates to open, only a barrier. So what if there's a barrier? I'll just break it down. He gritted his teeth, and a moment later, a gleam of determination appeared in his bloodshot eyes. I can't just keep trying over and over again. Despite my powers of regeneration, I can sense that making endless repeated attacks on the barrier will be harmful. He sent out some divine sense to make contact with the little turtle, and asked him to bring more lotus roots. I need to succeed in one shot. I need to build up a huge reserve of power, and then launch a single decisive attack on the barrier. He considered trying to use his turtle walk. After all, he hadn't used it to enhance either the heavenly dragonfish or the lotus seeds. But he wasn't in the heavenspan realm any longer. These were the eternal lands, and if people found out about his turtle walk, it could cause major problems. Therefore, he had made a decision not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Giving up on any thoughts of breaking the barrier, he waited for the little turtle to return. When the little turtle saw the blood oozing out of his mouth, he immediately got a sense of how important the lotus roots were to him. Not bothering to haggle over the split, he gave him another lotus root. Half a month passed by in a flash, during which time Xiaochun didn't make any more attempts to break the barrier. He kept building up energy, and the little turtle kept delivering lotus roots. Sometimes he would bring 7 or 8, sometimes dozens. Whenever Xiaochun asked for more, he got more, until a wild vortex rose up around him. Clearly, his accumulation of spiritual power had reached an astonishing level. He looked like he might explode at any moment, to the point where the little turtle's scalp tingled with anxiety. Gotta be careful. Don't want to get fried if he blows up. The little turtle then went on to place some magical sealing marks around Bai Xiaochun, creating some type of shield. Not only would it contain the force of any potential explosions, but it would also mask Bai Xiaochun's aura from outsiders. However, the little turtle was still feeling a bit nervous, especially when he realized that Bai Xiaochun's body seemed to be growing unstable. He was so frightened that he spent most of his time submerged in the heavenly pond munching on lotus roots. He would only occasionally head over and throw some extra roots at Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that the little turtle had actually become somewhat addicted to the delicious roots, and couldn't hold back from eating as many as he could. Unfortunately, there was only one lotus flower in the heavenly pond. Although it had many roots, many leaves, and many seed pods, it was still just one plant. If the little turtle had only eaten a few of the roots, it wouldn't have mattered. And although Bai Xiaochun was consuming quite a few, when compared to the total amount, it wasn't anything to mention. However, the little turtle was addicted, and in the half-month that passed, he gave only a few more than 100 roots to Bai Xiaochun, and yet ate several thousand. Because of the decreasing supply of spiritual energy, the lotus leaves upon which Saint Emperor's city was built, slowly began to show signs of wilting. Some of the edges even began to turn yellow. Most shocking was that the lotus flower which housed the imperial palace, which had already begun to tilt to the side thanks to the heavenly dragonfish incident, was now having its very foundation removed. Gradually, it began to turn listless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1073, Celestial Tribulation. Chapter 1073, Celestial Tribulation. The lotus leaves were turning yellow, and the flower itself was wilting. All of Saint Emperor's city was shocked to the core. The leaves are yellowing. Heavens! What could be causing this disaster? Damn it! What's going on in Saint Emperor's city this year? Don't tell me it's that Bai Xiaochun again. Look everybody, it's not just the leaves that are affected. Check out the flower. Something's definitely wrong with it. The court officials were all shocked, and the three celestials were both enraged, and at the same time, exhausted. After all, this year had been filled with one major event after another. However, all three celestials knew that the little turtle was to blame, and that they were absolutely helpless to do anything about it. That damnable eternal turtle. Does he have it out for our Saint Lotus or something? Eat anything you want, but keep your hands off of the lotus. Not even the heavenly dragonfish would eat it. It's one thing to eat lotus seeds, but that turtle is actually eating the roots. Damn it, if this goes on, one of these days he'll eat the whole flower. To the Saint Emperor, the little turtle was essentially a precious treasure, and therefore, no one else in the nation qualified to berate it. And unfortunately, he was in a session of secluded meditation, and could not be disturbed except under the direst of circumstances. Eventually, he emerged, and when he saw the yellowed lotus leaves and the wilting flower, even he was stunned. By now, he truly had a love-hate relationship with the little turtle. And of course he couldn't punish the turtle. He could only bring him back to the palace and try to persuade him with words. Looking at the little turtle standing there on the palm of his hand, he said, You can't eat the lotus roots." "What?" the little turtle said, sounding guilty and looking like the picture of innocence. "Really?" Although the Saint Emperor was actually furious, he didn't let any of that show. He would save that for Bai Xiaochun. Instead, he did a bit more work to persuade the turtle of the error of his ways, and then summoned Bai Xiaochun to the palace. However, it was in that very moment that, in Bai Xiaochun's blessed land, his eyes suddenly snapped open. "After months of building up spiritual energy from over 100 lotus roots, I have exactly what it takes to break through." Laughing heartily to the heavens, he sent cultivation base power coursing through his energy passageways and toward his divine soul. The spiritual energy of over 100 lotus roots erupted out, a virtual ocean of power that flowed through him toward the invisible barrier. A huge boom echoed out inside of him, as well as something that got Bai Xiaochun very excited. It was the sound of a barrier cracking. "Be destroyed." He lowered his head, veins bulging as he put all of the energy reserves he had into the effort of attacking the barrier. He had no gates to enter, no paths to walk. He could only bash his way onto the great way of the celestial. Pain filled him as his divine soul cracked and splintered. But he simply endured the pain, a vicious, maddened expression on his face as he stuck to his plan. His cultivation base was now at the absolute limit of the demigod realm. In the blink of an eye, his divine soul shattered, and his fleshly body began to crumble. At the same time, that seemingly unbreakable barrier also began to fall apart. By this point, Bai Xiaochun's mind was almost a complete blank, devoid of thought or feeling. He could see what was happening, but it was almost as if he were an outside observer. Slowly, everything around him turned dark, with the only light coming from inside his body. That light grew brighter and brighter as countless bright motes appeared, little spots that almost looked like wispy, flying seeds. It was almost like a cloud of dandelion seeds. They filled the area, floating and flying toward one particular flying seed inside of him. Everything seemed to go into slow motion for Xiaochun. Meanwhile, in the instant that the barrier began to crumble, shocking fluctuations rolled out from his blessed land, as well as powerful rumbling sounds. The vortex that had come to surround him swept up high into the sky and far out in all directions. All of the residents of Saint Emperor City noticed and were completely shocked. After a brief silence, people began to cry out. Those fluctuations. That aura. Someone is breaking out of the demigod realm and into the celestial realm. Numerous beams of light shot up into the air, and countless streams of divine sense came to focus on Xiaochun's blessed land. After all, in all of the eternal lands, there were only 10 celestials in total. From that alone, it was possible to see how difficult it was for demigod experts to achieve breakthroughs. As of this moment, the Saint Emperor was right in the middle of putting the little turtle out of mind and sending some divine sense to Xiaochun's blessed land. Everyone was now completely focused on Xiaochun, and the massive energy fluctuations that were coming from his direction. As for the vortex, it continued to spin, causing strange signs and portents to appear in heaven and earth. All the while, Xiaochun's aura was roiling out in full madness. Everyone in Saint Emperor City was shaken, but the first to react was actually Gu Tianjun. He blurred into motion, appearing near the vortex that surrounded Xiaochun. As soon as he examined it, his expression flickered. Xiaochun is going to break through. Chen Su and the scholarly celestial appeared out of thin air, their eyes sparkling at the thought of how long it had been since a new celestial had appeared in the Saint Emperor dynasty. If the person breaking through was someone other than Xiaochun, then it would have been a cause for rejoicing, and a stirring inspiration to all of the people in the nation. It would also have left the vile Emperor dynasty quite shaken. With another celestial, the power of the Saint Emperor dynasty would increase by 30%. However, the person breaking through was not truly someone from the Saint Emperor dynasty, but rather, Xiaochun. As people began to realize the implications of this fact, they were struck with mixed feelings. That was especially true of the 3 celestials, whose expressions turned very grim. At this point, the scholarly celestial said, when someone becomes a celestial, the Eternal Mother gets involved. Unless an Archean takes action, no one could possibly interfere. This Xiaochun is a crafty fox, Chen Su said, his eyes flashing. He knows that because he's in Saint Emperor City, the Saint Emperor will have to assist. And the vile Emperor definitely won't come to cause problems. There couldn't be a safer place. It doesn't really matter, Gu Tianjun said coldly. Many cultivators throughout history have reached this step. But who can even count how many have been killed facing the 3 heavenly tribulations? All he's done is break the barrier, which begins the first tribulation. He might not even survive it, let alone the 2 to follow. All of Saint Emperor City was shaken, and the Saint Emperor was paying close attention, as were the 3 celestials. In that moment, incredible rumbling sounds echoed out as the enormous vortex grew in size by 100-fold. Nearly half of the sky became a vortex, filled with countless bolts of dancing lightning. Saint Emperor City was completely covered by the tribulation clouds, which roiled out to fill much of the surrounding immortal domain. The second tribulation is starting, Gu Tianjun said, his eyes narrowing. Beneath the epicenter of the vortex was Xiaochun, who sat there cross-legged, trembling within a world of darkness. The only thing he could see were the countless floating seeds, which were also slowly forming together into one. That process was the second tribulation to which Gu Tianjun referred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1074 All Creation Notified of a Celestial. Chapter 1074 All Creation Notified of a Celestial. When a demigod became a celestial, they would endure 3 great tribulations. The first was the formless barrier, a heavenly obstacle that only demigods with abundant resources could break through. Each failure was harmful, and after too many such failures, success would become impossible. After all, most people did not have the powers of regeneration that Xiaochun did, and not even he had the ability to make unlimited attempts. Of course, some demigod cultivators who had extensive backing and resources would actually pass the first tribulation on the first try. After the first tribulation was the second, which was even more profound and abstruse. It had different names. Some people called it reattaining purity and simplicity. Other people called it retracing essence. Whatever its name, it was about a fusion process. The countless dandelion-like seeds needed to become one. Although that process seemed simple, the reason it was known as a tribulation was that 90% of cultivators who made it past the first tribulation would fail at this point. For many years, the cultivators of the eternal immortal domains didn't understand the second tribulation. It was only after the Saint Emperor became an Archean and gained control of the power of resurrection that the secrets were unlocked. This tribulation was a test of divine abilities. At this critical point, the demigod cultivator would call upon all of the techniques he or she had cultivated in his life and combine them in a unique way. It would be different every time, based on the specific techniques involved. Only by combining 50% of one's techniques could one pass the critical point. The first tribulation essentially had to do with building up enough energy, whereas the second was not something that could be passed by having access to special resources. One could only succeed after having cultivated some of the ultimate Taoist magics that existed in the eternal immortal domains. Without that foundation, the only option would be to destroy one's cultivation base and start practicing cultivation from the very beginning again. These two tribulations would weed out 99% of all cultivators, although not necessarily by killing them. However, the third tribulation could definitely be considered deadly in nature. If one succeeded, one would become a celestial. If one failed, one would be reduced to ashes and become, as the legends said, a part of the eternal flower. The third tribulation was about approval. The approval of the eternal flower, also known as the eternal mother, was absolutely required. It had nothing to do with access to resources or the nature of one's techniques. In fact, even the Archeans weren't fully sure of how the process worked. The Saint Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty all descended from the original emperors and cultivated similar techniques. And yet, people from both dynasties had failed at the third tribulation in the past. Right now, Gu Tianjun, Chen Su, and the scholarly Deva were all thinking about these various tribulations as they looked at the vortex surrounding Bai Xiaochun. It was the same with the Saint Emperor. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had passed the first tribulation was no surprise to them. After coming to the Saint Emperor dynasty, Bai Xiaochun had consumed heavenly dragonfish and lotus seeds. As far as the lotus roots, all of them were fairly certain that he had been part of that as well. With resources such as that at his disposal, it was only natural that he would pass the first tribulation. The Saint Emperor was obviously not very happy about that point. In fact, if he had known that things would turn out this way, he would never have let Bai Xiaochun stay in Saint Emperor City. It would be inappropriate for me to interfere. It will all come down to Bai Xiaochun's personal good fortune. If Bai Xiaochun had been making his attempt at some other location, the Saint Emperor might have interfered. But here in Saint Emperor City, with so many people watching, he couldn't meddle easily. And thus, all eyes in the city were fixed on Bai Xiaochun's blessed land, and the enormous vortex which surrounded it. With each moment that passed, the vortex grew in size, forcing the three celestials to inch away from it. Suddenly, a bellow erupted from within the vortex. It was Bai Xiaochun, and he almost sounded like a dragon roaring in a voice that echoed to the highest heavens. The entire city trembled, and in the water of the heavenly pond, the heavenly dragonfish shivered and sank down as far into the water as they could. Then, to the shock of the Saint Emperor and the Celestials, the vortex began to spin and expand with unimaginable speed. The sky seemed to be on the verge of tearing apart as the vortex spread out to cover, not only Saint Emperor City, but also the 10 prefectures which surrounded it. Any given immortal domain was vastly larger than the heavenspan realm had been, and right now, all of the cultivators in that area, all of the living beings, no matter what they were doing, were shaken down to their very souls as the vortex filled the sky. Even the people from the adjacent immortal domains could see what was happening, and began to cry out in shock and alarm. The Celestials gasped from the utter shock of it all. Impossible! How did he pass the second tribulation so quickly? Even if he did cultivate the techniques of the Archemperors, he shouldn't have been able to fuse them with such speed. Suddenly, the Saint Emperor vanished from within the imperial palace, to reappear in midair above the city, his expression very somber as he looked in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's blessed land. Back when I became a celestial, it took me the time it takes an incense stick to burn to pass the second tribulation. The third tribulation took 3 days, but Bai Xiaochun used only 10 breaths of time. The undying live forever technique, huh? I wonder how long it will take him to pass the third tribulation. Of course, there was little need to mention how shaken the other court officials and powerful experts in Saint Emperor City were. But what caused even more visible shock was when they suddenly heard a voice whispering in their ears. It sounded like a host of living beings speaking at the same time. It was as if the Eternal Mother were calling to them, speaking into heaven and earth from countless ages in the past. That was what would happen when the second tribulation was passed. An eternal murmuring would be heard, indicating that the Tao seed had been successfully formed. It wasn't just the cultivators in Saint Emperor City who heard it, everyone beneath the massive vortex also heard it. Even the people of Heavenspan who were in the Saint Emperor dynasty were included, and they were shaken. Although many people had no idea what exactly it meant, there were some who had been party to something similar in the past, and quickly realized what it meant. Someone is becoming a celestial. The news quickly began to spread through the prefectures of the Saint Emperor dynasty, leading to widespread shock. In the Vile Emperor dynasty, the first person to understand what was happening was the Vile Emperor himself. Deeply shaken, he looked in the direction of Saint Emperor City, eyes flickering with shock. Gongsun Wana was also in Vile Emperor City, where she led a vast army from Rebongalion. When she realized what was happening, her expression flickered with shock, and she looked in the direction of Saint Emperor City. It's my sweetie. The appearance of a new celestial was something that would rock the entire cultivation world. Of course, Xiaochun had no idea that any of that was going on. His mind was currently blank and calm, as he acted on instinct alone. The fusion process, which to the shock of the Saint Emperor and the other celestials had gone very quickly, wasn't anything Xiaochun had even worried about. He had felt himself split apart into numerous dandelion-like seeds, floating about aimlessly. At the same time, though, he sensed something like a hidden voice speaking within his soul. It was like a voice speaking to him, and although he didn't know what it was saying, it made him feel safe. It was like a mother speaking to a child. He forgot everything, as though he really had become a bunch of dandelion seeds floating within a void. He wasn't sure how long it lasted. A year. Perhaps 100 or even 10,000. There was no time or thought within the void. But then, one day, he heard a very clear voice. Tell me your name, my child. I'm Xiaochun. The words he spoke echoed like heavenly thunder, destroying the void, and crushing the world around him. Xiaochun suddenly woke up from within the dandelion seeds, to find himself within his blessed land in the Saint Emperor dynasty. All of his memories flooded back as, right there in front of him, was something that looked like a dandelion seed. It was none other than his Dao seed. In that moment, the clouds in the sky seethed. Then, everyone in Vile Emperor dynasty, and everyone in the Saint Emperor dynasty, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, and regardless of who they were, heard a voice murmuring something in their mind. An 11th celestial exists in the world, named Xiaochun. Also in that exact moment, outside of the eternal immortal domains, next to the enormous sovereign, out in the darkness of the starry sky, was an enormous object that looked almost like a landmass. Closer inspection, though, would reveal that it was half of a fan. Despite being damaged, it sped smoothly through the starry sky like a shooting star. Originally, it had not been heading toward the eternal immortal domains, but after Xiaochun's cultivation base breakthrough, when that voice spoke to all living beings, a vortex sprang up which changed the trajectory of the damaged fan. As of this moment, it was clear that it would soon pass by the eternal immortal domains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1075 Dao Seed. Chapter 1075 Dao Seed. No one was aware of the impending arrival of the huge fan, not even the Archean emperors, but however, in the moment that Xiaochun became a celestial, all living beings in the two dynasties heard the name Xiaochun ringing in their ears. It was as if the spirit of heaven and earth were announcing to all creation that a new celestial had arrived. It was just as Gongsun Wana had explained some time ago. All living things proceeded through their lives as though they were climbing a ladder. Everyone had will, and beyond that was the Dao Seed, both of which could affect the wider world. Back in Saint Emperor City, the eyes of the three celestials glittered brightly as they looked over at Xiaochun's blessed land, and the boundless energy which currently swept out from it into the larger world. Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of the Saint Emperor. He knew that, as of this moment, Xiaochun from the Heavenspan realm had made a major step in pursuing his personal Dao. Furthermore, instead of there being two major factors that made him important to the Saint Emperor, there were now three. He was now a celestial. The Saint Emperor consciously suppressed the frustration and anger he had felt because of the lotus roots. All of the officials in the Saint Emperor dynasty, even Heavenly Marquis Lu, stood there in silence, shocked at how smoothly Xiaochun had stepped into the celestial realm. As for the Vile Emperor, he was just as shaken as the Saint Emperor was. And then there were the cultivators from the Heavenspan realm, scattered throughout the two dynasties, whose hearts surged with excitement as that mysterious voice spoke to them. In Godsifter Prefecture, the giant ghost king had been sitting sullenly in his preceptoral manner, grumbling about how destitute he and his followers were. All of a sudden, he shot to his feet, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness. Xiaochun is a celestial. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The Grand Heaven Master was speeding along through the wastelands of a neighboring prefecture when, all of a sudden, he turned to look in the direction of Saint Emperor City. Mixed emotions could be seen in his eyes, including relief, happiness, and determination. I need to go see the giant ghost king, he murmured. Turning, he began to head toward Godsifter Prefecture. The giant Ghost King and the Grand Heavenmaster weren't the only ones to be excited. In the Vile Emperor dynasty, Bruiser had taken it upon himself to protect Song Junwan. No matter what insidious motives people had, with Bruiser there, she was safe. Bruiser's battle prowess had improved steadily, placing him within the Deva realm. It was as the two of them were traveling along that both heard a voice speaking to them. A tremor ran through Song Junwan, and Bruiser suddenly looked up in the direction of Saint Emperor City. Bruiser, Xiaochun just became a celestial. Song Junwan could not have been more elated. After arriving in the eternal immortal domains, she had been significantly enlivened by three particular pieces of news. The first was that the Saint Emperor had appointed by Xiaochun as Duke Heavenspan. The second came not long after that. She got a message from Patriarch Spiritstream, stating that he, Li Qingho, and some others were banding together. The river-defying sect was being reformed. In fact, she and Bruiser were right in the middle of heading to that very location. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of trying to get to Saint Emperor City. It was just too far away. Right now, the closest safe place was with Patriarch Spiritstream. There within the Vile Emperor dynasty, Patriarch Spiritstream, Li Qingho, and the others who had already gathered together were all extremely excited. They had a bitter life right now, but as of this moment, their hope only continued to solidify. The fact that Xiaochun is a celestial will inspire everyone from the Heavenspan realm. Patriarch Spiritstream threw his head back and laughed, a laugh filled with relief and anticipation. Qingho, it was not in vain that we reached out to so many river-defying sect disciples. More and more will be joining us in the coming days. Saint Emperor City is too far away for us to reach, but I have faith that Xiaochun will find us sooner or later. A broad smile covered Li Qingho's face, making him look almost as young as he had been when he first caught sight of that youngster atop Mount Hood. Song Ke had made much progress over the last year in the Vile Emperor dynasty. He had participated in many deadly fights, causing a powerful murderous aura to build up in his bones. He had chosen not to go to Patriarch Spiritstream. Instead, he was like a lone wolf, prowling the vast immortal domains of the Vile Emperor dynasty in a constant journey to grow stronger. He was now on the cusp of a breakthrough, half a step into the Deva realm. When the voice spoke to Song Ke about Bai Xiaochun becoming a celestial, he stopped in place. After a moment of silence, he smiled. And yet, the determination never left his eyes. Turning, he vanished into the night. There were quite a few lone wolves like Song Quebec. For example, there was Zhou Zimo. Because of her Deva cultivation base, as well as her extreme caution, no one had any idea who she truly was. Furthermore, she didn't go around slaughtering people like Song Quebec. Instead, she gained power. Over the course of the past year, she had come to control 5 entire sections. Despite that, no one was ever able to get any hint about who she truly was. Because she had 5 sects under her control, Zhou Zimo was in a much better position than most of the other lone wolves from the Heavenspan realm. Whether it was her cultivation, or her access to information, she was far beyond the masses. When she heard the voice murmuring by Xiaochun's name, she was undercover in a 6th sect, one that she hoped to soon gain control of. A tremor passed through her, and she rubbed her belly, a radiant smile playing out on her face. "Hey little buddy, that useless dad of yours is pretty awesome, isn't he?" In Vile Emperor City was a certain immortal's cave that was kept under heavy guard. Inside, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged, listening to the voice speaking by Xiaochun's name. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. "By Xiaochun. You may be a step ahead of me, but that won't matter in the end." Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, whereupon energy began to build up to break a barrier within him. As the eternal immortal domains were shaken, Bai Xiaochun was there in his blessed land in Saint Emperor City, bursting with excitement at the feeling of the dandelion-like Dao seed inside of him. "I finally broke through." A long moment passed, after which he waved his hand, causing the Dao seed to float out from inside and hover in front of him. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he studied it closely. "So this is a Dao seed, huh?" It was covered with innumerable magical symbols, and contained boundless will. In fact, because he had cultivated the frigid school will-evolving incantation, it was easy for him to identify the strand of willpower that had long existed in him, which was now part of the Dao seed. After a long moment, he looked away, and the Dao seed floated back into him. At that point, he took a deep breath and assessed his cultivation base power, which now vastly surpassed the level of a demigod. If he were to face Ghost Mother right now, he was confident that he wouldn't need to slowly whittle away at her. Given his current cultivation base, he would be able to cleave the defensive shields of her battleship apart with a single blow. Furthermore, because of his level of control over his willpower, he felt as if he were at the peak of all creation, and that a single thought of his could affect the minds of all living beings. He suddenly thought back to the time over the Eternal Sea when Gongsun Wanner had used her Taoist magic of willpower. In that moment, it was as if all living things had been completely incapable of resisting her or fighting back. Were it not for the scrap of willpower he had possessed back then, not even his heaven-defying powers of regeneration would have saved him. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun was absolutely certain about one particular thing he could now do. Although it would be difficult, he could control the will within all living beings around him. He closed his eyes for a long moment, and then opened them. Before, I didn't understand why there was no further path for the undying live forever technique after becoming a celestial. But now I know. The human body has 5 mountains, 5 shackles, that lead to the undying live forever technique. Although it seems to end with the Mahayana realm, the truth is that the final step comes by deepening the previously built foundation. Progress comes not by advancing along a path others have already walked, but rather by forging one's own Tao. Even the powerful Archlord was defeated by the sovereign from beyond. That just goes to show that following the methods that others have attempted will lead to a dead end. With the proper foundation, progress comes based on one's personal experiences, thoughts, and decisions. Presumably, it would be the same, not just with the imperial clan from the Heavenspan realm, but with the vile emperor and the Saint Emperor too. At long last, Bai Xiaochun understood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1076, Forging a Personal Tao. Chapter 1076, Forging a Personal Tao. The undying live forever technique is like soil. What grows in that soil is up to one's personal Tao. Above demigods are celestials, and above celestials are archeans. If I want to become an archean, then according to what Gongsun Wanner said, I need to get my Tao seed to sprout, and become Tao will. Those who have Tao will are archeans. Tao seed. Tao will. That is the difference between celestials and archeans. Before his cultivation base breakthrough, his understanding had been somewhat muddled. But now that he had a Tao seed, he suddenly felt much clearer about the Tao will of archeans. Celestials can use their Tao seed to borrow will from all living beings, and become one with them. But archeans can use their Tao will to transcend heaven and earth. They can exist on a higher level than anything else, in a position that celestials cannot even touch. The Tao will of an archean can cover the whole world. Their will can shape fate. That's why they can resurrect fallen celestials. Although he wasn't sure if his analysis was absolutely correct in every aspect, he was confident that, overall, it was close enough. In other words, I have to create my own third codex of the undying live forever technique. At this point, his eyes began to shine brightly. The point of the third codex is to get my Tao seed to sprout and bloom into Tao will. As he murmured these things, his aura, his cultivation base fluctuations, and everything else about him focused inward. Nothing was detectable on the outside. At the same time, he sank into a state of utter calm, without any traces of either joy or sorrow. Being undying is a state. Although regeneration seems like an important aspect, the truth is that it has more to do with time. Only by being indestructible for endless years can something be considered truly undying, but being able to live forever is a state of mind, and yet, also has to do with time, and the ability to continue to live. In that case, what should the third codex be about? Closing his eyes, he descended further into calm contemplation. He recalled years past, he recalled cultivating the undying codex, and he recalled acquiring the live forever codex. He recalled the Heavenspan realm, and he recalled his own history. Those memories existed within him as clear as day. As he worked on creating his own new technique, his cultivation base focused completely inwardly. Meanwhile, the vortex outside of his blessed land had vanished entirely. The voice which had murmured into the ears of all living beings faded off into the distance. The world returned to normal. The 3 celestials still hovered in midair, looking down quietly at the blessed land. Although few other people knew what Bai Xiaochun was doing right now, the celestials obviously knew. He's creating a new technique. Chen Su murmured. All 3 of the celestials had done a similar thing back when they broke through. They knew how important this step was. Not only would it determine Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess as a celestial, but it could also lead to a situation in which the eternal immortal domains might have a third Archean emperor sometime in the future. As for the court officials and other important cultivators in Saint Emperor City, none of them knew exactly what Bai Xiaochun was doing at the moment, and yet, their eyes still flickered with fear as they looked in the direction of his blessed land. Although there were no more powerful fluctuations rolling out from the blessed land, people could sense from the utter stillness and quiet there that something powerful was inside, like a wild beast with its eyes closed, that could open them and devour anything that got too close. But back when Bai Xiaochun had been a demigod, they weren't too worried about mocking or deriding him. But now, he had become a celestial. In all of the eternal immortal domains, there were only 10 others. As of now, he was not the type of person that others could point and laugh at. Everyone lived in an imperial dynasty with laws and rules, but it was also the cultivation world, in which people respected the powerful. If Bai Xiaochun were not from the Heavenspan realm, everyone would have been very excited and proud. But Bai Xiaochun was different, and therefore, it caused many mixed feelings to rise up in the hearts of the cultivators of Saint Emperor City. Many of them were thinking back in fear to how rudely they had reacted to the incidents with the heavenly dragonfish and the lotus seeds. Others had submitted official requests that he be executed. If he had remained a demigod, it would have been one thing. But he was now a celestial, a fact that caused bitterness to grip the hearts of the officials. Now, none of them wanted him in Saint Emperor City. For one thing, based on past events, they could only imagine what the future might bring. Back when he was a demigod, he nearly destroyed the foundation of Saint Emperor City. Looking forward, that means that the city is in grave peril. We have to get him out of here. It's been made clear that Parole Captain Lu was right. He's a walking disaster. He's only been in Saint Emperor City for about a year, and during that time, more than half of the heavenly dragonfish vanished, 70% of the lotus seeds disappeared, and the lotus roots suffered a serious blow. The venerable Saint Emperor might be able to weather such disasters, but we can't. I'm absolutely convinced that if things keep going on the way they have, this guy's ability to cause disasters, backed by a celestial cultivation base, will leave us completely powerless. Even worse, he's a master at quibbling his way out of problems. We're in serious trouble. Virtually everyone was thinking the same thing, and many people began to make petitions of the Saint Emperor. Your Majesty, Duke Heavenspan becoming a celestial is a grand occasion for the Saint Emperor dynasty. I would like to submit an official request to the court. Based on Duke Heavenspan's status and meritorious services, it is not appropriate for him to be kept behind in Saint Emperor City. He should be sent to take command of the second immortal domain. Your Majesty, the second immortal domain is constantly at odds with the vile Emperor dynasty. Celestial Zhao Yuanhan has been stationed there for years now, working very hard in performing great services for the Saint Emperor dynasty. The time has definitely come for him to retire. That's right, Your Majesty. I would also like to submit an official request to the court that Duke Heavenspan be sent away. We really shouldn't be such a disappointment to him. After all, he kidnapped a celestial to give as a blood tribute. Meritorious service like that deserves a truly substantial reward. The official requests began to pile up in front of the Saint Emperor. Many people even petitioned for personal audiences in which they offered all sorts of persuasive arguments. In the end, the message was the same: no one wanted Bai Xiaochun to stay in Saint Emperor City. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun had even become a headache to the Saint Emperor, who had also come to the realization that it had been a big mistake to keep him in the city. Never could he have imagined how much of a torment that would be. Not only did he cleverly make sure that there was never any good evidence that could be used against him, he also managed to constantly make himself more important. The Saint Emperor couldn't help but lament the loss of the heavenly dragonfish, and how it would be years before the lotus seeds could be harvested again. And then there were the yellowing lotus leaves and the wilted flower. The Saint Emperor was absolutely convinced that if Bai Xiaochun remained behind, he would be the end of them all. He also sympathized with all the other cultivators in the city, and could well imagine how scared they were about what would happen when Bai Xiaochun emerged from secluded meditation. Damn that Bai Xiaochun! The more the Saint Emperor thought about the situation, the angrier he got, and the more worried about the future he became. Finally he sighed, aware that if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. No matter what decision he made, it would have negative ramifications. And that was without even thinking about what the vile Emperor dynasty would do to take advantage of the situation. Damn this Bai Xiaochun! How could he be such a torment? If I'd have known things would end up like this, I would never have accepted his blood tribute. Sighing, he was just about to make his decision when he realized that if he got rid of Bai Xiaochun in the way everyone was requesting, then the second immortal domain would be in great peril. In the past, he would never have come to this conclusion. But the events of the past year, and his personal experience with Bai Xiaochun's torments, caused fear to grip the Saint Emperor's heart. Unfortunately, now that Bai Xiaochun was a celestial, he couldn't be put in charge of a prefecture. It could only be an immortal domain. Even as the Saint Emperor wrestled with the issue, and the court officials continued to submit requests, Bai Xiaochun was seated cross-legged in his blessed land, thinking about everything that had happened in his life. Eventually, his eyes opened, partly blank, partly alive with enlightenment. My memories of the Heavenspan realm, from the time I was born until everything ended. All of the former things. The Tao seed needs to sprout roots, and eventually bloom into Tao will. Put it all together, and you have former will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1077 Time Immemorial Codex. Chapter 1077 Time Immemorial Codex. Although the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex aren't technically connected in any way, Xiaochun murmured, they still conform to the same general idea. Therefore, my third codex. My memories of the past will be former will. My current Tao will be present will. And my upcoming destiny will be future will. As he uttered these words, the enlightenment in his eyes grew clearer, and the blankness faded. Clarity began to take over. His voice thrummed in strange fashion, as if with the power of natural law. It seemed as though his voice existed around him, beyond the heavens, in the past, and in the future. Rifts opened up in the area, as well as a series of spinning vortexes. It was almost like a tempest, and yet, it was only visible within the blessed land, and nowhere outside. Anyone who might have been able to cast their vision into the blessed land would have been able to sense time twisting and distorting, flowing in a different way than in the world outside. It was as if the past, the present, and the future were all fusing together within that blessed land. It was impossible to truly describe or understand, and was profoundly shocking, but the truth was that this technique by Xiaochun was making surpassed anything that anyone else could imagine. And if anyone could have it described to them, they would be deeply shaken. After all, celestials could temporarily reverse time, but they could only do so by means of certain Taoist magics. And in some situations, it was only possible with the help of an Archean emperor. But Xiaochun was essentially probing the Tao of time. As the rifts filled his blessed land, and the tempest raged with increasing intensity, Xiaochun murmured, former will. Present will. Future will. When I master those three types of will, then I will break through from the celestial realm and reach the Archean realm. This codex describes time immemorial. Therefore, it will be called the Time Immemorial Codex. Xiaochun's eyes shone as brightly as if they brimmed with lightning. Rumbling sounds filled the blessed land as Xiaochun became what appeared to be an enormous black hole, but it was a black hole that existed in a different dimension than the eternal immortal domains. As it spread out, it didn't affect the blessed land in even the slightest aspect. From here on out, I cultivate the undying live forever time immemorial technique. He waved his hand, and heavenly thunder rumbled as the previously calm sky suddenly filled with flashing colors. Whether it was court officials submitting requests in the imperial palace, the three celestials, or the Saint Emperor, all of them suddenly looked up into the sky. The officials suddenly had very ill premonitions, and as for the celestials, they began to pant in shock. That aura, what kind of technique is Xiaochun making? The Saint Emperor's eyes shone with scintillating light, and although he managed to remain calm, a faint scrap of killing intent appeared within his heart. The Tao of time. Of course, Xiaochun was unaware of all of that. He was wrapped up in creating his technique. Although he was now clear as to the nature of it, he still had much to do in the way of analysis and augury. The Time Immemorial Codex has three wills, which cannot be created simultaneously. For now, I will work on that which comes from my past. I will use the countless memories of my life to feed my Tao seed. When that process is complete, the true former will appear. When that happens, then even if I am killed and cease to exist, my Tao seed will still remain, along with my memories and my obsessions. A smile broke out onto his face. If I don't take some of my Tao seed and give it to the Saint Emperor, then I would have no hope of being resurrected. But with my former will, perhaps, to some extent, I will have achieved my Tao, and reached the point of being able to exist for all eternity. In the heavenspan realm, I experienced death, and thus, in some ways I also experienced reincarnation. Therefore, the divine ability associated with my former will shall be the Sutra of Former Reincarnation. All of a sudden, the light of augury faded from his eyes as he saw everything, from mountainhood all the way to the destruction of the heavenspan realm. Spiritual power. Divine abilities. Willpower. My memories, they are all expressions of power. Henceforth, anyone who hears the sutra spoken aloud will find the memories of their lives transformed into magical sealing symbols. Those with deeper and more ancient memories will find the power of the magical symbols shocking to the extreme. The Sutra of Former Reincarnation can destroy memories and eradicate minds. Xiaochun rose to his feet, and in that instant, the black hole that seemed to exist in another reality expanded. In the blink of an eye, his blessed land seemed to fade, as though a shocking power was about to wipe it out of existence. A moment later, the air distorted, and everything went back to normal. Rippling fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing both the living entities they passed, and even the inanimate objects like buildings, to flicker back and forth between being blurry and being clear. Gu Tianjun and the other two celestials were still in the area, and were touched by the fluctuations. They had originally thought to evade them, but then decided that it would be a good way to test out the divine abilities and techniques that Xiaochun had created, and perhaps get a sense for his battle prowess. However, as soon as the fluctuations reached them, their expressions flickered dramatically, and they retreated at full speed. After they were out of the range of the fluctuations, it was impossible for them to conceal the shock they felt. Ordinary in terms of might, but the Taoist magic involved is peculiar to the extreme. It's almost like I was just looking at my own past, but what did I just see? It was like my own memories, come to life in front of me. The three celestials exchanged very serious glances. Throughout the rest of the city, numerous cultivators felt their hearts pounding in fear. As for the Saint Emperor, he retracted his vision, spent a moment in thought, and then prepared to issue a proclamation. However, even as he did, a boundless energy suddenly descended onto the eternal immortal domains. Expression flickering, the Saint Emperor suddenly vanished, to reappear high in the sky. He didn't just hover there, he continued to rise higher and higher. Something was happening now that was more shocking to him than by Xiaochun's cultivation-based breakthrough, or the technique he was creating that was based on the Tao of time. Although other people would only be able to sense some faint pressure, as an Archean, the Saint Emperor could tell that a very oppressive energy was approaching from the starry sky, but outside of the eternal immortal domains, behind the body of the gargantuan sovereign, out in the boundless void, the massive, damaged fan that had responded to the vortex that Xiaochun created upon becoming a celestial was approaching with incredible speed. As of this moment, it had entered the borders of the region considered the edge of the eternal immortal domains. As it closed in, it adjusted its trajectory again, almost as if the shapeless vortex created by Xiaochun was drawing it in. After these adjustments, the fan was not going to just brush by the eternal immortal domains, it was going to hit them. More precisely, it was actually going to hit the gargantuan sovereign right above them. It moved with incredible speed, unleashing powerful fluctuations. Furthermore, it was moving so quickly that it trailed flames as it moved. With every moment that passed, the fan got closer and closer to the eternal immortal domains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078, The Damaged Fan Hits. Chapter 1078, The Damaged Fan Hits. Anyone who could view the scene from out in the void would see something that looked like a burning meteor, descending with shocking energy and momentum. The speed involved defied imagination. Earlier, despite the fact that the damaged fan had changed trajectory because of Xiaochun, it hadn't been on course to hit the eternal immortal domains. Furthermore, its speed hadn't been that shocking. As such, neither the Vile Emperor nor the Saint Emperor had noticed it. But now, as the fan's momentum built and its trajectory became locked in, strange signs began to appear in the eternal immortal domains. The first place to be affected was the eternal sea. The water was tugged at as if by tidal forces, and rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions. Mist began to rise up from the sea, and the shores of the immortal domain were battered by massive waves. The living beings in the eternal immortal domains were all struck with deep shock. Meanwhile, as the Saint Emperor flew up into the sky, Gu Tianjun and the other two celestials looked up in astonishment. As for Xiaochun, he had just completed his breakthrough and created his former will, and had been about to leave his blessed land. That was when he felt an incredible pressure, along with an indescribably intense sensation of crisis. Something dangerous is coming from above. Blurring into motion, he flew high into the sky. It wasn't just the Saint Emperor dynasty in which such things occurred. In Vile Emperor City, the Archean Vile Emperor blurred into motion to appear up above, where he headed up to the very limits of the sky. He was followed by 4 beams of light, which were the celestials of his dynasty. 2 celestials did not come, one of them being Ghost Mother. Of those present, all wore looks of incredulity as they peered high into the sky. When people in both of the capital cities saw the dramatic events playing out with the emperors and the celestials, their hearts filled with sensations of unease. What is that? As people cried out in alarm, they began to look up into the sky, where something like a burning meteor was now visible. Based on their vantage point, it didn't seem to be moving very quickly, although that couldn't have been less the case. The Saint Emperor and Vile Emperor teleported to the limits of the world, until they were almost hovering out in the void itself. Their senses were more acute than those of anyone else in the world, and they could also physically see the bright, glowing light of the approaching fan. It was moving so incredibly quickly that it would arrive within only about 10 breaths of time. Both emperors could tell that the thing was going so fast that neither of them could possibly stop it. It was at this point that both of them breathed sighs of relief. No one else would be able to see it, but because of their incredible cultivation bases, they were able to pick up on clues which pointed to the fact that the fan would not strike the eternal immortal domains, but rather, the enormous sovereign. As the fan neared, their hearts calmed to some extent. However, they were still shocked as they realized that the aura of the fan seemed to be that of an Archean. Despite the fact that the moment of crisis seemed to have passed, the two of them remained in place just in case something unexpected occurred. The Vile Emperor turned to look at the Saint Emperor, and spoke in a sinister and cold voice. "It's big, but it's nothing more than a damaged Archean treasure. It won't cause any problems. Now that it's here, though, I'll take 6 spots." The Saint Emperor smiled, and in response to the Vile Emperor's coldness, spoke in the warmest of voices. "It's been a long time since any damaged treasures fell into the eternally mortal domains from the void. If it weren't for the vortex created by Xiaochun upon becoming a celestial, it would never even have come. The Saint Emperor dynasty can claim credit for this damaged fan. Based on that, do you really think I'll let you have 6 spots? Impossible." The Vile Emperor chuckled coldly. Ignoring the Saint Emperor, he focused on the incoming fan, which was now little more than a streak of light. Anyone other than these two who were this close to the fan would likely have been killed. But they were Archeans, and were therefore qualified to observe it from this close distance. Closer and closer. After a few breaths of time passed, the huge fan slammed into the continent-sized hand of the gigantic sovereign, causing a massive rumbling sound to fill the eternally mortal domains. It was louder than heavenly thunder, and caused the 5 immortal domains to tremble. The eternal sea churned and heaved wildly. Xiaochun hovered in midair as the deafening sound rolled out, looking up in the direction of the enormous sovereign's right hand. There, teetering back and forth, was an enormous, damaged fan. He could sense something otherworldly about the fan, and the aura which spread out from it into the eternally mortal domains reminded Xiaochun very much of what it felt like to be in the presence of the Saint Emperor. That's not too far off. Gu Tianjun and the other celestials were also in the air, shaken as they stared up at the fan. An Archean magical item. That aura is described in certain ancient records. It's the aura of the immortal from before the Great Destruction. It wasn't just Gu Tianjun and the other celestials who were shaken. The celestials in the Vile Emperor dynasty were equally stunned. Even Gongsun Wanner, who was in a distant location at the moment, was taken aback. There were also many demigod experts within the eternally mortal domains who were now staring up at the enormous damaged fan, their eyes burning with passion. The enormous hand was not harmed by the fan slamming into it, and in fact, didn't even move at all in response. But as for the fan, it was severely damaged by the force of the impact. Cracks spread out on its already damaged surface, and then, chunks and rubble began to fall down off it, becoming like blazing meteorites that rained down onto the eternally mortal domains. There were millions of chunks of such rubble, all of which shot down with shocking speed and energy. In that very moment, both the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor took action. Their hands blurred with incantation gestures, causing 2 immense fields of light to shoot out. One field was blackish-violet, the other was made of 5 colors, and wherever they went, they transformed the falling rubble into ash. Afterward, both of the emperors sent divine sense out to touch the huge fan. Although the huge fan was severely damaged, both the face and the frame of the fan remained intact. As for the image depicted on the face of the fan, it was that of an entire world. It's a world treasure. Sadly, its energy is fading. Who knows how many things it struck on its journey through the stars. It's already crumbling and worthless. Both the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor shook their heads as they continued to scan the fan. In the end, they confirmed that the fan did not, in fact, have any of the aura of a sovereign on it. It only contained Archean fluctuations, much the same as the two of them emanated. In fact, it was a bit weaker than that. Had the fan been a sovereign-level treasure, they would have been very excited, and would have gone to investigate it themselves. But it was not such a treasure, making it of little interest to the two emperors. However, even as they retracted their divine sense, something else happened. Among all of the countless bits of falling rubble that were being destroyed by the divine abilities they had just unleashed, there was a mountain-sized building. When the building was shattered, a lump of decaying black stone shot out from it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1079, I'm a bit under the weather, Saint Emperor. Chapter 1079, I'm a bit under the weather, Saint Emperor. The black rock was vastly smaller than the building around it. But as the building fell apart, the rock completely ignored the beams of light sent out by the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor, and continued downward toward the eternally mortal domains. As it descended, it burst into intensely hot flames. The suddenness of the development caused the faces of the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor to fall. Both of them could tell that the rock didn't come from the fan, it came from the enormous sovereign who loomed over the eternally mortal domains. Damn it! Eyes radiating anxiety, the Saint Emperor burst into motion, heading directly toward the black rock. The Vile Emperor also began to advance. However, at the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and then pushed it out toward the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor immediately vanished, reappearing some distance away with a look of rage on his face. "What are you doing, vile Emperor?" "What am I doing? Either one of us could use a chunk of that sovereign's flesh for augury purposes. It could contain secrets about how to break through to the sovereign realm. You think I'll just let you have it?" Chuckling coldly, he began to rush toward the chunk of black stone. Killing intent sprang up in the eyes of the Saint Emperor as he too began to rush toward the rock again. Moments later, the two of them began to launch Taoist magics back and forth against each other as the black rock continued to speed downward. As it did, the rock suddenly split open and began to spew out a dark liquid, as well as something that sounded like a howling voice. Then, a boom rang out as the rock and the liquid slammed into the surface of the eternal sea. As a massive wave rolled out, the rock began to sink down to the bottom of the sea. The vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor rushed down into the sea to follow it, causing more massive waves to roll out across the surface of the water. Even the immortal domains trembled as a result of what was happening. Thankfully, the process didn't last for very long. Moments later, both of the emperors emerged from the sea, grim looks on their faces as they exchanged murderous glances. "You'd better compensate me for this, Saint Emperor. It got away. You should be the one compensating me." They stared at each other icily for a few breaths of time, then turned and left the eternal sea to return to their respective immortal domains to search for clues about where the black rock was. No one except for the two emperors knew exactly what it was they were searching for. After all, few people qualified to have been able to observe what happened with the black meteorite. Furthermore, the aura emanating from the teetering fan up above had completely attracted the attention of the celestials and demigods. Much talk spread through the immortal domains of the two dynasties during the following weeks. Back when the Saint Emperor dynasty was surrounded and about to be defeated by the vile Emperor dynasty, the Saint Emperor suddenly reached the Archean realm. It was all because he found a palace that had been floating in the void for countless years. No one knows exactly what he found inside of that palace, but after coming out from it, he was in the Archean realm. According to the ancient records I've read, every 10,000 years or so, a ruined object from beyond the heavens will fall into the eternal immortal domains. They're always objects of good fortune for us cultivators. Quite a few cultivators began to eye the damaged fan with deep hope. Demigods and celestials alike were all convinced that there was an Archean aura in the fan, which indicated that there was a high likelihood that it could provide assistance in reaching the Archean realm. Xiaochun heard a lot of talk about the fan. Furthermore, now that he was a celestial, he had access to ancient records that most other cultivators could never peruse. According to the legends, that enormous sovereign destroyed all of the tens of thousands of realms that once existed in the starry sky. In that moment, the entire starry sky turned dark as countless worlds were exterminated. Nothing remained alive. The only things left behind were endless wilds and ruins, never-ending amounts of dust and bone. Occasionally, some of those ruins will float past the eternal immortal domains. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, they become good fortune for the cultivators of the eternal immortal domains. After studying the jade slip carefully, Xiaochun was quite certain about the origin and nature of the fan. An Archean aura. A damaged world treasure. He looked up at the huge fan with excitement. From the way it was visibly teetering back and forth, anyone could see that before long, it would fall off the sovereign's hand and then continue on its way through the starry sky. For unknown reasons, neither the Saint Emperor nor the vile Emperor seemed inclined to try to keep the fan. Nor did they issue any orders for their subordinates to explore it and search for good fortune. And without their help, not even celestials could possibly reach the fan. The celestials from the two dynasties spent half a month waiting in eager anticipation, during which time neither the Saint Emperor nor the vile Emperor even made public appearances. A few more days went by, and finally, the Saint Emperor returned. When he did, he sent his divine sense out into Saint Emperor's city and summoned the court officials for an audience. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but there was definitely something grim to his expression. As the officials gathered in the imperial palace, they could see that, and began to get nervous. Even Xiaochun was acting especially cautious. Thankfully, he hadn't done anything to arouse public wrath recently, which made him a bit more confident. The Saint Emperor currently stood in front of the dragon throne, looking around at the gathered cultivators. He didn't bother with the warm expression he usually wore. It almost seemed like he had taken off a mask to reveal his true expression. His eyes were cold, and his cultivation base emitted powerful fluctuations that weighed down heavily on all of the cultivators in the imperial palace. Gu Tianjun and the other celestials exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with sensations of foreboding. The imperial palace was completely silent as the Saint Emperor looked at his subordinates, and mentally reviewed everything he had done in the past half-month. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, no clues had turned up. As far as the damaged fan went, although it contained good fortune, it was nothing that the Saint Emperor cared too much for. Furthermore, the black rock was a bad omen that he didn't want to have much to do with. However, it demanded an investigation. Only after performing that investigation had he returned and summoned his subordinates to make arrangements to send people to the fan. Gu Tianjun. Sima Yunhua. In response to his words, Gu Tianjun and the scholarly celestial both stepped forward and clasped hands respectfully. I would like to trouble the two of you to take a trip to the damaged fan up in the sky. If there is good fortune to be had, the two of you will have a chance to get it. As Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua both looked up, the Saint Emperor suddenly transmitted some words into their minds that only they could hear. Furthermore, you will check to see whether the damaged fan has anything to do with the gigantic sovereign. A chunk of the sovereign's flesh and blood fell in the form of a stone, which landed in the eternal sea and then vanished. In response to his words, serious expressions overtook the faces of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. Bai Xiaochun maintained full vigilance as this happened. Although he wasn't sure what the Saint Emperor had just said to Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, he had the feeling that it had something to do with the fan, which only seemed to grow more and more mysterious. As he pondered the situation, the Saint Emperor began to list the names of some of the demigods who would assist Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua in their venture. Eventually, his gaze came to fall on Bai Xiaochun, who was trying to remain hidden toward the back of the crowd. Thinking about all of the official requests he had received half a month ago, the Saint Emperor snorted coldly in his heart. Duke Heavenspan has become a celestial, so therefore, has earned the title of King Heavenspan. He will also participate in this mission. Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt into his throat. A few days ago, he would have been excited by this opportunity, but now, he had a very ill premonition. Saint Emperor, Your Majesty, I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately and... At this point, the Saint Emperor turned and began to walk off. The matter's settled. He said with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. In 3 days, I'll personally send all of you off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1080 Arriving at the Damaged Fan. Chapter 1080 Arriving at the Damaged Fan. Bai Xiaochun scowled miserably as the Saint Emperor walked off. By now, he could see that there was more to this damaged fan mission than met the eye. That was especially true considering that the Saint Emperor had essentially gone missing for half a month. Clearly, that had something to do with the fan. When you added in the grim look in the Saint Emperor's eyes, it caused Bai Xiaochun to feel very nervous. Of course, the surrounding court officials were all delighting in Bai Xiaochun's potential misfortune. By now, all of them were very clear about how well Bai Xiaochun could cause disasters. Whether it was the heavenly dragonfish, the lotus seed, or the lotus roots, all of them were convinced that if Bai Xiaochun stayed in Saint Emperor's city, it would definitely cause chaos. As far as they were concerned, the Saint Emperor was being very wise, intelligent, and courageous to send Bai Xiaochun away. However, none of them allowed their true feelings to show on their faces. Some of them took the initiative to call out greetings to Bai Xiaochun, and even chat with him. Congratulations, King Heavenspan. You're a celestial now. Haha, how careless of me to have forgotten to congratulate you earlier. Please, I hope you take no offense. Oh, how the Saint Emperor dotes on you, King Heavenspan. And how jealous I am that you get to search for good fortune in that treasure from beyond the heavens. Best wishes, Heavenly King. I'm sure you'll meet with instant success, and achieve great benefits. After clasping hands and offering such words, the cultivators would leave, chuckling sarcastically in their hearts. Only Heavenly Marquis Lu seemed to think that the Saint Emperor had made a bad decision, based on everything he knew about Bai Xiaochun. However, he also felt as though there was more to the story than he understood, and in the end, just sighed and left. The truth was that the little turtle had come to be a source of much frustration. Although he had been in high spirits because of the incident with the lotus roots, considering he had no evidence to support his claims that Bai Xiaochun was at fault, he didn't dare to say anything publicly. After everyone left, Bai Xiaochun stood there miserably for a long moment, before finally shaking his head and heading back to his blessed land. There, he sat down and began to mull over the situation further. I'm a celestial, which makes me a lot stronger than before. But for some reason, the Saint Emperor is in a really bad mood. Furthermore, that damaged fan is definitely going to be very dangerous. The more he thought about it, the less at ease he felt about the Saint Emperor's orders. Furthermore, his final words had been spoken with extreme decisiveness, and also in very threatening fashion. Clearly, if Bai Xiaochun didn't follow orders, he would be greatly punished. Maybe instead of being so cautious, I should go all out from the beginning? After some more thought, he gritted his teeth and nodded. It wasn't that he suddenly didn't fear death. Rather, considering that he would be part of a large group of people, as long as he was careful and didn't get greedy, his celestial cultivation base should be enough to protect him. If he had been sent in alone, then he wouldn't have agreed to go inside the fan no matter what. Well, since I'm going, I need to make sure I'm fully prepared. His hair was already getting disheveled from all the worry. Not wanting to waste any time, he went out and began to spend all the resources he had built up during his time in St. Emperor City to start making the proper preparations. Talismans. Magical items. Medicinal pills. He bought all sorts of things. Meanwhile, word was spreading both within St. Emperor City and in the rest of the dynasty at large that the Saint Emperor was sending 3 celestials into the damaged fan. There were many people who weren't in the know that, upon finding out the names of the celestials who would be going to the damaged fan, reached out in the hopes of coming along. The Saint Emperor didn't stop that from happening. In fact, it wasn't just the celestials who this happened to. Even demigod experts such as Preceptor CD began to get groups of followers, all of whom would theoretically have a chance to benefit from going on the mission. Word spread, and the fact that the mission was rumored to be very dangerous only made some people more interested than before. After all, many people in the cultivation world believed that rewards came only with risk. Therefore, a few days later, when the bells tolled in the imperial palace, Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, as well as the 6 demigods, including Preceptor CD, each arrived with teams to back them up, teams that had dozens of devas in them. Everyone was gathered, except for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had just hurried out of his blessed land. Looking back over his shoulder at the place where he had lived for over a year, he sighed. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced several suits of leather armor. If he had had more multicolored flame, he would have performed more spirit enhancements. But right now, he couldn't afford to even perform 20-fold enhancements on all of them. As he walked along, he put on all of the armor, each piece of which was branded with a defensive magical symbol. Still not happy, he checked around quickly to make sure no one was watching, and then took out his turtle walk and hung it on his chest like a breastplate. Then he covered it with leather armor. From a distance, his normally thin frame now looked much the opposite. He almost looked like a big ball rolling along. In addition to all of that, he had a black helmet that glowed with the light of a defensive spell formation, as well as a second, larger walk that he strapped on his back. Anyone from the river-defying sect would find this sight very familiar. But these were the Eternal Lands, and thus everyone who saw him was stunned. The guards outside the imperial palace hardly recognized him. And when he arrived in the palace square, Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Preceptor CD, and all of the others who were already there waiting were all visibly stunned. Only when he trundled to a stop next to them did people finally get around to reacting. Why is he wearing so much stuff? Heavens! This Bai Xiaochun has enough defensive magical items to protect a 100-man army, but... Look at that helmet! It's so hot today, isn't he uncomfortable? Forget the helmet. Look at that walk. Unbelievable. Where did he even get it? If Gu Tianjun and the powerful experts like him were stunned, then there was little need to mention the Deva cultivators. At the same time, many of them suddenly started wondering exactly how dangerous this mission was going to be. Was it really so terrifying that a mighty celestial would go to the extent of preparing in this fashion? When Bai Xiaochun saw the reactions of the crowd, he cleared his throat proudly. After all, if he hadn't dressed up like this so many times in the Heavenspan realm, he would probably have long since lost his poor little life. Maybe I am a celestial now, but that doesn't mean I can just forget about danger. Caution can keep you alive for thousands of years. Sighing, he prepared to say something when, all of a sudden, a cold snort rang out that caused all hearts present to tremble, including Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. Everyone reflexively clasped hands and bowed respectfully. The Saint Emperor strode out into the open and glanced around. When he saw Bai Xiaochun and his getup, even he was taken aback. Trying to pretend he hadn't noticed, he took a deep breath and waved his right hand through the air. Instantly, the power of an Archean cultivation base erupted out into heaven and earth. The sky went dim, and a holy light erupted, not from the sky, but up toward it. It moved with incredible speed, as though it intended to split apart heaven and earth. At the same time, intense fluctuations rolled out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the light turned onto a passageway connecting them to the damaged fan up above. Well, get going, men. The Saint Emperor said. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua took deep breaths and then headed into the tunnel. The others present flew up after them. As for Bai Xiaochun, he took a deep breath before joining them, being the last to head into motion. As the damaged fan got closer and closer, Bai Xiaochun looked down to see Saint Emperor City growing smaller and smaller. Before long, it was too small to see clearly. At the same time, the enormous sovereign grew larger and larger, emanating pressure that even celestials couldn't resist. Because of that pressure, it was obvious that no one present could ever leave the eternal immortal domains, even if they wanted to. Only Archean experts could theoretically resist it, and perhaps use their cultivation base power to get people past it. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, and Bai Xiaochun felt his body vibrating. Then, he suddenly felt lighter, as though he had broken free from some force that had been tugging on him. At that point, he looked around and saw a black void. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1081 Ready to set out. Chapter 1081 Ready to set out. A tremor passed through Bai Xiaochun, and his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might explode. This was the first time in his life he had ever personally seen the true starry sky. Except, it was no starry sky. This was not what he had seen when looking up into the sky inside the world that existed in the Archsovereign. Neither was it what he saw when looking up into the sky in the eternal immortal domains. What he saw was an endless, black void. Originally, he had assumed the Heavenspan realm was as large as any place could be. Later, he found out that it was actually only as large as one of the prefectures in the eternal immortal domains. Originally, he had assumed that what he was looking at from within the eternal immortal domains was the true starry sky. He had known all along that it was large, but now that he could actually see it with his own eyes, he realized that the eternal immortal domains counted for almost nothing compared to it. He was so profoundly and deeply shaken that he completely forgot about any potential dangers. He forgot about everything except for the endless void, and the shockingly large sovereign. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Preceptor C. Deep, and everyone else felt profoundly shaken. No one spoke. They simply looked around as they traveled through the tunnel of light that the Saint Emperor had created. Down in the eternal immortal domains, it wasn't possible to feel the true pressure from the sovereign, but now that they were getting closer and closer, it was a very different story. It was the type of pressure that caused the heart to tremble. There was something boundlessly evil about it, something filled with infinite madness. It was like being in the presence of a deadly killer. The pressure was so intense that everyone was sure that if the giant opened his eyes and gazed upon them, all of them would instantly be turned into ash. His fleshly body radiated power and strength, and there was a slight sneer on his face that struck everyone to the core. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua unconsciously felt the desire to be more careful. More so, they realized that this enormous sovereign who existed right outside the eternal immortal domains was profoundly dangerous. If he were dead, then it probably wouldn't matter. But if the legends were true, and he was just asleep, then if he ever woke up, he would likely bring an end to the world they lived in. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and yet, the target destination of the group was not the sovereign. The tunnel of light created by the Saint Emperor led to the damaged fan, which had flown through the void for an indeterminable period of time before coming to rest on the hand of the sovereign. Now that they were much closer to the fan, it seemed even bigger than when they had observed it from the eternal immortal domains. It was an open fan, damaged to the point where only half of it existed. However, even that part was enormous. As for the ribs that made up the fan, there were more than 100, each of which seemed like a mountain range that was connected to the outer edge of the fan. As for the fan's face, it was decorated by an image of a mountain, a river, and other features, making it look like an entirely different world. It was majestic to behold, and as they got closer and closer, their eyes began to shine with even greater anticipation. Although they were still some distance from the giant sovereign, the pressure was still incredible. Thankfully, the divine ability the Saint Emperor had used protected them to a large degree. Bai Xiaochun and the others eventually reached the end of the tunnel, at a point where the ribs of the fan all intersected to create a half-circle handle. The pressure of the damaged fan itself actually negated some of the pressure from the gigantic sovereign. Therefore, even after leaving the protection of the Saint Emperor's light, they were still not in danger. However, the pressure was still uncomfortably strong, like numerous mountains weighing down on them. The specific level of pressure, of course, depended on the cultivation base of the individual cultivator. In some ways, it was not so much because of the nearby sovereign, but rather, the incredible pressure of the fan itself. In fact, it was so powerful that no one could even send out divine sense. Even their ordinary senses were limited to a certain degree, making it impossible to see others' cultivation base fluctuations. No one spoke. They just looked around, sizing up their surroundings. From Bai Xiaochun's perspective, this handle area where the fan ribs converged was like a public square of sorts. As for the ribs, upon close examination, they didn't seem like mountain ranges, but rather, like they were paths of some sort. This fan is strange. The fan ribs are like paths. What exactly is this treasure supposed to be used for? There were many speculations, and many eyes glittered as people considered their own personal plans and motives. Of course, no one gave voice to such things out loud. Soon, people began to move toward the ribs, intent on getting into the world inside of the fan. However, before they could even start moving, rippling fluctuations suddenly appeared around them, much to their shock. The Archean realm aura on the fan itself caused the eyes of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua to burn with anticipation, and yet, they hadn't forgotten the instructions from the Saint Emperor. Even as they sized up the fan, their eyes slipped to the end of it, where they could make out the right hand of the enormous sovereign. "It's not letting us in?" Bai Xiaochun thought, eyeing the fan ribs. He looked around vigilantly, and then tried to decide what exactly to do. It was in that moment that, all of a sudden, another beam of light appeared, shooting up in their direction from the eternal immortal domains. The eyes of the Saint Emperor Dynasty cultivators widened as they realized where that beam of light was coming from. Its source was the Vile Emperor Dynasty, but Bai Xiaochun was not surprised at all. It was only natural that, if the Saint Emperor dispatched people to the fan, the Vile Emperor would as well. Figures began to materialize in the area, provoking cold, vigilant glances from the cultivators of the Saint Emperor Dynasty. The first to appear were three celestials. One of them was an old man with a red tumor on his face that made him look like a vicious, fiendish killer. When he looked over the cultivators present, his eyes glittered with sinister light. "Sima Yunhua," he said, his eyes locking onto that very cultivator and then glittering with open killing intent. "Reverend Devourer." Sima Yunhua replied coolly, his eyes narrowing. Before either of them could continue speaking, the second figure grew clearer. He was a young man who resembled Sima Yunhua in some ways, dressed as he was like a scholar. There was something elegant about him, and he was so handsome he almost looked like a woman. Although a smile covered his face, it somehow made him look very vile. The young man chuckled as he looked around. When he noticed Bai Xiaochun, he looked at him for a long moment before saying, "Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. Who would have thought you two would be here? It's too bad that my old master, Chen Su, couldn't come along. I was hoping to see him." The person to respond to him was neither Gu Tianjun nor Sima Yunhua, but rather Preceptor C. Deep. "Humph. From the moment you betrayed the Saint Emperor Dynasty, Prince You Are Demon, you lost the right to call Chen Su your master." Beaming from ear to ear, but eyes as cold as ice, Prince You Are Demon looked back at Preceptor C. Deep and said, "Oh, you're here too, sect grandfather? You listen to me, you useless fool. When royalty like me talks, people like you need to keep their mouths shut." His gaze shook Preceptor C. Deep down to the center of his being, and forced him to stagger backward, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was shocked at how different Prince You Are Demon was from the person he had known in the past. Ignoring the grim gazes of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, Prince You Are Demon looked back at Bai Xiaochun, and was about to say something further when the third of the Vile Emperor Dynasty's celestials arrived. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a towering, burly man appeared. When Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua saw this newcomer, their expressions flickered. Celestial Verpka. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1082, come on, hit me. Chapter 1082, come on, hit me. In response to Gu Tianjun speaking out the name Celestial Verpka, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. He had heard of Celestial Verpka before. The town that Bai Xiaochun had stayed in for a time in the Vile Emperor Dynasty had been in the immortal domain overseen by him. Later, Ghost Mother took over that immortal domain. If things had not suddenly changed, it would likely have been Celestial Verpka that he tangled with. And considering the level of his cultivation base at the time, it would have been difficult for Bai Xiaochun to kidnap him. The man was built like a tower, and as he stood there, intense pressure radiated off of him that caused the pupils of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua to constrict. The Vile Emperor Dynasty sent 3 celestials. Bai Xiaochun thought, blinking a few times. I guess they could only send 6 in total. Clearly, the 2 emperors had come to an agreement about how many people to send. Even as Bai Xiaochun considered the matter, Celestial Verpka looked over at him. Then, he spoke in a cold voice that demanded answers from anyone who heard it. Are you that useless stray dog, Bai Xiaochun? From the way the man singled him out, Bai Xiaochun could tell that he had nothing but ill intentions toward him. Furthermore, it seemed highly likely that he hoped to start a conflict that would escalate into an actual fight. Otherwise, why would he be so overtly insulting? Does he really want to attack me physically? Maybe use me to put pressure on everyone else? Alarmed, he tried to decide what to do. Before he could, Prince You Are Demon stepped forward and looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with strange light. I heard that the secret of spirit enhancement is locked inside the blood of the people of Heavenspan. Do you mind giving me some of your blood to taste? Bai Xiaochun sucked in a breath. First Celestial Verpka started causing problems, and now this clearly villainous Prince UR demon was joining in. Bai Xiaochun already had a bad feeling. And yet, before that bad feeling could even begin to fade, Reverend Devourer chuckled hoarsely, looked at Bai Xiaochun, and then licked his lips. I'm curious, not only about spirit enhancement, but also the unique flame conjuring techniques of the lands of Heavenspan. Supposedly you use souls as the main ingredient. I asked around, Bai Xiaochun, and everyone said that you are the only heavenly necromancer to ever exist. A greedy gleam flickered within Reverend Devourer's eyes. At this point, Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding harder than ever, and his scalp was tingling like mad. With the vicious-looking Reverend Devourer in the mix, he now had 3 Celestials all focused on him. Damn it! I haven't even gotten to say anything. I was trying to keep a low profile. I didn't provoke any of these lunatics, and yet they're already teaming up to target me? Bai Xiaochun was nervous, and scared about being in such a passive position. Glancing over at Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, he could see that they were obviously not going to back him up. From their perspective, this was the perfect opportunity to see what Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess was like now that he had broken through and become a Celestial. Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted when he realized what they were thinking. Although he was scrambling to try to decide what to do, only a few breaths of time had passed so far. Seeing the 3 Celestials all staring at him, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and stepped forward. Time to put everything on the line, he thought. I can't be scared. In fact, I need to strike fear into their hearts. How to do it, though? If they join forces, they probably won't kill me, but would beat me up pretty badly. I guess one upside to this place is that neither divine sense nor ordinary senses work well in this place. I can't see anything about their level, but they can't see anything about mine either. Inwardly anxious, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Flicking his sleeve, he stared at the other Celestials, battle spirit flickering in his eyes, as well as a bit of derision. Sneering, he said, it's been a long time since anyone has dared to say such things in my presence. He almost seemed to regret that fact, as though he were thinking back to wonderful things from when he was younger. Now that I think about it, the last person who said something like that to me was another Celestial from the Vile Emperor dynasty. Who was it? Oh, right. Ghost Mother. Chuckling, and seemingly thrumming with battle spirit, he looked at the 3 Celestials, pursing his lips as if to suppress his laughter. Although his heart was racing with anxiety, his eyes shone with utter madness. I'd been restraining myself for some time now, he sighed. I'd hoped to keep a low profile here in the eternal immortal domains, but, whatever. Come on. I'll let one of you to try to make me cough up some blood. If even a drop comes out, then you can keep it. When Celestial Verpka heard Bai Xiaochun's words, his eyes flickered with cold light. Smiling viciously, he blurred into motion, placing himself right in front of Bai Xiaochun, upon whom he unleashed a fist strike. Bai Xiaochun didn't even attempt to dodge. He knew that he had to strike fear into the hearts of these 3 Celestials from the Vile Emperor city. If he tried to evade this strike, or fought back, the 3 of them would surely team up on him. As for the damned Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, they seemed content to just watch the excitement. Unless they were personally threatened, they wouldn't do anything to stop it. There was no time for thought or planning. However, he didn't need to. He had long since donned numerous layers of leather armor, beneath which lurked his turtle walk. He had been prepared from the very beginning to dodge if the fist strike wasn't aimed at his torso. But it was, and therefore, Celestial Verpka's fist, which let out a string of sonic booms as it closed in, slammed directly into Bai Xiaochun's chest. Bai Xiaochun didn't even attempt to move out of the way, causing the eyes of all 5 of the other Celestials to widen. And of course, there was no need to even mention the reaction of all the other cultivators present. When the fist landed, Bai Xiaochun didn't move. A huge boom rang out, and much of his leather armor was destroyed, but he himself was not harmed. Not even a drop of blood oozed out of his mouth. In sharp contrast, the towering, burly Celestial Verpka grunted in pain. To him, it felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain. An indescribably powerful backlash hit him with devastating force, shattering his hand and sending him staggering backward several paces, blood oozing out of his mouth. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs vibrated dangerously, and his eyes widened as surely as if he had seen a terrifying ghost. How is this even possible? Celestial Verpka blurted in shock. You just became a Celestial. Even if you have a strong fleshly body, you shouldn't be able to stand up to a strike like that. You must have some precious treasure, don't you? Unfortunately for him, he couldn't use his divine sense, and therefore had no way to even look for clues to figure out what had just occurred. So weak. Bai Xiaochun sneered. Don't you have any defensive precious treasures to protect you from measly backlashes? The madness in his eyes seemed to flare brightly, and he even laughed in joy. That joy was actually real. After all, thanks to his terrifying powers of regeneration, the wounds that he had received moments ago were already healed. As for the turtle walk, although it was easy to absorb back into his body, it could not be brought back out again so easily. Looking very proud, he ripped off the tattered remnants of his leather armor and tossed them off to the side. Taking a confident step forward, he looked at the confused celestial Verpka and then laughed maniacally. Come on. Bring it on. Hit me again. He took a few more threatening steps toward Verpka, who backed up without even thinking about it. His right hand was completely destroyed, which meant that unless he called upon a unique celestial Taoist magic, there was no way he could do anything to Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power, which seemed like a defensive treasure. Ordinary magical techniques and fleshly body power would be useless against him. And the horrific backlash had celestial Verpka shaking in fear. Seeing that his opponent was backing up, Bai Xiaochun laughed madly. Waving his arm dismissively, he turned to Prince Yu'ar Demon and Reverend Devourer. You're Prince Yu'ar Demon, right? Want some of my blood? Well, come on. Hit me and get some. And what about you, Reverend Devourer? Come on, hit me. Hurry up. Hit me. Prince Yu'ar Demon. Reverend Devourer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1083, Sovereign Energy. Chapter 1083, Sovereign Energy. More people were arriving from the Vile Emperor dynasty, and yet, nobody cared. After all, none of them were celestials, only demigod experts. And after they arrived, all of them looked over to the scene that was playing out. Everyone was watching Bai Xiaochun mouthing off, almost as if he wanted someone to attack him. Bring it on. Hit me. Come on, Prince Yu'ar Demon. Come on, Reverend Devourer. Are you guys gonna hit me, or what? Hurry up. I'm ready. Bring it on. He really seemed to be getting worked up. Extremely unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of both Prince Yu'ar Demon and Reverend Devourer. Just like Celestial Verpka, they couldn't use their divine sense, and therefore couldn't confirm what was really going on. Although they were relatively certain that Bai Xiaochun had a precious treasure of some sort, it was obvious that only a celestial-level Taoist magic could do anything to it. Ordinary magic could not. And the mere backlash from hitting that defensive magical item was shocking to the extreme. Celestial Verpka's shattered right hand, and the blood oozing out of his mouth, bore testimony to that. Neither Prince Yu'ar Demon nor Reverend Devourer had fleshly bodies at the same level as Celestial Verpka, so if such a backlash hit them, they would suffer even more. Although it might not permanently cripple them, they would be badly hurt. And the whole point of this venture was to seek good fortune. Earlier, they had assumed that they could crush Bai Xiaochun to intimidate everyone else. Never could they have imagined that he would be so tough. The two of them were obviously not going to attack him casually at this point. Worse, they had never seen any celestial that would go to these lengths to try to get someone to hit them. Completely incorrigible. He obviously has some defensive precious treasure. That's why he's trying to get them to hit him again. He's doing all of this on purpose. The people from the Vile Emperor dynasty were starting to get angry, and off to the side, the cultivators from the Saint Emperor dynasty were starting to get embarrassed. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua exchanged awkward glances as, all of a sudden, their worldview changed. Back before Bai Xiaochun had become a celestial, if Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua had learned that he had a precious treasure like this, they would have started scheming of a way to get it. But now that Bai Xiaochun was a celestial, everything was different. In fact, it might not even be possible for the Vile Emperor or the Saint Emperor to get that treasure easily. After all, Bai Xiaochun was the only person in the eternally mortal domains whose Dao seed was not under the control of someone else. Although that would place him in a certain amount of greater danger, it also meant that he had a lot more freedom. Anyone else who betrayed the emperor they served would have to suffer the destruction of part of their Dao seed. But not Bai Xiaochun. As everyone stood there with mixed feelings, Bai Xiaochun continued to make a huge scene. All right, Verpka, he shouted loudly, they're obviously not going to hit me. So it's back to you. Bring it on. Your right hand is broken, so I'll ignore it for the time being. Use your left hand. Celestial Verpka was visibly livid. Snorting, he pretended that he hadn't heard. However, there was one particular demigod preceptor among the Vile Emperor dynasty forces who couldn't hold back from chuckling coldly, a middle-aged man whose burly frame made it obvious that he was an apprentice of Celestial Verpka. Celestial Bai, he said, shouldn't you act with a bit of propriety, considering your status? What's with the hooting and hollering? You're like an old woman. If you had any face at all, you would remove that defensive treasure of yours. Looking at the man askance, Bai Xiaochun said, "Who are you?" Bai Xiaochun was already on guard. Although this man seemed like little more than a musclehead, from the sharpness of his tongue, it was clear that he was quite clever. "Your humble servant Li Donghao, dot." "All right, Li Donghao," Bai Xiaochun replied, glaring, "I'll remove the magical item, and then you can come hit me." "If you don't hit me, then I'll hit you." This level of shamelessness was too much for even the people from the Saint Emperor dynasty to take. For a celestial to ask a demigod to hit them, even without a defensive treasure, was ridiculous. Given the power of a celestial's Dao seed, any demigod would be severely injured by doing so. It would be like a foundation establishment cultivator asking a mortal to hit them. Li Donghao was enraged by Bai Xiaochun's words, and was about to offer a furious retort when the last of the Vile Emperor dynasty cultivators teleported to the fan. By this point, there were more than 50 people present. At that point, the damaged fan's restrictive spell seemed to activate, and the ribs and fan face alike all began to glow with bright light. It was so blinding that, in the blink of an eye, the minds of everyone present went blank, but even the celestials were powerless. Everyone was instantly struck so deeply that they lost consciousness. As of this moment, the damaged fan looked almost like a new star within the starry sky that people saw from down in the eternal immortal domains. This brightness caused the fan to surpass the gigantic sovereign, and provoked many shouts of alarm from the cultivators below. "What's that light? Heavens, what's going on? It's the damaged fan. Why is it shining so brightly?" Within the 5 immortal domains that made up the Saint Emperor dynasty and the Vile Emperor dynasty, countless people noticed what was happening, and looked up in shock. They could all sense an indescribably powerful energy radiating from the damaged fan, an energy that filled all of the eternal immortal domains. After Chensu, Gongsun Wan'er, and the other celestials sensed that energy, their minds and hearts leapt with shock. That energy, it surpasses the Archean realm, The Saint Emperor and Vile Emperor felt like they were about to collapse mentally, and their faces fell. Both of them instantly vanished, to reappear in the sky near the fan. Unfortunately, the shining light made it impossible for them to get any closer, let alone enter the fan. The aura of a sovereign. Damn it! That's not an Archean magical item. It belonged to a now perished sovereign, left behind as a precious treasure. The difference between Archean treasures and sovereign treasures was so vast that they almost couldn't be compared to each other. An Archean treasure would be something that neither of the two emperors would care much about. But a sovereign treasure would be the type of thing that two dynasties might be willing to go to war over. Both emperors had been in the Archean realm for a very long time, and weren't even sure of how to advance beyond it. A sovereign-level precious treasure would give them much more hope of being able to break through. To see such hope vanish right in front of them was a maddening thing. But nothing they did, no attack or technique, could do anything to the light that blocked their paths. Eventually, the light faded, but it left behind a barrier that was just as impossible for anyone to get through. Only those on the inside could possibly acquire the good fortune of the damaged fan, forcing the Vile Emperor and the Saint Emperor to look on helplessly with bloodshot eyes. The only thing that made them feel better was the possibility that some of the important celestials and demigods they had sent in could theoretically achieve breakthroughs. But then the Saint Emperor noticed Bai Xiaochun, and felt deep regret. "Damn it, I can't believe I let him go in." It was at around this time that the group who had already reached the fan began to come to their senses. When they did, they saw something like a mist around them that separated them from the piercing gazes of the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor. It left them shaken, but at the same time, they trembled with anticipation as they looked over at the fan ribs. Even the celestials among them were included. They had the strongest cultivation bases, and therefore, had a much better chance of coming out on top. It was the same with Bai Xiaochun. Although the entire group seemed to have fully lost consciousness, the truth was that a message from the spirit automaton of the fan had been implanted into their minds. The nature of that message left Bai Xiaochun totally stunned. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that his earlier judgment about the fan had been completely wrong. The fan was not a place of profound danger, but rather, a place of unprecedented good fortune. Someone will become the new owner of the fan. Bai Xiaochun thought, his chest heaving. It was at this point that everyone began to fly at top speed toward the various ribs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1084 Legacy Destiny. Chapter 1084 Legacy Destiny. The legends are true. No one, not even Celestial Verpka, was paying any attention to Bai Xiaochun anymore. Everyone was focused on entering one of the fan rib paths. Bai Xiaochun joined them, his heart pounding, his mind ringing with the message that had just been transmitted. This fan was not, in fact, an Archean precious treasure. It was a world treasure that had once belonged to a sovereign. The sovereign realm was something that could drive the countless cultivators in the eternal immortal domains completely crazy. They would do just about anything to become that powerful. Qi condensation cultivators and Archean emperors alike would go to any lengths to achieve that goal. From ancient times until this moment, there had only ever been 3 sovereigns in the eternal immortal domains, all of whom had perished. After their deaths, the 3 dynasties had come to be the Vile Emperor Dynasty, Saint Emperor Dynasty, and Archemperor Dynasty. Obviously, the sovereign realm was supreme and unparalleled. Of course, there were different levels within the sovereign realm. For example, the enormous sleeping giant outside of the eternal immortal domains was supremely powerful among sovereigns. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to call him a paragon entity. There used to be innumerable worlds out in the starry sky, all of which could have potentially given rise to sovereigns. But things were different now. A catastrophe occurred when the enemy from beyond, that enormous sovereign outside the eternal immortal domains, personally destroyed the entire starry sky. All worlds and all living beings died, giving birth to endless darkness. The damaged fan had once belonged to some unknown sovereign who was killed in body and soul. However, that sovereign's legacy had remained behind. It was damaged, but it was still a legacy treasure. What was generally referred to as a legacy was essentially a set of core Taoist teachings and doctrines. This fan was a precious treasure that contained the legacy of a sovereign's Taoist teachings and doctrines. After that unknown sovereign died, this damaged fan kept floating through the dark, lifeless void. Years upon years passed, an endless cycle in which it traveled without cease. From the moment its journey began until now, it never found a second owner. And there could only ever be one person to become the successor of that unknown sovereign, only one person to inherit that sovereign's core Taoist teachings and doctrines. Every rib on that treasured fan is a path to the legacy. Every path contains 100 levels. Whoever can get through the most levels in 3 months will become the new owner of this magical item. According to the voice that spoke in my head, the 100 levels within the various fan ribs are all the same. Furthermore, passing each level comes with a reward. After all, the goal of the fan is to find a successor, not to kill people. That last point was why all of the cultivators from the 2 dynasties were so excited. And it was also why the devas were already filled with so much passion. As of now, they realized that they could contend with celestials to gain ownership of the fan, and acquire the core Taoist teachings and doctrines of a sovereign. Even better, the levels all came with rewards. Although no one knew exactly what those rewards were, this item had once belonged to a sovereign, so any rewards would be significant, enough to drive the devas and demigods crazy. And thus, everyone raced toward the paths and the fan ribs. There were already people disappearing inside as Xiaochun hurried onward. After selecting a fan rib, he was just about to enter when, all of a sudden, a different nearby fan rib glowed with bright light. A moment later, a Deva cultivator from the Saint Emperor Dynasty tumbled out, coughing up blood. After staggering backward a bit, he settled down cross-legged to meditate, a defiant gleam in his eyes. Xiaochun was obviously surprised by this. That guy failed? He's a Deva, but he couldn't even get past the first level? All of a sudden, Xiaochun felt the need to be more on guard than ever. After a moment of thought, he turned and hurried over to the Deva cultivator. When the man saw Xiaochun approaching, it didn't matter that he was from the heavenspan realm, he was a celestial. The Deva quickly rose to his feet and clasped hands formally. What happened in there? Xiaochun asked. You failed? On the first level? The Deva hesitated for a short moment. Not daring to hold back the truth, he lowered his voice and explained that he had come close to passing the first level, but had failed in the end. According to his description, the first level featured 5 Deva-level puppets. At that point, Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 more devas emerged from the fan ribs in bad shape. All of them had various injuries, but none were life-threatening. At this point, Xiaochun felt a bit more confident. After taking out a few more sets of leather armor and putting them on, he took a deep breath and headed back to where he had been about to enter the fan rib. The moment his foot touched the rib, rumbling sounds filled his ears, and his vision swam. When he could see clearly again, he was in a ring-shaped arena. Great pressure weighed down on the arena, at the front of which was a huge statue, half-human, half-beast, with a very vicious expression. 5 monkeys sat in meditation at the foot of the statue, their fur as bright as fire. When they opened their eyes, they were all equally crimson. Growling, they transformed into 5 beams of light that shot toward Xiaochun. Xiaochun was initially struck with fear. After all, it was impossible to use divine sense to check the cultivation base fluctuations of the monkeys, which looked incredibly fearsome. But even as Xiaochun began to back up, he blinked a few times. I can't check their cultivation base, but they're so slow. So, I guess the levels don't adjust to your cultivation base. Eyes shining with confidence, he charged toward the 5 monkeys. Raising his voice, he shouted, "Anyone who gets in my way, dies." Feeling very pleased with how heroic he sounded, he picked up speed, causing a tempest to spring up as he closed in on the monkeys. He didn't need to use any divine abilities or magical techniques. He had so much momentum that 3 of the monkeys exploded before he could even touch them, becoming nothing more than wisps of smoke. The other 2 held on for a moment longer, but then similarly exploded into smoke as he passed. Feeling very relaxed, Xiaochun came to a stop on top of the head of the statue. Clasping his hands behind his back, he proudly swished his sleeve. All who dare to block the path of Xiaochun are doomed to be reduced to ashes. Just when he was about to continue onward, the wisps of smoke formed together into a medicinal pill, which he grabbed. It was translucent and emanated a strange, fragrant aroma. Although he didn't know the name of the pill, based on his Tao of medicine, he could quickly tell that this could be described as an immortal pill for people in the Deva realm. In fact, to people from the eternal immortal domains, it would probably be more valuable than 10 Deva-level immortal pills. Feeling wonderful, he put the medicinal pill away, whereupon the world around him vanished, and the fan rib appeared ahead of him. Without any hesitation, he proceeded on to the 2nd level, and then the 3rd. He crushed each and every level as easily as dried weeds, until he found himself in the 6th level. This level was different than anything before it. Ruins stretched out around him, along with 9 steps leading upward. After lifting his foot off the 8th and final step, he realized that the secret of this level had to do with the pressure which would crush down, and was based on the level of one's cultivation base. That can't stop me. Snorting coldly, he drew upon his boundless fleshly body power to place his foot down and complete the 6th level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1085, I Hate Cheaters. Chapter 1085, I Hate Cheaters. Xiaochun's vision blurred as he left the world of the 6th level, and returned to the path on the fan rib. Upon rematerializing, he held a feather in his hand, which was the reward for passing the 6th level. It seemed like nothing more than an ordinary feather, and not even a close examination revealed anything special about it. Xiaochun could only guess that it might be part of some larger construct. Putting it away, he headed to the 7th level. The 7th level was much harder than the previous levels. It was a test, not of the cultivation base, but rather intuition. After all, it was impossible to use divine sense here. The entire 7th level was a maze. "I hate mazes," he muttered. 2 hours later, he found himself teleported back to the square formed by the handle of the fan. He had failed, and currently felt his head swimming from having wandered back and forth in the maze without being able to find the right path. As it turned out, there was a time limit to these lower levels. If one spent 2 hours within a given level without passing it, they would automatically be teleported away. There were other devas and demigods who would be teleported out occasionally, most of them having been unable to pass the 6th level. Up to this point, only 7 people had made it past the 7th level. In addition to Xiaochun and the other celestials, there was only one demigod among that group, Preceptor C-Deep. Varied thoughts ran through the heads of the trial takers. Damn it, this is hard. Especially the 6th level. It's impossible to get past. These tests are definitely not designed for devas. The 6th level is definitely suitable for celestials only. Maybe a demigod could pass it, but not many. I have to get past it. These rewards are so incredible. Especially the reward for the 5th level. I got a bottle of meridian tempering serum of peerless quality. Back home, a bottle like that would go for over 10,000 spirit stones. The cultivators of a given dynasty did not mix with those of the other. However, those of shared origins would gather after failing a level to discuss their results with each other. Up to this point, everyone was still excited about the situation, and didn't worry too much about failing. If the reward for the 5th level is meridian tempering serum, then what do you think the rewards for the 6th and 7th levels will be? Whatever they are, they'll probably be more unique and precious than meridian tempering serum, but we probably don't qualify to even find out. Although, I noticed that Celestial Verpka seems to be the fastest of us all. He's already on the 10th level. Yeah, I saw him going into the 10th level. So far, the rest of the Celestials are in the 7th and 8th levels. Up to now, none of them have come back out. Xiaochun was not very happy about what he was hearing, and also had a bad premonition about what was happening. How is that Celestial Verpka going so fast? With muscles like that, there's no way he's very smart. How did he get through the maze? The more he thought about it, the more he started to suspect what was happening. If things kept going this way, it didn't seem likely that he would be able to compete with Verpka. Although he wasn't quite willing to just give up, in the end, he sighed. Whatever. It just keeps getting harder the further along you go. And I just became a celestial. He has a lot of experience, so if I can't beat him, I just won't worry about it. I'll go through the levels as best I can. Even if I don't get the fan in the end, I'll at least get some of the other rewards. It was in this manner that he tried to convince himself not to worry about the situation. Then he started to try to think of a way to get through the maze. However, it was at this very moment that the light of teleportation appeared in both the 7th and 8th levels. When that light reached the square formed by the handle of the fan, Gu Tianjun and Prince Ur Demon appeared. Both of them wore very unsightly expressions as they sat down to think and recover. From what Bai Xiaochun had seen, Gu Tianjun had failed in the 8th level, while Prince Ur Demon was stuck in the 7th. There's something fishy about that 8th level, he thought. Even as he pondered the situation, other celestials began to be teleported out. One of them was Sima Yunhua, who was stuck in the 7th level, and another was Reverend Devourer, who was teleported back from the 8th level. Bai Xiaochun couldn't dispel his confusion and suspicions. For a moment, he considered going over to Gu Tianjun to ask for some advice, but decided that, considering how much the man didn't like him, it probably wasn't a good idea. At this point, Sima Yunhua gritted his teeth and used some unknown method to communicate with Gu Tianjun and get some information on the 7th level. Afterward, his eyes shone brightly as he headed back into the challenges. Prince Ur Demon did the same thing with Reverend Devourer. After getting the information he needed, he did the same as Sima Yunhua, and headed back into the challenges. Bai Xiaochun looked on anxiously to see what was happening, and was stunned to realize that both parties passed the level in the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Laughing heartily, they then proceeded on to the next levels. So fast. Bai Xiaochun's mind raced as he tried to analyze what was going on. Meanwhile, the 10th level suddenly began to shine with bright light. All of a sudden, a voice spoke into the minds of all present. The first person to pass the 10th level has acquired top contender status, and will henceforth have 4 hours to pass every level. As the voice faded away, everyone observing on the outside looked around in shock. Meanwhile, the light of teleportation shot out to the square where everyone was standing, and then resolved into the form of Celestial Verpka. As his hulking, tower-like frame came into view, the fan trembled, and the shield protecting the entire area rippled like water. Those ripples were caused, not by Verpka's cultivation base, but rather, because he had gained top contender status by passing the 10th level and gaining the approval of the sovereign's damaged fan. But what was most shocking, though, was that Celestial Verpka had been given extra time to pass the levels. Based on that, it seemed likely that other privileges would be bestowed upon passing the 20th level, which would make things even easier for Celestial Verpka. If things kept going like that, then by the time the 3 months were over, it was highly likely that Verpka would become the new owner of the fan. If that happened, then not even the Vile Emperor would be able to take it away from him easily. Perhaps Verpka could loan it to him or even sell it, but either way, it was good fortune that would likely give him a chance to become an Archean. The crowd knew it, and Celestial Verpka knew it as well. Inside, he was beaming with joy and excitement, although he didn't let that show on his face. However, there was no question that he was very pleased to have acquired the approval of the fan. The prickly feeling in Bai Xiaochun's heart grew even stronger at this point. Snorting softly, he prepared to simply look away, and yet, was too slow. All of a sudden, Celestial Verpka looked over at him with coldly glittering eyes. It was impossible to say what exactly he was thinking, but something like the light of augury flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly chuckled. Raising his voice, he said, "You're stuck at the 7th level, aren't you, Bai Xiaochun? Moron. You're the only celestial who hasn't passed it." Everyone else was taken aback. After all, this was Celestial Verpka's first time returning from the challenges. And yet apparently, he knew how far everyone else had proceeded. Even as suspicions arose, Bai Xiaochun looked sharply at Celestial Verpka, fully aware of the implications of his words. Obviously, he had some unknown way of seeing how far everyone else had progressed. Celestial Verpka could tell that Bai Xiaochun was onto him, but merely laughed coldly. "Didn't you ask me to hit you earlier, Bai Xiaochun? Don't worry. As soon as I become the owner of this fan, I'll be happy to oblige." With that, he chuckled and sat down cross-legged to do some breathing exercises. In the resulting silence, the cultivators from both the Vile Emperor dynasty and the Saint Emperor dynasty all came to realize that the top contender status gave more benefits than merely an extension of time. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was feeling more irritated than ever. What kind of legacy is this? He's obviously cheating. Damn it. There's nothing I hate more in life than cheaters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1086 Enhance the Fan? Chapter 1086 Enhance the Fan. What's the point of winning by cheating? By Xiaochun grumbled angrily to himself. I, by Xiaochun, a mighty celestial, am straightforward and upright in everything I do. I absolutely detest anyone who cheats. Gradually, the jealousy he had felt regarding his opponent's tactics turned into anger. What was worse was that he was being looked down upon. And Celestial Verpka had even threatened him. No, he said through gritted teeth. This is getting dangerous. I definitely can't allow Verpka to succeed. Eyes bloodshot, he pondered what to do. However, he knew that despite the fact that they were all Celestials, and that he himself was particularly strong, he had only just become a Celestial. Furthermore, if things did get down to a real fight with Verpka, the man wouldn't be afraid of being killed, he could just be resurrected by the vile emperor. In sharp contrast, Bai Xiaochun had not given part of his Dao seed to the Saint Emperor. That meant that if a fight did break out, he would be in great danger. What shameless bullying! The more he pondered the situation, the more incensed he was. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, he still had not come up with any good ideas. Meanwhile, Celestial Verpka had risen to his feet from meditation. Glancing coldly at Bai Xiaochun, he then went back into the fan rib to head to the 10th level. Everyone else looked on in envy. After Verpka disappeared, they too went back into the challenges. Before long, only 4 or 5 people were left on the outside, Bai Xiaochun included. If I were here by myself, maybe I could fight him. But I'm not alone. And Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua aren't going to help me. I guess the only option is to stop Verpka from winning the treasure. And the only way to do that is to become the owner of the fan before him. After putting more thought into it, he came up with a variety of ideas, and yet none of them seemed particularly promising. There's only one thing I can do. A 10-fold spirit enhancement will erase any personal branding marks. If I enhance the fan, then maybe I could brand it with my own divine sense. If it works, then I would become the new owner of the fan. At this point, his heart was starting to pound a bit. In fact, he quickly forgot that his entire purpose in the matter was to stop Celestial Verpka. If I can become the owner of the fan. His thoughts began to race in excitement for a while before he finally managed to calm himself down. Unfortunately, the fan was huge. Bai Xiaochun usually enhanced things by putting them into the turtle walk. Therefore, he wasn't sure how he would go about enhancing the huge fan. The fan can't shrink. I wonder if just clamping the walk down onto it will work. Although his heart was itching with anticipation, he was still fully on guard. After all, if someone saw what he was doing, it could cause major problems. Therefore, he put on a big show of snorting coldly and walking over to head back into the 7th level. Once inside the maze, he took out his wok, put it upside down on the ground, and then went about with a spirit enhancement. Unfortunately, after putting a one-colored flame into the wok, and finding no reaction, he frowned. After all his years of using the turtle wok, he could tell that the enhancement had failed. Feeling very disappointed, he picked up the turtle wok again and then sat there in a bit of a daze. Maybe it won't work inside one of the challenges. It might work outside though. Not quite willing to give up, he backed out of the 7th level and then sat down on the fan rib itself. At the moment, the main square of the fan was still occupied by a handful of cultivators who were resting after having failed one of the challenges. Bai Xiaochun waited patiently for 6 hours until all of them finished resting and headed back into the challenges. The square was completely empty. At that point, he took the turtle wok out and put it down in front him. With that, he placed one hand onto the wok and used the other to pull out another one-colored flame from his dwindling supply. It's definitely going to work, he murmured anxiously. The one-colored flame disappeared into the wok, and a single silver flash of light shot out and hit the fan. As a result, the fan trembled. Did it work? He thought excitedly. However, there was no time for an inspection, as the light of teleportation appeared, and someone was sent flying out from one of the levels. Quickly putting the turtle wok away, Bai Xiaochun hurried into the 7th level. Of course, he had no intention of trying to make his way through the maze. After staying inside for a while, he left, plastering a look of confused disappointment onto his face. The truth was that his heart was pounding. Although there was nothing physically different about the treasured fan, he had definitely seen that silver flash of light. After paying very close attention to who was outside of the challenges, he found an opportunity when no one was looking, whereupon he took out the turtle wok and a 2-colored flame. Almost immediately, a silver flash of light could be seen. Not pausing for even a moment, Bai Xiaochun quickly performed a 3rd and then a 4th spirit enhancement. In nearly one breath of time, he completed 6 total enhancements. At that point, more people emerged from various trials, and he put the wok away and sat there sighing. Inside, he was laughing cheerfully, and eagerly awaiting the moment when everyone was back inside the challenges. He was hoping for an incense stick's worth of time, in which he could perform all of the rest of the enhancements in one fell swoop. 7 days passed. By that time, Celestial Verpka was in the 15th level. He seemed to be crushing every level with impunity, and maintaining a clear lead. The other Celestials were in the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels. As for the demigod Preceptor C-Deep, he had reached the 8th level, and seemed stuck there. However, he wasn't willing to give up, and went back in constantly to make further attempts. Everyone else was roughly in the same situation, although no one else had proceeded past the 7th level. As for Bai Xiaochun, his lack of progress had become the butt of many jokes. Bai Xiaochun is a celestial, but he's stuck on the 7th level just like the rest of us. That makes it completely obvious that he's the weakest of all the celestials. Even Preceptor C-Deep is stronger than him. Well, he is from that backwater heavenspan realm. It makes sense that he would be embarrassingly weak even after becoming a celestial. It wasn't just the demigods in Devis who reacted with derision. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua completely ignored him and secretly scorned him. It was the same with the celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun didn't have the inclination to pay them any more attention than they paid him. He could sense the ridicule in their eyes, but didn't care. By this point, the treasured fan already had a 17-fold spirit enhancement. Upon performing the 10th enhancement, he had been excited, but found that no golden light appeared, nor was there any sign that the branding mark controlling the fan had been removed. Although he had hesitated about what to do after that, he decided that a 20-fold enhancement was probably the answer. 30 is the limit for spirit enhancement, but this is an extraordinary sovereign-level magical item. I guess I just have to push things further. All I want to do is erase the branding mark. It shouldn't be that hard. It will all be worth it in the end, considering how much I hate cheaters. Bai Xiaochun worried constantly during the next 3 days. Eventually, he found his chance to perform the enhancements he needed. 18-fold. 19-fold. He had very few 20-colored flames left in his bag of holding, but he took one out and pushed it down into the turtle wok. The wok vibrated violently, and then the whole fan did the same. At that point, the light finally changed from silver to golden. The power of the spirit automaton of the fan appeared, the same automaton that had previously spoken into the minds of the cultivators. However, the power of the spirit automaton was clearly in the process of dissipating, being erased by some other power that surpassed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1087, Force My Way In. Chapter 1087, Force My Way In. Bai Xiaochun sucked in an excited, nervous breath. The two forces struggled, but the power of the spirit enhancement was clearly at a higher level, and began to gain dominance. However, the spirit automaton was by no means weak. It was like a tiger cub fighting a full-grown dog. In fact, it fought with such ferocity that the spirit enhancement's power began to weaken, and was gradually driven away. Gritting his teeth anxiously, Bai Xiaochun pulled a 21-colored flame out of his bag of holding. He only had 2 such tongues of flame left, and thus, it was with a great deal of pain that he tossed it into the turtle wok. Golden light flared, and rumbling sounds echoed out, along with land-shaking, mountain-rocking power. The power of the spirit enhancement once again rushed out to erase the branding mark inside the fan. Yet again, a battle erupted between the automaton and the spirit enhancement. The automaton could clearly not hold out for long, but was putting up a good struggle. At the same time, the spirit enhancement had reached a critical juncture. As of this moment, 20% of the branding within the damaged fan had been wiped away. That in turn allowed the restrictions on divine sense to loosen a bit. Bai Xiaochun knew that time was of the essence. On the one hand, people might come out of the fan at any moment, and on the other hand, the power of the 21-colored flame was growing weak. Damn it, I've got to go for broke. Taking advantage of the loosening of the restriction on divine sense, he sent his divine sense out. As the spirit automaton and the power of the enhancement struggled mightily, he shoved his divine sense into the empty section of the fan. Normally speaking, this was a thing that he could never do. Not even one of the Archean emperors would have been able to accomplish such a task. The only type of person who possibly could have would be another sovereign. But now, the impossible was happening thanks to the heaven-defying powers of Bai Xiaochun's turtle wok. Whichever sovereign it was who had created this fan could never have dreamed that their treasure could possibly be stolen in this manner. Bai Xiaochun howled from the effort, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. As he pushed out madly with his divine sense, his own branding mark slowly began to take shape. The spirit automaton struggled, and the power of the spirit enhancement began to fade, but Bai Xiaochun took advantage of every moment. Although things were almost over, the automaton wouldn't give up, and continued to drive away the power of the spirit enhancement. However, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of his authority over 20% of the fan to fight back relentlessly. Eventually, the automaton was forced to give up. The branding mark faded away, and the fan went calm. It was almost as if nothing had happened. As for Bai Xiaochun, he had been holding nothing back, and was currently drenched in sweat. Quickly putting away his turtle walk, he sat there panting. Although this type of fight was different than magical combat, it had been extremely draining. He felt hollowed out, and yet at the same time, was extremely pleased. As of this moment, he could feel a very faint connection to the fan, something almost dreamlike in nature. I can't believe I did it. Ha ha ha. I branded my own divine sense mark onto this fan. Verpka, you cheater, this fan is mine. How do you think you'll get it now? He was so excited that he began laughing out loud, a fact that some returning cultivators noticed and looked over in shock. To them, he looked a bit insane. Did he go crazy because he's been stuck in the 7th level for too long? As they chuckled coldly, Bai Xiaochun was recovering from the effort of the struggle. As he sat there cross-legged, his eyes shining, he took a moment to analyze the situation. He was already aware that although he had authority over 20% of the fan, he didn't actually control the fan as a whole. Essentially, the part of the fan that he had authority over was equivalent to the 1st through 20th levels. At this point, even if Celestial Verpka made it to the 20th level, whatever rewards he got wouldn't compare to what Bai Xiaochun had acquired. One would have an empty reward that could be taken away, and one would have a substantial reward that could directly contend with the fan's spirit automaton. Same as the 20th level, huh? That's good enough for me. Bai Xiaochun was very excited. This obviously made him the clear frontrunner in the competition. With this advantage, he was much more confident in being able to become the new owner of the damaged fan. The main thing he needed to do was make sure nobody realized what he had done. Alright, Celestial Verpka. Bai Xiaochun hates cheaters more than anything. Let's see you try and cheat now. Calling upon his mysterious connection to the fan, he was now able to see images of all the cultivators participating in the various challenges. He was also able to sense what the rewards were for the various levels. Some of the most enticing were the rewards for the 30th level and beyond, which were on the same level as world treasures such as the Greatsword of the North. Even more eye-catching was the reward for the 60th level, which was on the Archean level. There were also plenty of medicinal pills to be had. As for the reward for the 100th level, it was a glowing ball of light that pulsed with a sovereign aura. It was none other than the legacy itself. Convinced that he would become the owner of the fan, he realized that all of these rewards essentially belonged to him. It's not just the later rewards that are mine. Everything in the early stages is mine too. Just when he was about to check specifically on Celestial Verpka, he happened to notice a vile Emperor Dynasty demigod in the 6th level who was having trouble reaching the 8th step there. Bai Xiaochun recognized him. Back when he had been confronting Celestial Verpka, it was this burly demigod who had ridiculed him, Li Donghao. He was currently looking excitedly at the last step in front of him. He had attempted this level over 30 times already, and had failed each time. However, he had learned from each failure, and had progressed significantly each time. As of now, he was absolutely confident in being able to succeed. As for the reward, a feather, he had already been told about it by some of his friends. It had been identified as belonging to a now extinct immortal rock. If it were fused into a magical item, it would provide astounding benefits to it. Only one more step. I can definitely do it. Li Donghao excitedly lifted his foot up and prepared to step onto the 9th step. Even as he did, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon him. When Bai Xiaochun saw the situation, he thought about how, if Li Donghao succeeded, it would mean the reward for that level, the feather, would be gone. Before, that fact wouldn't have meant much to him. But now that he was destined to become the owner of the fan, it meant that the treasures inside of it all belonged to him. Therefore, Li Donghao was essentially preparing to steal from him. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't view himself as being the miserly type, he really didn't like Li Donghao, and therefore, was not happy at all about the idea of him stealing. I guess this guy's just too lucky. AI. If only the level could be a bit more challenging so that he fails. Back in the 6th level, the air rippled around Li Donghao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088, So, I'm the Guardian. Chapter 1088, So, I'm the Guardian. The ripples came because Bai Xiaochun was connected to the fan, and were something that no one else but him could notice. In the 6th level, Li Donghao looked as confident and excited as ever. He was absolutely and completely focused on this next step. Heart filled with hope, he put his foot down. I've been waiting a long time for this. He chuckled. All of that work and improvement is for this moment. Only by working hard can you get good results. I've finally done it. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, then sighed at the feeling of accomplishment after all the effort he had expended. He felt like he had experienced something completely life-changing in this 6th level, something that would make his future more wonderful than he could imagine. Next comes the 7th level. A lot of the other demigods are going to be quite shaken by my success. After all, I'm only the second after Preceptor C Deep to pass the 6th level. Amidst echoing laughter, he stretched his hands out wide in anticipation of the applause he would receive after being teleported out. However, his smile soon grew stiff as he realized that something strange was going on. Shocked, he looked around, and found that he was still in the 6th level. Huh? Why haven't I been teleported out? Based on everything he knew and had experienced, he should have been teleported out immediately. What's going on? At this point, he looked down, and his eyes went wide as his mind was battered by massive waves of shock, and no less than 100,000 lightning bolts of astonishment. This. To his complete and utter astonishment, he found that there was actually a 10th step in front of him. It looked exactly like the 9th step, and from all points of view, seemed to have always been there. And yet, Li Donghao was absolutely certain that in the past, there had only been 9. In fact, he had talked with others about this level, and it had always revolved around 9 steps. But now, there was a 10th. Could I have discovered some mysterious aspect to this level? Panting, his uneasy feeling was replaced with one of excitement. Perhaps what was happening wasn't bad. Perhaps it was fate. However, even as he began to get excited, his jaw dropped in utter shock. There, right in front of his eyes, another stair appeared right after the 10th, radiating intense pressure. 11, 23. 35, 49. 67, 81. All the way to 100. How could this even be possible? 100 stairs. Li Donghao suddenly felt dizzy, as if he might fall over at any moment. The scene playing out in front of him was almost completely absurd, a massive staircase stretching out. Furthermore, the pressure he could sense from the final stair was virtually beyond imagination. Li Donghao was trembling, his eyes vacant, as though his mind had collapsed. He seemed completely bowled over by the sight of 100 stairs. How could this be happening? He mumbled, his face ashen. Even as the massive pressure threatened to overwhelm him, the power of teleportation gripped him, and he was whisked out of the 6th level. When he reappeared, he was back in the main square. Because of the massive blow he had just taken, as soon as he appeared, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood and staggered backward, his face completely overtaken by shock and disbelief. As of this moment, his previous confidence was absolutely gone. This is impossible, he murmured. How could this be happening? There were only 9 steps before. He actually didn't believe what he had just seen, and was convinced that it was all an illusion. He even went to some of his demigod compatriots from the Vile Emperor dynasty to ask them their opinion. Grabbing one of them by the arm, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Su, how many stairs are in the 6th level?" When the man saw how bloodshot Li Donghao's eyes were, he was quite taken aback. The demigod hesitated for a moment, then said, 9. Why, what's wrong, Li Donghao? Li Donghao's mind was spinning, and he began to pant. He quickly hurried over to another demigod who was stuck in the 6th level, and asked the same question. 9. 9. Everybody knows that, it's not a big secret or something. What are you doing, Li Donghao? Do you really need to ask things like that? Just go look for yourself. Li Donghao was trembling violently by now, and felt completely and utterly humiliated. At the same time, he was getting angry. 9? All of you? Why? Why do I have 100? Back within the level, he had been unsure, but now he was convinced that the damaged fan hated him. And that filled him with profound despair. People were shocked to hear the information from Li Donghao, and were a bit suspicious. However, most of them assumed that the levels would occasionally become more difficult for some unknown reason. Li Donghao got really unlucky. The levels probably don't change very often, he just happened to be in there when it happened. We'd better hurry. You never know when those 100 stairs could appear in our version. Off in the distance, Xiaochun was listening in. Of course, he had witnessed everything firsthand. And the truth was that even Xiaochun was not confident in being able to handle 100 stairs like that. At first, he was actually shocked by what had occurred. But then, his heart filled with joy. I just thought about the level getting harder, and it did. 100 stairs appeared. His eyes began to glitter brightly at the realization that a huge door had just been opened in front of him. So, now that I've successfully taken control of 20% of the fan, it means I can alter the first 20 levels. Heavens, how stupid of me. I don't even need to think about how to pass the first 20 levels. Considering the powers I have to control the level of difficulty, fudge. I'm like a god in this place. My original goal wasn't to make things easy for myself, it was to prevent others from passing the 20th level. Once this trial by fire ends, I'm going to come out in first place. All of a sudden, this mission to the damaged fan seemed much more interesting than it had been before. Ha ha ha. I'm basically the guardian of this fan. I need to prevent everyone else from succeeding. With his new mission having been made clear, he stuck his chin up and then sighed. Around this time, he could sense that Celestial Verpka had passed the 17th level. Not even stopping, he then proceeded on to the 18th. So fast. Xiaochun murmured, shocked. However, a sly smile quickly spread out on his face. Verpka, you villain. I absolutely hate cheaters like you. Well, if you make it past the 18th level, then I'll change my name to match yours. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1089, The Despair of Celestial Virapaxa. Chapter 1089, The Despair of Celestial Virapaxa. Meanwhile, in the 18th level of the damaged fan, a vast, scorching desert stretched out in all directions, covered by screaming winds that sent dust and grit scraping across jutting rock outcroppings. Anyone who stood in that desert would be able to sense how barren and desolate it was. Barely visible within the never-ending sandstorm that filled it were numerous skeletons, apparently the remains of countless beings which had died here throughout the years. It was actually impossible to tell whether the skeletons were indeed people who had been killed here, or whether they had simply been put here. In any case, as soon as Celestial Verpka entered this level, he felt a sensation of profound danger. However, that didn't slow him down at all. Instead, it made him feel even more grand and heroic. After snagging the position of top contender, I can get through each level before anyone else. It's obviously destiny. It's obviously good fortune belonging to me, Celestial Verpka. It's obviously fated that I will become the owner of this sovereign-level precious treasure. As he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked like the picture of confidence. And he was, in fact, completely confident that he would be the first to get through every level, including this, the 18th. Much of his confidence came from the fact that he was in the great circle of the celestial realm. The only other person in the entire damaged fan that could possibly be a cause for concern was Gu Tianjun. Celestial Verpka wasn't too worried about Xiaochun. He had only recently become a celestial, and was little more than a clown. Celestial Verpka was fairly certain that, although he had been frustrating to deal with earlier, he could easily be killed if necessary. Although this 18th level will likely be more difficult than the previous levels, I won't be stopped. I wonder what kind of powers I'll receive after passing the 20th level. Smiling, he blurred into motion as he headed deeper into the sandstorm. In almost the exact same instant, the countless grains of sand that made up the storm began to form together into an enormous head. Celestial level cultivation base fluctuations erupted out, along with a powerful roar as the head then lunged toward Verpka as if to consume him. Celestial Verpka's eyes narrowed as, without pausing for a moment, he shot like an arrow toward the fearsome sandhead. The resulting boom caused the entire 18th level to shake violently. As these things played out, something happened that Celestial Verpka didn't notice. High above in the sky of the 18th level, two eyes were watching everything. Those eyes, of course, belonged to Xiaochun. No one had any idea what was happening, of course. And as for Xiaochun, he didn't rashly do anything in the 18th level. He first observed the situation. Celestial Verpka was definitely a very powerful fighter. Booms rang out as he engaged the enormous head in combat, causing shockwaves to spread out in astonishing fashion. Soon, it became apparent that this head of sand with its celestial level battle prowess was no match for Verpka. Observe how I bring you to ruin. Xiaochun murmured, snorting coldly. Although it felt wonderful to be in such a position of authority, he was actually shocked by Celestial Verpka's battle prowess. This guy has actually surpassed me in terms of fleshly body. Although his powers of regeneration don't even come close to mine. And his divine abilities are way weaker. Plus, there's no way he can keep up this level of fighting for long. Eyes flickering, he watched Celestial Verpka perform a double-handed incantation gesture to summon a massive tree, which he used to batter the head of sand. 1 blow. 2 blows. 3 blows. Each blow caused the head to shriek in pain. As for Celestial Verpka, he advanced with each blow until he was actually inside of the head. Instead of resorting to any sort of magical technique, he was simply blasting the head in two. The mere sight was enough to make Xiaochun a bit uneasy. The destructive aura of that huge tree was so shocking that it caused the sky to go dim, and sent sand exploding out in all directions. Finally, Verpka resorted to a divine ability that combined his fleshly body and cultivation base to unleash a devastatingly destructive blow. The head of sand was destroyed, and the faint light of teleportation began to build up. Despite being shocked, Xiaochun couldn't forget what he had said earlier about changing his name to match Verpka's. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to call upon his connection to the fan to change the difficulty of the 18th level. In that moment, Celestial Verpka's uproarious laughter was echoing out through the desert as he looked at the two halves of the defeated sandhead he had just fought. Although the battle left him seriously drained in both cultivation base and fleshly body power, his heart was bursting with pride. Perhaps Gu Tianjun or Reverend Devourer could deal with this little 18th level, but most other Celestials could not. It gives a good indication of how difficult the 19th and 20th levels will be. Very well. The harder things get, the better the rewards will be. It just goes to show that I truly qualify to contend for this legacy, but... Chuckling, he looked around at the light of teleportation that was building up around him, and prepared to go back to the main square to do some breathing exercises. Once I become the owner of the fan, the first person I'll kill is Xiaochun. His powers of regeneration are too strong. If he lives, he'll definitely cause problems in the future. He quickly checked Xiaochun's progress, and upon seeing that he had still not passed the 7th level, snorted in derision. He was absolutely convinced that this damaged fan was a land of good fortune for him, and would likely be his ticket to reaching the Archean realm. Celestial Verpka's heart swelled with pride and courage. However, it was in that very moment that, with no warning whatsoever, the light of teleportation that had been building up suddenly went out. Ha! He looked down at himself, and then at the desert around him. What's going on? Before he could do anything else, the enormous sandstorm sprang up again, with even more fury than before. Furthermore, two enormous heads formed, each of them with battle prowess surpassing the previous solitary head. Howling, they charged toward Celestial Verpka. Celestial Verpka was struck with the feeling that something odd was going on, but there was no time for thought or planning. As the two heads closed in, he took a deep breath and unleashed his divine abilities and magical techniques, jumping into combat. The fury of their battle was so great that the world seemed to tremble on the verge of being destroyed. Celestial Verpka held almost nothing back. With the exception of Taoist magics relating to willpower, he called on everything he could, even all of his trump cards. After 2 incense sticks worth of time passed, he destroyed both of the heads. He was spattered with blood and trembling from the effort, but he had come out on top. So, I underestimated this 18th level. And yet, who cares if I did? He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Xiaochun was not happy at all to see Celestial Verpka laughing in such fashion. Eyes bloodshot, he murmured, such a savage. Come on, I want to see you in despair. Fine, I'll push the difficulty as far as it will go. The 18th level twisted and distorted, to the point where Celestial Verpka actually noticed what was happening. Expression flickering, he looked around, feeling very uneasy. Don't tell me it's still not over? Even as he let out a gasp, the entire world around him filled with shocking rumbling noises. The sandstorm yet again screamed into existence, filling the world and then transforming into 10 enormous heads. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But to Celestial Verpka's profound astonishment, a 30,000-meter tall hand also appeared, stretching up out of the ground. Then another, and another. As it turned out, several giants were crawling up from the depths of the earth. There were a total of 10. The tops of their heads touched the sky as they surrounded Celestial Verpka, making him look like a helpless girl surrounded by a gang of ruthless thugs. Their energy caused the entire world to vibrate and turn terrifyingly dark. As for Celestial Verpka, he looked around trembling, and said, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1090, Taken Advantage of. Chapter 1090, Taken Advantage of. Impossible. This is impossible. Celestial Verpka looked around, trembling, his eyes blank from the terrifying nature of the 10 giants' energy. Although it wasn't quite on the Archean level, it was immeasurably close. This was only a trial by fire, but at the moment, Celestial Verpka had completely forgotten about that point. The enemies he now faced were so outrageously powerful that he almost wondered if the damaged fan were playing a practical joke on him. There was simply no way that he could fight enemies like this. Rumbling booms echoed out as the 10 giants unleashed heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power onto celestial Verpka. They were like 10 vicious beasts, all of them stamping down without mercy. It was such a fearsome sight that even Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp. Blood-curdling screams filled the world of the 18th level, but thankfully, they didn't last long. Celestial Verpka soon vanished. After all, this trial by fire was not deadly in nature, and did not permit fatalities. Anyone who failed would, at worst, be teleported out of the level. As for Celestial Verpka, although he wasn't dead, he felt like he was. All of his pride, all of the momentum he had built up through the levels, vanished. He could only be grateful that the natural laws within the damaged fan kicked in and pulled him out. If that hadn't happened, he would have been in a truly miserable and hopeless state. Outside in the main square, teleportation light glittered, and Celestial Verpka appeared. The first thing he did was cough up a huge mouthful of blood, and stagger backward to look at the fan rib he had just come from, his eyes shining with disbelief. How could this be happening? It's impossible. That level of difficulty, if the 18th level is really that hard, the levels after it would have to be outrageously difficult. There's something strange going on here. Not only was Celestial Verpka completely crestfallen, he was also starting to get a bit angry. The others who were gathered in the main square could see how confused Celestial Verpka was, and how badly he was trembling. Obviously, it didn't take much guesswork to come to the conclusion that he had failed to pass the level. Celestial Verpka is still on the 18th level? And he actually failed. There must be something unusual about that level. Otherwise, how could the incredible Celestial Verpka possibly have failed, and come out of it looking so out of sorts? As the talk spread, Xiaochun sat there, clearing his throat and blinking. Peeking out of the corner of his eye at Celestial Verpka, his heart swelled with excitement and pride. I guess you shouldn't have cheated, huh? How dare you try to contend with Lord Bai? The corners of his mouth even turned up into a slight smile. Celestial Verpka's bedraggled state eased some of Xiaochun's anger. After all, the man had openly provoked him, and then even threatened him. Considering that, simply making the level a bit harder was actually going easy on him. AI, that's my biggest weakness. I'm too kind. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. I really shouldn't be this nice. Sighing, he looked over again at the dazed Celestial Verpka for a moment before checking on the situation with some of the other trial takers. In one fell swoop, he increased the difficulty level for all of them. Before long, teleportation light began to flicker as demigod and devas from both dynasties were sent back to the main square. All of them were coughing up blood, and looking very confused. Impossible. Yesterday in the 3rd level, I fought 3 beasts. But today, there were 300. Heavens! You guys have no idea what just happened. In the 5th level, I actually had to fight a celestial level puppet. That's nothing. Damn it. I was really getting places in the 7th level, but right before reaching the end, the maze came to life and started changing around me. Everyone was crazily talking at once until Celestial Verpka's eyes suddenly began to turn very grim. The level of difficulty increased. Even as everyone started to come to this conclusion, Du Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, Prince Yuar Demon, and Reverend Devourer all teleported out. That entire group of Celestials had been stuck in the 16th level, a fact they could have lived with, until the difficulty increased. At the moment, all of them had very unsightly expressions on their faces. Xiaochun was obviously delighted, but didn't let it show on his face. Instead, he wore a scowl. To further the act, he hurried into the 7th level as if to look around. Upon emerging, he exclaimed, "The 7th level did change. Heavens! You people wouldn't believe what I saw in there. Absolutely terrifying." On any other occasion, Xiaochun's exaggerated cries would have provoked cold laughter. But right now, everyone was so grim-faced that they didn't even notice. All of them were trying to figure out why, all of a sudden, all of them had experienced failures. The trials of the damaged fan had only been open for half a month, and now all of them were feeling very dazed and bereft of any hope. Xiaochun's plan was just to wait for the time limit to run out 2 months later. However, who could have predicted what was to come only half a month later? Suddenly, the spirit automaton of the damaged fan, which had faded away into slumber after being assailed by the power of the spirit enhancement, woke up. Rumbling sounds filled the entire damaged fan, and all of the levels instantly went back to normal. None of them had increased levels of difficulty anymore. Furthermore, after awakening, the spirit automaton locked its attention onto Xiaochun, as though it wished to wrest full control of the fan back. That was quite startling to Xiaochun, who sat there rotating his cultivation base and doing his best to maintain his strange connection to the fan. But he was like a rowboat on stormy seas, his mind reeling as his connection was attacked ferociously. If he had been in the demigod realm, his mind would have already collapsed and his connection broken. But Bai Xiaochun was a celestial now, and although he couldn't fight back, he could defend himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know how long he could hold out. No one in the area had any idea what was happening, not even the celestials. This was a level of combat that far surpassed them, and they couldn't even detect it. 4 hours passed in which Bai Xiaochun trembled, his face slowly turning ashen. He was pushing his cultivation base to the limits, and was reaching the point where his mind couldn't handle the stress. At that point, right when his strange connection to the fan was about to be severed, he heard a howl of defiance as the spirit automaton slowly faded away into slumber again. Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. He was drenched with sweat, and was mentally exhausted. It had been a vicious struggle in which he could clearly sense how much the damaged fan hated him. Thankfully, the spirit automaton is also damaged, and can't stay awake for very long. He took in a shaky breath. However, now that he had full control of the fan back, his face suddenly fell. Damn it, they took advantage of me again. As of this moment, he realized that in the 4 hours that he had been struggling with the spirit automaton, quite a few people had gone back into the challenges. Li Donghao had passed the 6th level. Preceptor C Deep was in the 9th level. Gu Tianjun and the other celestials were in the 16th and 17th levels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091, I'll add some more. Chapter 1091, I'll add some more. What was most infuriating was that Celestial Verpka had somehow figured out a way to bring Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer with him into one of the fan ribs. The 3 of them had teamed up to challenge the 18th level. Apparently, Celestial Verpka's experiences in the fan allowed him to identify a loophole that not even Bai Xiaochun was aware of. As soon as that enormous celestial level head appeared in the desert, they cut it down. After easily passing the level, the group of 3 used the same method to get through the 19th level. As of this moment, they were already in the 20th level. Thankfully, the 20th level was significantly harder than the previous levels. The 3 celestials were fighting a type of minotaur-like monster. Whether it was in terms of speed or fleshly body strength, the minotaurs were far superior to Celestial Verpka and his companions. In addition, these were male minotaurs, all of them huge in size and violent in temperament. The vast plain that made up the 20th level was filled with their thunderous grunts and howls. It went without saying that the minotaur monsters were extremely intelligent and didn't need to perform incantation gestures to unleash magical techniques. They were innately able to utilize various divine abilities, which manifested in the form of yellow halos of light that shot at rapid speed towards Celestial Verpka and the other celestials. Any of them who got hit by one of the halos would be shaken all the way down to their soul. Any demigod cultivators in this situation would be defeated instantly, and then teleported out of the level. In fact, even celestials on their own would have had trouble. Only by teaming up in a group of 3 were they able to hold their own. Apparently, this 20th level was a watershed mark, and therefore, was extremely difficult. In terms of the difficulty, none of the previous levels could even come close. The only person who might have had a chance was Bai Xiaochun, with his incredible powers of regeneration. Another factor that played into it was that these monsters were things that didn't exist in the eternal immortal domains. Clearly, they were native to whatever world the owner of this fan had come from. Because of how difficult the level was, Celestial Verpka and his companions were not able to simply pass through the level. If they had, then Bai Xiaochun would have awoken to find them further alone. As Bai Xiaochun watched them fighting, he came to the conclusion that it would be very dangerous if they passed this level. Besides, he had worked extremely hard to acquire some level of authority over the fan, and there was no way he would just hand it over to someone else. It seems I really was too kind before. Alright, Verpka, you codger. You may be dead set on cheating, but I simply can't allow it. Trying to compete with me in cheating? Want to see how badly I'll torment you? Fudge. Bai Xiaochun hates nothing more in life than cheaters. Not having time to concern himself with any of the other cultivators in the various challenges, he focused all of his mental energy on the 3 celestials from the Vile Emperor dynasty. There really was no way that he could possibly allow them to succeed in their effort. Calling upon his connection to the fan, he sent some divine sense into the 20th level to set the difficulty level as high as it would go. He held nothing back, and did not hesitate at all. Instantly, the air around the 3 celestials began to ripple and distort. Celestial Verpka and his companions were in the middle of fighting 10 of the Minotaur monsters. The fighting was fierce, and intense booms filled the air, causing the 3 celestials' eyes to flash. I have the feeling that if we can get past this level, Celestial Verpka said with a growl, then the levels after that will be much easier. As for who gets the legacy in the end, it will depend on luck. One of the reasons that Celestial Verka managed to figure out the loophole in the levels was because of his status as top contender. More importantly, the damaged fan was incomplete, which influenced the levels within it. After figuring out the secret, he made an agreement with the other two about how to go through the levels. At the moment, Prince UR Demon was laughing proudly, and even the cold-faced Reverend Devourer was having a hard time concealing his excitement. Although these Minotaur monsters were very strong, all three of them were sure that, in the end, they would defeat every last one of them. Although their level of cooperation couldn't be described as perfect, they had all known each other for many years, and had worked together before. Celestial Verka acted as the muscle, Reverend Devourer provided backup with divine abilities, and Prince UR Demon used the power of his spell formations to defend them as a group. Although they experienced setbacks throughout the battle, they still fought with skill and efficiency. By now, the Minotaur monsters were clearly running out of energy. Once they faltered, the three Celestials would make their move and wipe them out. Xiaochun chuckled coldly. Earlier, he had been a bit nervous about adjusting the difficulty levels. But now he didn't feel nervous at all. Besides, he could sense that after his previous struggle with the spirit automaton of the fan, his own level of control had improved. Furthermore, his divine sense was telling him that he now had the power to delay the activation of the teleportation function in the challenges. I wonder how long I can delay it, he thought, licking his lips. After a moment, he rubbed his bag of holding, and an evil glint passed through his eyes. Meanwhile, back in the challenge, the 10 Minotaur monsters finally collapsed, indicating that Celestial Verka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon had met the requirements and finished the challenge. We did it, Celestial Verka said, smiling. Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer were both quite excited. However, as the three of them waited to be teleported out, a great weight suddenly pressed down on them from above. That aura. Celestial Verka was the first to feel uneasy, considering what he had experienced before. Backing up, he shouted, something strange is going on again. It was only at this point that Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer sensed the same pressure filling the 20th level. Faces flickering, they also started backing up. That was when rumbling sounds rolled out in all directions as monstrous figures began to materialize up above. 1. 10. 50. Soon there were 100 Minotaur monsters, all of them bursting with violence and energy as they stared at the three Celestials. Then, howling, they charged forth in attack. In the blink of an eye, the lands were shaking, and the nearby mountains were trembling. Celestial Verka's face fell, and both Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer were left gasping. Damn it, Verka. Didn't you say that nothing like this would happen? 10 of these Minotaur monsters were exhausting enough, and now we have to deal with 100? It wasn't that Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer weren't willing to go all out in their fighting. But they had barely been able to defeat the Minotaur monsters from before. And now, just when they had gotten their hopes up that things were over, they suddenly realized how wrong they had been. As the Celestials backed up, the Minotaur monsters charged through the air toward them, and Xiaochun chuckled coldly. Think you can just run? If 100 aren't enough, then I'll add some more. Gritting his teeth, he decided that he absolutely had to kill Celestial Verka's momentum. Otherwise, the next time the fan's spirit automaton came back to struggle for control, he would definitely take advantage of the moment to pass the 20th level. Having made his decision, Xiaochun followed through. Rumbling sounds filled the 20th level as, to the utter shock and madness of Celestial Verka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon, more Minotaur monsters began to rise up from the grass around them. One after another, they howled with passion as they charged. Even the powerful Celestial Verka felt his scalp tingling on the verge of exploding. Heavens! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1092, Too Kind-Hearted. Chapter 1092, Too Kind-Hearted. This is impossible. Prince UR Demon shrieked, so close to the verge of collapsing mentally that he could do nothing other than stare at the Minotaurs around them. Despite being a high-ranking Celestial in the Vile Emperor dynasty, the type of person that countless individuals looked up to in awe, to be surrounded by more than 1,000 Minotaur monsters was something he could hardly handle. The truth was that this many Minotaur monsters was something that would cause even the Vile Emperor to gasp if he were here. It was a level of power that could very well destroy the eternal immortal domains as a whole. And although they were actually illusory, to Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer, they seemed very real. Is this really the 20th level? This must be the 50th or 80th level. Or maybe the 100th. Why is this happening? This level of difficulty is ridiculous. Ironically, Celestial Verka was taking things even worse than Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer. Those two had never been specifically targeted by Xiaochun, whereas Celestial Verpka had. His confidence had been crushed earlier, and that was not something that could be recovered from easily. And thus, the situation was even more terrifying for him. The only comfort he had was that this time, he had someone to accompany him in misery. In their dismay, they fled. Their goal was not to fully escape, but to wait for the teleportation function to activate. After all, despite being mentally crushed by the increase in difficulty in the level, they weren't afraid of dying. Everyone knew that in this trial by fire, death wasn't a possibility. The worst outcome was failure and injury. And these Celestials were decisive people by nature. Therefore, they immediately took to flight, giving up on any hope of possibly winning. Besides, running away might help them to avoid some level of injury. As they fled, the Minotaur monsters swarmed them. However, not even Celestial Verpka could ever have guessed that the current situation was like nothing compared to the nightmare which was to come. Xiaochun was furious at how everything had played out, and furious at Celestial Verpka for figuring out a better way to cheat than him. He was also worried about the implications of dealing with a Celestial who could find loopholes within the damaged fan systems. Therefore, he decided that he absolutely, positively could not allow him to pass the level. It's too bad you can't kill people. I guess the best thing to do is trap him in there. With every moment that passed, he became more convinced that this was the best thing to do. Meanwhile, inside the level, the light of teleportation had begun to build up, causing the three Celestials' eyes to brighten. In sharp contrast, Xiaochun was not happy at all. Eyes glittering, he called upon his connection to the damaged fan to limit the teleportation function. Even as Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon began to fade away. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and they became clear again. Then, the light of teleportation vanished. Impossible. What's going on? Gasping, they began to dodge the attacking Minotaurs, intense unease rising up in their hearts. They were now more nervous than they had been when they first saw the 1,000 Minotaur monsters. Xiaochun was very pleased with the level of control he had. Still not completely sure of what he could do, he began to carefully push harder to see what was possible. Lock down the teleportation power. Lock down the teleportation power. His thoughts were like orders to the fan. Immediately, ripples filled the 20th level, to the point where Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon all noticed. To their shock, rumbling sounds could be heard, and although it was impossible for the three Celestials to understand why it was happening, all teleportation power in the 20th level was completely locked down. Although it wasn't permanent, until the spirit automaton awoke, there was no way that Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon would be able to leave the 20th level. You wanted to challenge this level, right? Well, fine then. You can challenge it day and night. Gritting his teeth, Xiaochun prepared to retract his divine sense, but then stopped. Wait, that's not quite enough. I want to make sure that even when the spirit automaton wakes up and frees them, those three villains are too worn out to attempt any more challenges. After some thought, he pulled out a handful of aphrodisiac pills. It's too bad I don't have many aphrodisiac pills left, otherwise I would use some more. Whatever. This should be enough. I refuse to believe that when the dust settles, they'll have the energy to do anything else. Snorting coldly, he crushed the pills and sent the dust flying over to the Minotaur monsters. As the powder spread out, Xiaochun retracted his divine sense. Although he wasn't interested in watching the results, he couldn't help but savor the knowledge of what a bitter place the 20th level would shortly become. Although Xiaochun wasn't watching, Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon were right there. After a brief moment, the Minotaur monsters suddenly began to charge them with greater fervor. Their eyes were bright red, and their howling pants caused the Celestial scalps to tingle. What's going on with the Minotaur monsters? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Damn it, have they gone crazy or something? To the shock of the Celestials, even more bizarre things began to happen to the Minotaur monsters. They began to grow larger, with blue veins bulging out all over their bodies. As this happened, their howls reached the point that the Celestials were trembling violently in fear. Not good. From Hiwei the Minotaur monsters looked at them, it seemed that they were the most beautiful and enticing things in all creation. Soon, the Minotaur monsters began to fight amongst themselves in madness to get to the front of the group. As for what happened after that, the story was never publicly revealed. Xiaochun didn't pay much more attention to the 20th level. He occasionally sent some divine sense over to check on it quickly, and would usually shiver and look away. You can't blame me. Those three bastards took it upon themselves to mess with me. And they even tried to compete in cheating. Clearing his throat, he chose to focus his energy on the other cultivators. Over the following days, he got much pleasure from preventing them from advancing through any more levels. Soon, everyone was sighing. Half a month passed by in a flash. By now, more than half of the total allotted time had passed. Eventually, people realized that Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince Ur Demon had gone missing, to the shock of everyone, and the unease of the Vile Emperor Dynasty cultivators. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua had no idea what was going on, and felt the need to be more on guard than ever. When Bai Xiaochun heard everyone whispering about the missing Celestials, he started to feel a bit guilty. For a moment, he considered going to check on the 20th level, but in the end, decided it wasn't a good idea. I really am just too kind-hearted. What would happen if I felt bad and then let them out? That wouldn't be good. Sighing, he once again began to ponder why he had this big weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1093, An Invitation. Chapter 1093, An Invitation. Bai Xiaochun had a very fulfilling life in the following days. Preventing people from passing the levels, and thus protecting his personal wealth, made him come to the conclusion that it had definitely been worth it to come to this damaged fan. Furthermore, the fact that he really could prevent people from passing the levels seemed to indicate that he truly was the owner of the fan. Such thoughts, and the anticipation that came along with them, kept him in very high spirits. Even better was that nobody knew what was going on. The dismal look he kept on his face, and his constant sighs, were a thing of habit now. Another half a month passed by. Bai Xiaochun was simply counting the days until the time limit passed. However, that was when Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, who up to this point had almost completely ignored him, came for a talk. They showed up so suddenly that he was startled. However, he kept his facial expression smooth. Heart-pounding, he tried to discern if the other two Celestials had picked up on any clues about what was happening. That didn't seem likely, though, as Gu Tianjuan's expression was as grim as it always was, whereas Sima Yunhua was smiling. After shooing away any nearby cultivators, Sima Yunhua looked Bai Xiaochun up and down and then said, "Fellow Daoist Bai, we noticed that you've been stuck on the 7th level for 2 months now, and we're wondering if you'd be interested in working out a deal?" In response, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Sima Yunhua didn't take offense. In fact, his smile grew broader as he went on to offer further explanation. "Fellow Daoist Bai, you must have heard that Celestial Verpka, Prince Ur Demon, and Reverend Devourer have disappeared." Those words caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to begin to pound. For one thing, he knew exactly where those 3 Celestials were. However, there seemed to be some hidden implication in Sima Yunhua's words that he wasn't picking up on. Glaring a bit to cover up his guilty conscience, he coldly said, "Fellow Daoist Sima, if you have something you want to say, just say it." "Please, don't misunderstand me, fellow Daoist Bai," Sima Yunhua replied, smiling just like before. "I bear no ill intentions. Fellow Daoist Bai, you're originally from the Heavenspan realm, but right now, we all represent the Saint Emperor dynasty. Regarding the situation with Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince Ur Demon, well, I won't keep anything from you. Fellow Daoist Gu and I already looked into the matter a while ago. Based on the clues we discovered, we are certain that the other 3 Celestials found a loophole that let them enter the challenge levels together, and join forces to pass them." Sima Yunhua spoke his words with much confidence, and then waited to see how Bai Xiaochun would react. Bai Xiaochun quickly put a confused and suspicious expression on his face. "Most likely," Sima Yunhua continued, "the 3 of them are either stuck in one of the higher levels, or have used another trick to get into a different part of the damaged fan. Either way, the time limit is rapidly approaching. We only have about a month left. If the 3 of us don't join forces right now, then I'm afraid none of us will have a shot at the good fortune available." By this point, Sima Yunhua was not smiling anymore, but rather, spoke in a very serious tone. "I spent a considerable bit of time trying to figure out what loophole Celestial Verpka discovered. At long last, I'm confident that I can do the same thing. I can definitely get the 3 of us into the same level. As you may know, fellow Daoist Gu and I are both in the 18th level. We've been stuck there for a while, unable to make any progress. And thus, we've come to ask for your help, fellow Daoist Bai. We can help you pass the 7th level, as well as all the levels after that. Then, once we get to the 18th level, the 3 of us can go all out for the rest of the month that's left." Back when Bai Xiaochun was a demigod, Sima Yunhua would never have directly asked him for help like this, nor told him the truth of matters. But now, Bai Xiaochun was a Celestial, and although none of them had worked together before, it was obvious to Sima Yunhua that Bai Xiaochun was no weakling. Clearly, he felt that it was important to tell the truth to someone he planned to work with, and therefore, revealed all of the details up front. Then, he waited to see what Bai Xiaochun would decide. He was very confident that Bai Xiaochun would agree. In fact, after discussing the matter with Gu Tianjun, he was absolutely sure that Bai Xiaochun had no reason to refuse. After all, Bai Xiaochun was stuck in the 7th level, which had nothing to do with his cultivation base. It was a maze, and therefore, was difficult to pass through without a set strategy. If Bai Xiaochun agreed to the proposal, then he would at least get to the 18th level without any problems. And considering he would be working with Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, it was very possible they would get farther. As far as Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua were concerned, they would be the ones offering help up front. Therefore, they didn't see any reason why Bai Xiaochun should refuse. Bai Xiaochun sat there quietly for a moment. From Sima Yunhua's perspective, it seemed he must be thinking about the possible benefits. However, what he was really thinking about was the frustrations that would come if he refused. These guys are just looking to cause trouble, aren't they? Just let me stay in the 7th level. Then, when the month is up, the fan will be mine. Why'd they have to come looking to team up? And I can't really refuse, can I? That wouldn't really make sense, and would only serve to rouse their suspicions. And considering how smart they are, they might start guessing what's really going on, and that could be a problem. Although he didn't really want to accept the offer, he knew that he couldn't refuse. How do we split the rewards from the 7th to 17th levels? He asked coldly. And what about the rewards after that? When Sima Yunhua heard this question, he smiled. Fellow Daoist Bai, you can keep the rewards for all of the levels you pass on your own. Once we start working together, we'll just split things evenly. Do you agree, fellow Daoist Gu? With that, Sima Yunhua looked over at Gu Tianjun. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was not feeling very happy about the arrangement, but didn't let that show as he also looked at Gu Tianjun. Gu Tianjun said nothing in response. He merely snorted and nodded. Sima Yunhua seemed very pleased to have achieved his goal, and was also convinced that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't regret joining them. And even if he did regret it, Sima Yunhua had ways of convincing him to change his mind. Having no further compunctions, Sima Yunhua quickly told Bai Xiaochun the secret to passing the 7th level. You destroy the maze? Bai Xiaochun said, stunned. The truth was that he hadn't even thought about the 7th level lately. However, after hearing Sima Yunhua's explanation, and thinking about it for a bit, he realized that it did seem like a good method. And it also explained why Celestial Verpka had passed the level so quickly, that conformed fully with his personality. He couldn't find the exit, so he broke one open. Of course, only a celestial cultivation base could be used to do that. Demigod cultivation bases wouldn't be able to. Smiling, Sima Yunhua went on to explain how to pass through all of the rest of the levels from the 8th to the 17th. In fact, from how quickly he spoke, it seemed he was much more anxious that Bai Xiaochun get through them than Bai Xiaochun himself was. Considering the power Bai Xiaochun had to control the levels, he could tell that Sima Yunhua was not holding anything back. In the end, although he still didn't really want to, he had no choice but to rise to his feet and head toward the 7th level. However, he still did his best to kill as much time as possible. There was a whole month left, so therefore, every extra day he could buy was important. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had underestimated how anxious Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun were. After 3 days passed in which he had only gotten as far as the 11th level, the other two Celestials lost their patience, and used a special secret magic to offer direct assistance. Bai Xiaochun actually didn't need to do anything. With their secret magic, the level was vanquished like an ice cube crushed by a hammer. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry as, in the shortest of times, he reached the 17th level in a single day. Rewards in hand, he looked around blinking. Those two bastards really have it out for me, don't they? He thought, maintaining full vigilance. If Sima Yunhua weren't so anxious, he would never have done things so blatantly. But Bai Xiaochun had just been going too slow. At that speed, it would have taken him half a month to get to the 17th level. This guy plays it too safe. Sima Yunhua thought. But even so, once he gets into the 18th level. Although he was snorting coldly inside, his expression was one of enthusiastic friendliness. Fellow Daoist Bai, I know you're a bit suspicious about all of this, but I'm being very honest. I really don't think we can get past the 18th level unless we work together. Plus, the clock is ticking. Therefore, why don't we go into the level immediately? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1094, You Tricked Me? Chapter 1094, You Tricked Me? Bai Xiaochun looked suspiciously at Sima Yunhua. As for Gu Tianjun, whether it was intentional or not, he was the type of person who always went around looking like his Daoist partner had just been killed, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. Maybe Gu Tianjun's Daoist partner really was killed recently, Bai Xiaochun thought. But if not, what's the deal with that facial expression? Doesn't his face get tired? He cleared his throat. On any other occasion, he would have come up with some way of parting ways with Sima Yunhua. But he was feeling particularly confident right now. Perhaps things might be different beyond the 20th level, but up to that level, he wasn't worried about anything unexpected happening. To make sure that neither of the other Celestials suspected him in any way, he pretended to think about the matter a bit more before finally nodding. At that point, Sima Yunhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling warmly, he clasped hands to Bai Xiaochun. Then the three of them headed toward the fan rib that Sima Yunhua had selected in the beginning. After reaching the entrance to the 18th level, Bai Xiaochun looked over at Gu Tianjun to see that his expression was as unreadable as ever. Up to this point, Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun had entered the levels to help him only after he had gone in ahead of them. Therefore, he had no idea how they went about doing it. However, after watching Sima Yunhua's double-handed incantation gesture, he had an idea of what was about to happen. A glowing ball of light emerged from the man's bag of holding. Before Bai Xiaochun could get a close look at it, it spread out, covering the three of them, and causing rumbling sounds to fill Bai Xiaochun's ears. His vision blurred, and when it became clear, they were in the 18th level. Yellowish desert sand spread out in all directions. A desolate, screaming wind hit their faces, and off in the distance, a sandstorm raged. At the moment, the only thing they could see was flying sand that seemed filled with killing intent. "Did you see how I did that just now, fellow Taoist Bai?" Sima Yunhua asked, casting an enigmatic smile in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Inwardly, he was chuckling coldly. He had noticed Bai Xiaochun paying attention to him, and could tell that he was interested in the trick to entering the levels. However, he had long since taken precautions to make sure that no one, neither Bai Xiaochun nor Gu Tianjun, would be able to unlock the secret. Bai Xiaochun also snorted inwardly, and was about to say something in response when, all of a sudden, a howling sound echoed out from within the sandstorm. The ground quaked violently as, off in the distance, the sandstorm churned, slowly taking the shape of enormous head. From the pressure radiating off of the head, it clearly had the power of a celestial. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua had somber looks on their faces as they looked at the head. As for Bai Xiaochun, he blinked a few times, but then quickly put a similarly serious expression on. "That one little sand head has kept you stuck here all this time?" he asked, looking out of the corner of his eye at Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, sneering slightly. "Don't underestimate this 18th level, fellow Taoist Bai," Sima Yunhua said. "If there were only one sand head here, then either fellow Taoist Gu or myself could have passed the level on our own. Once you defeat the first head, 10 more appear. And after that, there are 10 giants. That level of power is what has us stuck. The real point of the level is to defeat the 10 sand giants." He was about to add some further information, but the howling sand head had begun to charge toward them. Gu Tianjuan's eyes flickered, and before either Bai Xiaochun or Sima Yunhua could act, he took a step forward and simultaneously reached out with his right hand. As he did, an illusory sword projection formed, which rapidly solidified into an ancient greatsword. With the sword in hand, his energy surged to shocking levels. Even Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. The Gu Tianjun of this moment looked so powerful, and his sword so sharp, that he seemed almost unstoppable. Staring through narrowed eyes at the incoming sand head, Gu Tianjun unhesitatingly slashed his sword through the air toward it. The sound of the sword screaming through the air caused the sandstorm to lurch to a halt, and the sky to tremble on the verge of collapse. Then, a boundless stream of sword chi slashed forward, destroying all the sand and rock that it touched. Crevices opened up in the ground as the sword chi moved with blinding speed, appearing directly in front of the sand head a moment later. The head shivered, and then exploded from the forehead out. In a short few breaths of time, the entire head had been destroyed by the slashing blow from Gu Tianjun. Afterward, Gu Tianjun stood there panting a bit. Obviously, this sword blow of his was something extraordinary, and not easy for him to unleash. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood off to the side, stunned by what he had seen. Based on the performances he had seen earlier from Celestial Verpka and the others, Gu Tianjuan's sword was far more incredible. Bai Xiaochun's scalp actually tingled with a bit of fear after seeing it. "I can't believe this guy is so powerful. Although, some of it is because he keeps his secrets just as good as that villain Verpka. Plus, Gu Tianjun is a sword cultivator, so when he unleashes an explosive attack, it's pretty unique." Bai Xiaochun forced himself to calm down a bit. After the destruction of the sand head, another sandstorm sprang up, and it was possible to see numerous heads forming. Then, the ground began to shake as hands and arms stretched up. Even as Bai Xiaochun pretended to be shaken by what he was seeing, the gasping Gu Tianjun hefted his sword, and slashed it at Bai Xiaochun. "What's the meaning of this, Gu Tianjun?" Bai Xiaochun blurted. Naturally, he was a lot quicker to react than the sand head, and managed to dodge out of the way of the sword chi. Unfortunately, as he did, Sima Yunhua smiled and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, summoning a blinding globe of light. Captivating radiance! Sima Yunhua shouted, thrusting his hands in Bai Xiaochun's direction, and causing the light to shoot toward Bai Xiaochun. Clearly, he had calculated the range and trajectory of Bai Xiaochun's retreat to match his attack perfectly with Gu Tianjuan's sword. They were giving Bai Xiaochun no opportunity for escape. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But it was at this moment, howls erupted from the sandstorm as the 10 giants rose to their feet. Ignoring Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, and seemingly captivated by the dazzling light, they charged in Bai Xiaochun's direction. In the blink of an eye, the 10 incredibly fast giants had Bai Xiaochun surrounded in much the same way that he had seen Celestial Verpka surrounded in the past. If this had occurred before Bai Xiaochun performed a spirit enhancement on the damaged fan, he would have been in major trouble. But things were different now. And he had already guessed what was going on. This isn't what you said was going to happen, Sima Yunhua. He roared in rage. Calm down, fellow Taoist Bai. The truth is that there is a problem with the teleportation function in the 18th level. Just hang in there for a short bit. By a bit of time for Gu Tianjun and I afterward, our cooperation can continue. He and Gu Tianjun backed up at top speed, both of them performing double-handed incantation gestures as they prepared divine abilities. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare. You tricked me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1095, I'd rather die. Chapter 1095, I'd rather die. These were two celestials of the Saint Emperor dynasty, and yet they had brazenly led Bai Xiaochun right into a trap. Sima Yunhua wore a kind smile, and if you looked closely, he even seemed slightly apologetic. Of course, it was all for show. Inwardly, he was chuckling coldly. What he was really thinking was that the best way for he and Gu Tianjun to pass the 18th level was either to have someone willingly sacrifice themselves, or somehow distract the sand giants. With the extra time that would give them, Gu Tianjuan's astounding sword chi, combined with Sima Yunhua's long-range magical techniques, might be enough to succeed. Up to this point, they had tried every option they could think of. Unfortunately, although the sand giants themselves were not very intelligent, making them relatively simplistic opponents, spell formations and restrictive spells didn't work in the 18th level. Getting a demigod to come in and help by time didn't seem to be an option. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was their best shot. Don't blame me, Sima Yunhua thought. I didn't force you to get greedy for the rewards from level 18 and beyond. Sighing, he went about with his magical techniques, keeping an eye on Bai Xiaochun at the same time. Right now, he was just as confident that Bai Xiaochun could handle the sand giants as he had been that he would agree to the proposal to begin with. After all, they were both anything but ordinary cultivators. Although his little scheme would cause a grudge, he was confident in being able to resolve that grudge later. And he wouldn't give up on the possible profits of the moment just because of that. Furthermore, Sima Yunhua had also resolved that, if the plan worked out, and they passed the level, he would still give Bai Xiaochun the share he had been promised. As he pondered the entire matter, his smile grew wider. Bai Xiaochun saw that smile and snorted coldly. The truth was that if he wanted to get past this level, it would have been the simplest of matters. But that smile, and Gu Tianjuan's look of scorn, caused him to pick a different course. Lord Bai has treated these two scoundrels with far too much benevolence. Considering what I did to Verpka and his buddies, the fact that I did nothing more than make it harder for these two to get through the levels clearly shows how easy I went on them. I didn't push them to the point of despair. After giving them a break like I did, they go and do this to me? Bai Xiaochun knew that without his authority over 20% of the damaged fan, if he got into this position, it would have been very, very bad. He would have been unable to escape, and worse, even if he managed to hold off the giants, he would have ended up seriously injured. Even if he was given roughly 30% of the reward for the 18th level, it wouldn't be worth it. His injuries would have made him useless in the 19th and 20th levels, and he would definitely have been prevented from going in. Well, whatever. Maybe if they had been honest about this from the beginning, I could have accepted it. But instead they try to take advantage of me? Do they really think that Bai Xiaochun is that easy to push around? Eyes narrowing, he backed away from the incoming sand giants. As they attacked, and he dodged, he could tell that unless he started using some divine abilities, he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. This is my territory. How dare they try to screw me over here? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and decided not to leave. That would be going too easy on these two bastards. Letting out a shout, he shifted his momentum and began to rush toward the sand giants. At the same time, he called upon his strange connection to the damaged fan. Ripples spread out around him in the air as he slammed into the giants, upon whose faces blank expressions appeared. A moment later, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom filled the air as Bai Xiaochun screamed, staggered backward and coughed up blood. "I can't handle it!" he shouted. "You two have to think of something. These giants are so strong. I'm hurt. I'm gonna die." Then he toppled over, and lay there completely unmoving. Apparently, the sand giants believed Bai Xiaochun to have perished. Ignoring him, they turned, looked at Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun, and began striding toward them, vicious expressions on their faces. "Damn it, that bastard is actually feigning death." Sima Yunhua's scalp tingled at the sight of the 10 giants rushing toward him and Gu Tianjun. There was no time to ponder why the sand giants believed Bai Xiaochun to be dead. He quickly finished his incantation gesture and unleashed the magical technique he had been preparing, sending a wall of flame out. At the same time, he began to back up at top speed. Gu Tianjun acted similarly. As they fell back, Bai Xiaochun lay there, expression grim. "We're all celestials here," Gu Tianjun shouted, his eyes glimmering with disgust. "If you didn't want to work with us, you could have just said so. I can't believe you're pretending to be dead. How completely shameless. You might have a celestial cultivation base, Bai Xiaochun, but you don't have the heart of a true powerful expert." As far as Gu Tianjun was concerned, a celestial shouldn't feign death even in the direst of circumstances. In fact, he was so angry that he was just about to shift directions and try to head away from the giants and toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun lay there getting angrier by the minute. Sending out a thought, he caused 100 giants to suddenly rise up out of the sand. Roaring, they converged on Gu Tianjun before he could go through with his plan. When he saw what was happening, he gasped and fell back at top speed. Sima Yunhua was equally stunned. There's actually a third phase. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he sighed at the fact that he had too few aphrodisiac pills in his bag of holding. Otherwise, he would have made sure there was a fourth phase too. Meanwhile, more than 100 sand giants were blasting Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua backward across the battlefield. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the celestials, who despite being anxious, were simply trying to hold on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon they would be teleported out. If it had been 10 sand giants, they wouldn't have had any problems holding out. But the sight of more than 100 had their scalps tingling in fear. Unfortunately, they had no other ideas of what to do. "Damn it," Sima Yunhua growled under his breath, "how could things have changed so quickly?" Finally, he gritted his teeth and fell over, simultaneously causing his aura to vanish. Apparently, he was choosing to imitate Bai Xiaochun in feigning his death. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with this. He immediately had the giants who had been attacking Sima Yunhua turn to the only other living target in the level. Gu Tianjun. Gu Tianjun's jaw dropped. With Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua both pretending to be dead, Gu Tianjun's fate was sealed. More than 100 sand giants closed in on him with raging madness and terrifying energy. Just before they reached him, Gu Tianjun gritted his teeth, fell over, and retracted his aura. He had also chosen to feign death. Sadly, his attempt to feign death didn't work. The sand giants apparently weren't fooled, and before long, Gu Tianjun was screaming in agony. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was knocked back and forth across the battlefield, his heart filled with bitterness. "Damn it. This isn't fair. Look, Sima Yunhua isn't really dead. Why don't you go after him?" Gu Tianjun was already hovering on the brink of madness. When Bai Xiaochun heard Gu Tianjun's words, he realized that they made sense. Therefore, he sent some of the sand giants charging back towards Sima Yunhua. Sima Yunhua's eyes nearly fell out of his skull, and he began to curse like mad. What was happening seemed completely beyond reason. The giants had never seemed very intelligent, but now it was almost as if they were toying with them. It wasn't that he didn't suspect Bai Xiaochun had something to do with it, but rather, it never occurred to him that Bai Xiaochun could possibly already be the owner of the damaged fan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1096, The Return of Virapaxa. Chapter 1096, The Return of Virapaxa. Because of the more than 100 sand giants, Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun had no way to cause any problems for Bai Xiaochun. In fact, they didn't even have time to think about him. If they lost focus for even a moment, they would be in real and profound danger. They alternated between coughing up blood and consuming medicinal pills until, finally, the teleportation power kicked in. As the teleportation light built up, they suddenly felt the relief of having escaped a dangerous experience by the skin of their teeth. At the same time, their hope of getting past the 18th level vanished completely. As they left, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and stood up, looking very pleased with himself. After brushing the sand and dust off of himself, he stuck his chin up, flicked his sleeve, and coolly said, with the flick of a sleeve, I, Bai Xiaochun, reduced celestials to ashes. Their biggest mistake was pissing me off to begin with. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased with this latest addition to his usual monologue, and decided he should use it again in the future if he could. Meanwhile, the sand giants had all stopped moving, and were just standing there, motionless. Bai Xiaochun looked them over, and felt a bit sad. It wasn't that he hadn't considered taking them with him. Sadly, based on the powers he had gained from the damaged fan, he knew that such puppets could exist only in the 18th level. Outside, they would be mere illusions. I wonder how the sovereign who made this fan was able to do all this. At this point, Bai Xiaochun contemplated passing the 18th level just to annoy Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun. After a bit of thought, he decided that doing so would be too suspicious. Therefore, he sighed and gave up on the idea. Moments later, he was teleported away. The instant he reappeared outside, a beam of sword chi slashed toward him. Thankfully, he had been prepared for such a thing. Glaring, he unleashed a fist strike right into the sword chi. A boom rang out, and he staggered backward several hundred meters. However, the sword chi collapsed, and Gu Tianjun, who had already been injured and relying on the power of medicinal pills to keep going, was hit by the backlash, and sent tumbling several thousand meters away. When he ground to a halt, he looked up at Bai Xiaochun with a glare. You tricked us, Bai Xiaochun. He growled. Sima Yunhua appeared next to Gu Tianjun, eyes shining with cold light as he too stared at Bai Xiaochun. If the two celestials hadn't been injured, Bai Xiaochun would have played it a bit safer. But they were both badly hurt, so he wasn't scared of them at all. Glancing at them snidely out of the corner of his eye, he said, First we need to clear up the issue of who tricked who. If the two of you want to keep causing trouble, then fine, bring it on. I've had enough of the likes of you. With that he raised his voice loudly. Alright, everyone, pay close attention. I'm not picking a fight with these two, they're bullying me. When we get back to the Saint Emperor dynasty, I'll ask His Majesty to make a fair judgment about it. Gu Tianjun could offer no response to Bai Xiaochun's sharp words, other than a few guttural grunts. However, the killing intent in his eyes grew explosively strong. Sima Yunhua, on the other hand, was a bit more rational. After staring at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, he smiled. Apparently I underestimated you, fellow Daoist Bai. With that, he clasped hands and bowed, then turned and headed off to meditate. Gu Tianjun remained standing there for a long moment. Eventually, he snorted coldly, suppressed his killing intent, and walked some distance away. For one thing, he knew that he was too badly injured to fight Bai Xiaochun. For another thing, he somehow had the feeling that, in this place, it didn't matter that he had a higher cultivation base. He was still in great danger when it came to dealing with Bai Xiaochun. After Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua backed down, the other cultivators who had gathered to watch the scene could already guess what had happened. That was especially true of Preceptor C-Deep and the others from the Saint Emperor dynasty. The fact that Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun had conceded, and also the sight of Bai Xiaochun's fist strike, left them all shaken. Obviously there was some friction between those three. And in the end, Bai Xiaochun came out on top. He seems relatively harmless, but the truth is that from the moment Bai Xiaochun entered the damaged fan, he hasn't lost any major conflicts. And he just got all the way to the 18th level without expending any effort at all. Everyone looked over at him with fear lingering in their hearts. When Bai Xiaochun realized that, his heart swelled with pride. AI, what can I do? Wherever I go, I end up the center of attention. It's not like I do it on purpose. Shaking his head, he found a place to sit cross-legged and relish his victory. At the same time, he was starting to get antsy about the time limit ending. There was only about half a month left. Things went just as Bai Xiaochun had prayed they would. Time flew by, and before long, it was only 2 days before the time limit ran out. By this point, just about everyone had given up on the challenges. Only 4 or 5 people refused to quit. For them, there was no longer any excitement to be found in their attempts, only dogged persistence. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua eventually recovered and went back to try to handle the 18th level again. But after failing a few times, they sighed and gave up. Everyone was talking about Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, and Prince UR Demon. They were still missing, and no one had any idea where they were stuck. Many people had come to the conclusion that they had come across some other good fortune. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua seemed to believe that. When Bai Xiaochun heard such talk, he nearly cleared his throat. 2 days passed. It was at that point that, for the first time since the trial by fire began, everyone could use their divine sense again. It was a strange and wonderful sensation for everyone. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua were particularly delighted. They had participated in too many trials by fire to count in their lives, but had never been as frustrated as they had in this damaged fan. They could accept defeat, but this damaged fan almost seemed to hate them. No matter how hard they tried, the fan just wouldn't let them succeed. Not a single person seemed to regret that the end of the trial had come. In fact, many of them breathed sighs of relief. The past 2 months had been like a torment for most of them. Maybe it's Celestial Verpka, Reverend Devourer, or Prince UR Demon who will get the ultimate good fortune. That was what many people were thinking. When the final moment came, the fan's spirit automaton again awoke. It had been gone for a long time, and therefore, it was a bit startling. However, it was to everyone's shock that, in that very same moment, the light of teleportation rose up in the main square, and 3 people crawled out of it. Yes, they literally crawled. Their clothing was in tatters, and they had blank looks on their faces. They were also trembling, although they didn't realize it, and were spattered with blood. These were the very 3 people that everyone had suspected of acquiring the good fortune of the trial by fire. Celestial Verpka, Prince UR Demon, Reverend Devourer. Everyone stared over in shocked silence at the 3 Celestials, who looked as if they had been trampled by an army of tens of thousands of men and horses. Moments later, people began to cry out in surprise and alarm. This. Heavens! Wait, they didn't actually get any good fortune? What happened to them? I can't believe they were tortured to this state. Look at their expressions. That's what you look like when you fall into despair over and over again. And look at all the blood. Bai Xiaochun's voice could be heard amongst the others. Sounding dramatically shocked, he pointed and said, "How could this have happened? I thought I had it bad, but it turns out you 3 had it way worse." No one was really paying attention to him, though. The demigods from the Vile Emperor dynasty, including Li Donghao, hurried over to help the Celestials to their feet. Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer seemed to be in a slightly better state. Although they were gasping for breath, they were already recovering mentally. However, Celestial Verpka seemed to have been the focus of special attention. As soon as Li Donghao reached out to him, Celestial Verpka noticed his towering frame and shrieked, "Don't touch me! I said don't touch me! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1097, It Was Definitely You, by Xiaochun. Chapter 1097, It Was Definitely You, by Xiaochun. Celestial Verpka recovered quickly. A moment later, he rose to his feet, his eyes blazing as he looked around at the crowd. Prince UR Demon and Reverend Devourer did the same. Their eyes were filled with boundless madness and hatred, to the point where it seemed likely that, if they found out who was responsible for their plight, they would unleash insane rage. The 2 months of torment they had experienced had frequently left them wishing they could die. At the same time, they had come to the conclusion that there was only one explanation for what had occurred: someone had been targeting them specifically. They weren't sure how the deed had been done, but they were sure someone was behind it. The shocked onlookers could see that something strange was going on, and began to consider what it might be. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun was feeling a bit guilty, and was marveling at how powerful these 3 must be to have endured what they had. I can't let them find out it was me. Otherwise they'll definitely go crazy. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he looked around quickly, and began to imitate the expressions on some of the other cultivators' faces. But then... It was definitely you, Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun whipped his head around to find Celestial Verpka glaring at him with bright red eyes. His heart leaped with fear, but he simply frowned. "What exactly do you mean?" he said, slowly rising to his feet, and trying to look confused. Celestial Verpka took a step forward, but Prince UR Demon quickly reached out to block his path. Prince UR Demon looked closely at Bai Xiaochun for a moment, then looked around at the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, presumably all of you experienced some strange situations in this trial by fire. For example, in the trial that only had 9 stairs, there was a moment when 100 stairs appeared. And in another, 1 puppet became 10, or even 100. I'll be honest with you all. We 3 Celestials joined forces to get past the 18th and 19th levels. But in the 20th level, we faced an unending horde of Minotaur monsters. That might have been something we could accept, but then we found that we couldn't perform teleportations. Fine, maybe we could accept that too. But after 4 hours passed, we were unable to leave. We were stuck in there all this time, up until a few moments ago. Clearly, something very abnormal is going on, something that should never have happened. Of course, anomalies are always possible, but there shouldn't have been more than one such strange occurrence." Everyone was shaken by what they were hearing, especially Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. It was definitely true that a lot of strange things had occurred within the past few months. Although everyone had suspected something strange was going on, no one had any proof, nor any way to provide an explanation. Now that Prince Demon was speaking things aloud, people began to occasionally glance over at by Xiaochun, who simply blinked and tried to maintain a serious, suspicious expression on his face. As for Prince Demon, he was virtually staring at by Xiaochun the entire time, his eyes flickering with hatred. I suspect that someone in our midst somehow became the owner of the damaged fan. In fact, that person has likely already secretly passed the 20th level. That is the only explanation, the only way that someone could target all of us, and keep us 3 celestials trapped in the 20th level. As everyone looked on in stunned silence, Gu Tianjun shivered and suddenly said, "The person most likely to be responsible is Bai Xiaochun." "I can't be certain if fellow Daoist Bai is the one responsible," Sima Yunhua added coldly. "However, it wasn't very long ago that fellow Daoist Gu and I joined him in attempting to pass the 18th level." Once inside, the sand giants completely ignored him. At this point, many in the crowd began fanning out, as if to surround Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was very nervous, and knew that if he wasn't very careful, he could make a deadly mistake. Taking a deep breath, he tried to look furious as he shouted, "This is all because I'm from the Heavenspan realm, isn't it? It's because I'm the only celestial from the lands of Heavenspan. You two laid a deadly trap for me in the 18th level. And did you forget how the sand giants also ignored you, Sima Yunhua? It wasn't just me. As for you, Celestial Verpka, you were the one targeting me, from the very beginning. That makes me the perfect person to frame. You think I passed the 20th level already? Well, everyone can see the standings, and look, I never got past the 17th level." Bai Xiaochun was just beginning to add some more when Reverend Devourer narrowed his eyes and cut in. "We'll all know very soon whether or not it was you," he said. "The time limit is almost up, and soon everyone will find out who the new owner of the fan is. Then everything will be made clear." Everyone else in the crowd seemed to agree with Reverend Devourer. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very nervous, but couldn't think of anything to do. Not only was he surrounded here, but people would surely continue to be angry with him once they were back in the Saint Emperor dynasty. He actually didn't want to have anything to do with the damaged fan now, but now that everyone had their divine sense back, his hands were tied. As Bai Xiaochun stood there nervously, Verpka's eyes glittered with killing intent, and Sima Yunhua chuckled coldly. A moment later, the fan began to vibrate, and a force of expulsion appeared, pushing the group out of the main square of the damaged fan. As they were propelled in the direction of the eternal immortal domains, the Saint Emperor and the Vile Emperor appeared. Although they were there to escort their people home, they also took advantage of the moment to try to get to the fan, which now seemed unprotected. However, it was in that very moment that the fan tipped to the side and then flew off of the hand of the enormous sovereign. Instead of heading toward any given person, it began to sail off into the darkness of the void. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time was a bit shocked. Based on everything that had happened, he had assumed the fan would come to him. Of course, he didn't let his surprise show. After all, the Vile Emperor and Saint Emperor were speeding off into the distance, using unknown techniques to try to reach the fan and enter it. Bai Xiaochun was nervous, but because of the presence of the two emperors, and also how everyone was suspicious of him, he didn't dare to try to reach out and connect with the fan. Feeling very frustrated, he glanced at Celestial Verpka, Prince Demon, and Reverend Devourer, and then settled his gaze onto Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. "Do you people see that?" he said, almost shouting. "First of all, I didn't perform any incantation gestures. Second of all, I didn't use any divine sense. Third of all, I didn't even move a muscle. That fan didn't even move in my direction. The person who tampered with the trial by fire was obviously not me. And I clearly didn't get past the 20th level, much less become the new owner of the fan. I met with the same misfortune as all of you. Obviously, I'm not the one to blame. Someone used you, Celestial Verpka. And you misjudged the situation, Prince Demon. What about you, Reverend Devourer? Why haven't you said anything yet? And then there's you, Sima Yunhua. Things aren't settled between the two of us." His words were met with silence. None of the Celestials could offer a single retort. Everyone looked in the direction of the disappearing fan. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't directly mentioned either the Saint Emperor or the Vile Emperor, based on what he had said, and what was happening now, people had come to their own conclusions about the matter. Unfortunately, there was no way to confirm the theory. Celestial Verpka said nothing. He simply turned and left. Mixed emotions could be seen in Prince Demon's eyes, and Reverend Devourer's face was extremely grim as the two of them left. Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun exchanged a glance, then sighed inwardly. Shaking their heads, they left. Before long, everyone was taking advantage of the magical light left behind by the two emperors to return home to the dynastic capital cities in the eternal immortal domains. After returning to Saint Emperor City, Xiaochun finally breathed a true sigh of relief. The crisis had passed. However, the matter of who controlled the fan had him feeling very anxious. How come it didn't come to me? Is it because I didn't call out to it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098, 12 Celestials. Chapter 1098, 12 Celestials. But it's a sovereign precious treasure. Xiaochun felt his heart dripping with figurative blood. He considered trying to make contact with the fan, but in the end, decided not to. He would bide his time until the Saint Emperor returned. After all, if he tried to make contact and failed, it wouldn't matter. But if he succeeded and the Saint Emperor noticed, it could have major repercussions. Sighing, he returned to his blessed land in Saint Emperor City. All of the cultivators he saw were clearly edgy in his presence. And Heavenly Marquis Lu was obviously keeping a close eye on him. But he was in no mood to care about that. He simply sat there in his blessed land, waiting. Half a month later, the Saint Emperor had still not returned. That was when something happened that affected all of the eternal immortal domains. A feeling descended upon all living beings, seemingly from the heavens above. Furthermore, a voice began to whisper into the ears of everyone alive. The Vile Emperor Dynasty and Saint Emperor Dynasty began to stir in just the way they had when Xiaochun became a celestial. However, this time, the source was not Saint Emperor City, but rather Vile Emperor City. Someone is becoming a celestial. Heavens! 2 celestials in 1 year. When the cultivators in the Saint Emperor Dynasty realized what was happening, they looked in the direction of Vile Emperor City, crying out in alarm and shock. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua and Shen Su had all been meditating in their respective blessed lands. But now, their eyes were wide with astonishment. Xiaochun was also ripped out meditation as a voice began to speak to him. He could also sense that all of the eternal immortal domains were being shaken. Eventually, the voice speaking into the ears of all beings in the world became very clear. A 12th celestial exists in the world, named Taoist Heavenspan. The people in the Saint Emperor Dynasty were shaken and gasped in shock. As for those in the Vile Emperor Dynasty, they fell into wild jubilation. Another celestial. Taoist Heavenspan? That name sounds familiar. That's someone from the Heavenspan realm, right? But I thought he was dead? Heavenspan realm. So in only 1 year, and only a few months apart, it produced 2 celestials. What terrifying reserve powers they had built up. It's a good thing the two of them don't get along. As the buzz of conversation filled the world, Xiaochun slowly rose to his feet, his expression grim and filled with insane killing intent. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared off into the distance, and it was only after a long moment that he managed to get his killing intent under control. Heavenspan, you bastard, he grated. So, you really aren't dead. All of a sudden, he thought back to everything from the Heavenspan realm. He thought back to the climactic final battle. He thought back to Bai Hao. He thought back to Du Lingfei. He thought back to all of the other painful images. No, Taoist Heavenspan was not dead. Back when the Heavenspan realm collapsed, his cultivation base was at the quasi-celestial level. However, he had spectacular talent. And because of his deep understanding of the undying live forever technique, he had already formed part of his Dao seed. Xiaochun had actually laid eyes on it. When Taoist Heavenspan's body collapsed at the end of their final battle, he had seen a clump of magical symbols which was none other than a Dao seed. Normally speaking, after the world was destroyed, and Taoist Heavenspan received a mortal blow, it shouldn't have mattered that he had part of a Dao seed. He should have perished then. But it just so happened that he was teleported into one of the immortal domains controlled by the Vile Emperor Dynasty. And the first person to detect the fluctuations of his Dao seed was the Vile Emperor. The Vile Emperor took him in, a secret that was kept from even the other celestials. As far as the Vile Emperor was concerned, Taoist Heavenspan was like a rare treasure worth keeping in his back pocket. Back when Xiaochun had made his breakthrough, Taoist Heavenspan was trying to do the same thing, and had even sensed Xiaochun's breakthrough. For Taoist Heavenspan, making that breakthrough from demigod to celestial was extremely difficult. He got stuck in the third tribulation, and repeatedly failed to get the approval of the Eternal Mother. However, at one point, the Vile Emperor gave him a chunk of black stone that miraculously gave Taoist Heavenspan what he needed, right in the moment when he believed he had failed. And therefore, when Taoist Heavenspan made his breakthrough and became a celestial, all people in the Vile Emperor Dynasty became aware of his existence. The voice of the Eternal Mother spoke into the ears of all living beings, leading to widespread shock in both of the imperial dynasties. Most shocked of all, though, were the people of Heavenspan scattered throughout the rest of the eternal immortal domains. Mixed emotions of all sorts rose up in their hearts. Deep within a private chamber in Vile Emperor City, Taoist Heavenspan opened his eyes, then threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Rising to his feet, he slowly looked in the direction of Saint Emperor's City, his eyes flickering with bizarre emotions. Despite being separated by an entire world, he and Xiaochun could somehow sense each other, and both of their eyes began to glow with icy coldness and killing intent. Xiaochun, you being a bit faster won't matter in the end. He waved his hand, causing a black robe to settle down over his shoulders, including a deep hood that covered his face. How wonderful that the Eternal Mother speaks of new celestials. That way, everyone who knows me has been told that I'm back. Looking away from Saint Emperor's City, he turned and vanished into the darkness. It was at that exact same moment that, back in Saint Emperor's City, Xiaochun also retracted his gaze. The fact that you're alive just means that I can kill you again. Closing his eyes, he settled back down cross-legged to continue meditating. Time passed. 10 days later, the Saint Emperor returned. No one knew if he returned with anything in his possession. Furthermore, he didn't hold court. A few days passed, whereupon he issued a single Dharmic decree. Xiaochun was named a celestial guardian in the second immortal domain of the Saint Emperor dynasty. He would hold authority over the entire immortal domain. The truth was that the Saint Emperor dynasty only controlled most of that immortal domain, not all of it. Its northern prefectures had been occupied by the Vile Emperor dynasty for many years. That state of affairs had resulted from a situation similar to when the Saint Emperor required a handful of prefectures in exchange for handing over Gongsun Wan'er. Therefore, although the Saint Emperor dynasty maintained control of the immortal domain as a whole, the Vile Emperor dynasty had a foothold there. That immortal domain had to remain on constant guard against the Vile Emperor dynasty. Furthermore, small-scale warfare played out on the actual border regularly. Whoever was appointed the Celestial Guardian would be responsible for overseeing such war efforts. For many years, the person to hold that title was one of the most qualified Celestials, Zhao Yuanhan, who bore the Taoist name Aged Spirit. Celestial Aged Spirit had been in the second immortal domain for years, and had never rotated out to give the position to another Celestial. And the Dharmic decree which had just been issued did not relieve him of his duties. Instead, both he and Xiaochun would serve as Celestial Guardians at the same time. Therefore, it was obvious to Xiaochun what this appointment really indicated. It was essentially sending him to the second immortal domain with no actual power or authority. He could have access to cultivation resources, and could maintain a high status, but wouldn't have any power. It makes it seem like I'm there to defend one of the immortal domains, but really, it's more just to keep me busy. He wasn't angry. In fact, it was actually a good thing. After all, the giant Ghost King was in the second immortal domain, and it had been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. He still felt the urge to try to contact the damaged fan, but being as cautious as he was, he forced himself not to. He would at least wait until he was away from Saint Emperor's City before giving it a shot. Thus, he packed his bags, and without any fanfare, left the next day at dawn, a beam of bright light shooting through the air. His departure led to many sighs of relief in Saint Emperor's City. Although there were no drums or gongs, there was much cheering and laughter. The walking disaster is walking away. Ha ha ha. Celestial Aged Spirit is in for a big headache. Ah, what a pity. King Heavenspan has his upsides. It's too bad we couldn't send him to Vile Emperor City. I'd be willing to bet that, if he were given the right set of circumstances, he could destroy the entire place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1099, A Key. Chapter 1099, A Key. Some distance away from Saint Emperor's City, Xiaochun hovered in midair, looking back over his shoulder. Considering the level of his cultivation base, it was easy for him to hear the sound of rejoicing behind him, although not perfectly clearly. Haven't experienced this feeling for a long time. He couldn't help but clear his throat a bit. After all, he knew exactly what was going on, and it was somewhat embarrassing. Thankfully, he knew exactly how to deal with that embarrassment. It's all my fault. In his heart, he sighed deeply. After all, it had been a long time since he realized that no matter what he did in life, he couldn't stop being outstanding. What other explanation could there be? How come whenever I stay anywhere for a bit of time, people always get so emotional? Mount Hood, the Spirit Stream sect, the Bloodstream sect, the River-defying sect, the Starry Sky Dow Polarity sect, the Wildlands. And now, even the people in the eternal immortal domains realize how outstanding I am. Swishing his sleeve, he turned around and continued on his way. Whatever. Now that I'm heading into the second immortal domain, I definitely have to keep a low profile. As he moved along, he thought about the same Emperor's decree, and no matter what angle he considered it from, it left him feeling like he had been kicked out into the cold. I'm afraid that if I reveal my outstanding nature to the people of the second immortal domain, the Saint Emperor will just find another way to oppress me. It was easy to see what kind of situation he was getting into. The second immortal domain already has a celestial in charge of it. If I end up having any problems with this other celestial, the Saint Emperor definitely won't take my side. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he realized more than ever that he had to keep a low profile. Being too outstanding isn't a good thing. Well, I guess it's like that old phrase. How does it go? Everyone is jealous of the tallest tree in the forest. It caused him to think back to how everyone had targeted him in the damaged fan, and indignation grew stronger in his heart. However, he forced himself to calm down and proceed on his way. Half a month sped by. Xiaochun wasn't in a rush, so he kept a moderate pace and enjoyed the scenery. With his celestial cultivation base, there weren't very many things in the eternal immortal domains that could cause problems for him. Nor was he worried about people trying to kill him. The number of people who qualified to try to do that could be counted with a few fingers. Another 7 days went by, and he was finally in the second immortal domain. At this point, it was getting very hard to stop thinking about the damaged fan. That was especially true considering that, based on his analysis, the danger involved in trying to reach out to it was minimal. Furthermore, if he ended up losing the fan because he had ignored it, it would be a huge travesty. I can't wait any longer, he thought. After making his decision, he waited 3 more days, then gritted his teeth and reached out to the fan via the strange connection between the two of them. At first, he was fidgeting with nervousness, but after a moment passed, his expression flickered. He made a few more attempts, and then started to get flustered. How come there's no reaction at all? Don't tell me the fan flew too far away? Or did one of those emperors steal it? Damn it! I worked myself to the bone to get that fan and keep it safe. Unwilling to give up, he tried a few more times. And thus, what should originally have been a journey of about half a month turned into a full month, as every day, he would spend time reaching out to the damaged fan. Thankfully, his efforts were not in vain. On the 10th day, he was delighted to discover that he felt something stirring between himself and the fan, although the fan was clearly in a very distant location. So, I'm not too late. Enlivened, he used more divine sense and spent more time trying to get a reaction. As he did, the capital city of the second immortal domain grew closer and closer. He saw endless numbers of towering mountains, and countless flowing rivers. There were innumerable wild beasts, sects, and cities. It was almost like a veil being lifted, revealing all of the details of the eternal immortal domains. Just as he had learned before, the second immortal domain was divided into northern and southern parts. The part closest to the Saint Emperor dynasty was the south. The immortal domain as a whole contained 16 prefectures, with the Saint Emperor dynasty controlling 11 of them. The other 5, those in the north, were sparsely populated, and were as separate from the others as if they had been cleaved away from them with a sharp blade. Those 5 were either occupied by the Vile Emperor dynasty, or were disputed territory. 5 prefectures in the north, and 11 in the south. Every prefecture had different topography and terrain, but at the moment, Xiaochun wasn't interested in looking at the scenery anymore. Although he appeared to simply be hurrying on his way, virtually all of his attention was focused on the damaged fan. Eventually, after repeated attempts, it was when he was only about 3 days out from the capital city that he finally made direct contact with the slip of divine sense he had left on the fan. The instant it happened, it felt like his mind was being struck by lightning. He stopped flying through the air and began panting as, all of a sudden, he experienced a vision. He saw a starry sky that was completely dark and stretched on without end. The enormous damaged fan was slowly floating through that starry sky, going in some unknown direction on a never-ending journey. My precious fan, he thought, his heart pounding at the sight of it. At this point, the vision began to ripple. Worried that the fan might float too far away, he quickly added more power to his divine sense in the hopes of stopping it from moving. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his level of control. Originally, he had assumed that after the trial by fire ended, the 20% control he had acquired would be enough to earn the fan's approval. But now, it was obvious that that was not the case. The fan was still without an owner, and Xiaochun's control over it was minimal. In fact, his level of authority had apparently slipped down to 10%. And within a few months, he would lose even that. It's definitely the spirit automaton of the fan. It's taking advantage of my absence to erase my branding mark. More anxious than ever, he exerted more effort. As he did, the previously smoothly floating fan suddenly began to vibrate and shine with flickering light. Excitement flooded through him, and yet, before he could do anything else, a roar of rage filled his ears, its source being the spirit automaton of the damaged fan. Clearly, the spirit automaton had awoken after their previous conflict, and was now doing its best to fight back again. Once it succeeded, the mere 10% of the fan that Xiaochun occupied would be taken away from him. Although his branding mark was indeed being slowly erased, that didn't take away his control of the fan. Damn it! He growled angrily. Despite the huge distance involved, he used his divine sense to fight with the spirit automaton. Although he knew he couldn't win such a fight, as long as his branding mark remained, he wouldn't just give in. As howls of rage filled his mind, he found a convenient place to sit cross-legged, whereupon an indeterminable amount of time passed. It was evening when he finally opened his eyes, his robes soaked with sweat. His eyes were bloodshot and exhausted, and he was gasping for breath. But there in his hand was a glowing sphere of light that gradually shrank down into the form of a command medallion. That command medallion was what he had gained after this round of conflict with the spirit automaton of the fan, after it had been forced back to sleep. This spirit automaton is definitely tough. No wonder I don't qualify to be the owner of the fan yet. If it weren't for that automaton, I definitely would have been able to bring the fan back. This time, all I got was this command medallion. He wasn't very pleased about it, which was compounded by the fact that he didn't understand it. However, he did get the feeling that it was some sort of key. A key that represented his level of power. After a long moment passed, he sighed and prepared to put the command medallion away. However, it was at that point that his expression flickered, and he looked down at the command medallion. That aura. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1100, I must keep a low profile. Chapter 1100, I must keep a low profile. That aura, what is it? Xiaochun closely examined the aura of the command medallion, and as he did, was shocked to find that his fatigue was rapidly fading away. This was different from the powers of regeneration of his fleshly body. This was mental fatigue, and at the moment, his mental state was rapidly returning to its peak. Delighted, he continued to focus his attention on the command medallion, but wasn't able to find any more detailed clues. All he knew was that its aura really could help him recover his vitality. It's not spiritual energy, he decided. From what he could tell, it was energy from the world that the previous owner of the fan had come from, and was similar to the spiritual energy in the eternal immortal domains. I wonder if this energy has any other uses. Eyes sparkling, he did a few tests, even performing some breathing exercises while holding the command medallion in hand. To his shock and delight, absorbing the energy from this command medallion helped him practice cultivation at a much faster speed. Not only did it flow through him especially quickly, he was able to absorb it much faster than ordinary spiritual energy. Furthermore, the complete mental clarity it brought made it obvious that this command medallion was a valuable treasure. The energy in this command medallion is better than any medicinal pill I've ever seen. If this little command medallion is so awesome, you can only imagine how incredible the fan itself is. It's too bad there were so many people in it last time, making it impossible to study closely. The next day at dawn, he opened his eyes. He was now more excited than ever, and more determined to wrest the fan away from the will that existed in it. He put the command medallion away and looked around to see where he was. A moment later, he was flying at rapid speed toward the capital city of the second immortal domain. 3 days later, he saw an enormous statue rising up in front of him, surrounded by crisscrossed mountain ranges, a huge city at its feet that looked like a crouching beast. There were many cultivators in the city, and as evening fell, the din of their voices rose up high into the sky. Xiaochun eyed the city, and then cleared his throat. Although he was attempting to keep a low profile, he was a celestial after all, and one of the two most important and powerful people in this entire immortal domain. As such, keeping a low profile was really strange. Well, I guess I just need to get used to it. Low profile is the way to go. Sighing, he kept his divine sense reined in and headed toward one of the main gates of the city in the same manner that an ordinary cultivator would. It was a very large city, with 8 main gates. Usually, 5 of them were kept open to allow the hosts of traveling cultivators in and out. Squads of guards manned the gates, keeping an eye on the bustling throngs. This was the capital city, where a celestial presided over the entire immortal domain, so no one would dare to act poorly here. Furthermore, the city guards all had extraordinary cultivation bases. As for the guards at the gates, they wore spectacular suits of armor, and were all in the great circle of core formation. There were even deva fluctuations coming from the watchtower high above the gate. Clearly, a deva was inside who was tasked with watching over what was happening outside. It all formed a powerful threat that would surely intimidate any visitors into being very cautious. Bai Xiaochun could see cultivators with all sorts of cultivation bases around him, waiting to pass through the strict inspection before entering the city. Although they kept their voices down, it was possible to overhear some of their conversations. I can't believe they even have a deva inspecting people. I guess times really are unstable. I wonder when we'll have true peace. Did you hear that war broke out in the north again? That vile emperor dynasty really is repulsive. It seems war breaks out every few years in the north. When he heard the things they were talking about, he blinked a few times. Most of what he knew about the second immortal domain came from reading the official records. As for the specific details of what was happening right now, he wasn't too clear. However, talk of war didn't interest him much, so he paid little attention to that sort of gossip. As the line inched forward, he looked left and right to take in the new sights. Occasionally, a particularly important cultivator would fly overhead and land directly in front of the gate. Even as such cultivators brushed the dust off of their shoulders, the guards at the gate would offer respectful greetings and immediately let them in. Such cultivators would always draw the envious attention of the crowd. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was itching to do the same thing, but continued to remind himself that he was keeping a low profile. I really need to get used to this low profile thing, he thought. Gradually, the line moved along, and soon it was Bai Xiaochun's turn. First, he paid some spirit stones, then he allowed the Deva's divine sense to scan him. Just as he was about head into the city, beams of light suddenly began to streak toward the city gate from off in the distance. As they neared, incredible pressure radiated out in all directions, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Soon, the beams of light faded, revealing dozens of figures. Most were in the great circle of the nascent soul stage, but 5 of them were Deva experts. They reeked of blood, as though they had just come from a battlefield. Leading them was a particularly burly fellow, stalwart and broad-shouldered, with a violet robe. He was the type who seemed threatening without being angry, and as soon as the guards saw him, their expressions flickered with shock. Then they treated him with even greater courtesy than any of the other important people they had let into the city earlier. Well met, Marquis Zilin. Suddenly, the Deva flew out from the watchtower and approached. Clasping hands with utmost respect, he said, Well met, Marquis Zilin. When the other cultivators lined up at the city gate heard this, they were visibly shocked, and even began to cry out in surprise. That's Marquis Zilin? He serves as the preceptor of the northernmost prefecture. Yeah, that's definitely him. I saw him from a distance once, when the Saint Emperor bestowed him with the title Marquis. Despite how shocked the crowd was, not even this burly Marquis Zilin was allowed to simply fly into the city. He also had to walk through the gate. It was very thought-provoking to Bai Xiaochun, and really served to emphasize how different the capital city was. According to the rules, not even a demigod expert was allowed to fly inside of it. Marquis Zilin smiled faintly, and quickly clasped hands in salute to the Deva. Without saying anything else, he and his men walked toward the gate, fairly radiating murderous auras. The guards turned to push everyone else to the side so that they wouldn't get in Marquis Zilin's way. Of course, they didn't actually need to do that. The crowd respectfully began to back up without any urgings. Bai Xiaochun was right there in the crowd, but was already starting to feel a bit irritated. After all, he had already paid the spirit stone tax and been scanned, and therefore, should have been allowed to proceed into the city. As the crowd backed up, he remained standing in place, until he was conspicuously out in the open. The guards were not pleased, and one of them yelled, Hey, what are you doing standing there? He even walked forward with the intention of pushing Bai Xiaochun back. At this point, Bai Xiaochun glared at the guard, causing the man to shiver. His mind even went a bit blank. Although he didn't recognize Bai Xiaochun, his gaze contained power that struck him all the way down to the soul, resulting in him simply standing there unmoving. I already paid my spirit stones. Bai Xiaochun said loudly. Why the hell should I have to get out of the way? Swishing his sleeve, he ignored the crowd and turned to enter the city. Everyone in the area was completely stunned, even Marquis Zilin. At the moment, none of them could assess his cultivation base, and yet, nobody seemed worried about that. In their shock, many of them began to look over at the Deva expert who oversaw this particular gate. The Deva frowned. He knew that Marquis Zilin was a direct descendant of celestial aged spirit, and therefore didn't dare to offend him. Waving his right hand, he caused a glowing shield to spring up and block Bai Xiaochun's way. Bai Xiaochun didn't do anything rash. He simply turned around, an enigmatic smile on his face as he looked at the Deva and asked, What are you doing? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.